You know, the experience of the coalitions in the metros in 2016 and 2021 has really given us a view that our politicians just don't know what to do with coalitions. But we've had coalitions all over South Africa, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, since the local government system started, in smaller towns and smaller municipalities. And in those party leaders have negotiated in good faith. But of course, the stakes there were a bit lower, and the access to resources wasn't as great, I suppose, as it is in a city like Johannesburg. However, the point is that politicians know what they need to do in order to keep coalitions together, in order to negotiate in ways that are good for the people of South Africa and for the development of the country. The question is whether or not they use that knowledge and decide to do so. And that is about the calculation of the risk. Do they understand what the fallout will be if they don't do that? And I think that, we'll see.
Yeah, the stakes are certainly much higher. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time this evening. So we continue giving you this live coverage. I'm going back to my colleague Unathi, who's back in our main studio. Unathi, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Oliver. Of course, let's now take you back to our reporters. We now cross to Mpumalanga, where we'll find Calvin Dludla, who is standing there for us for an update. Calvin, what is happening there now?
People are saying the day that they have been waiting for has come. I'm here in Clarinet in the Mpumalanga province. People are continuing to vote. We visited several voting stations. People are happy. Earlier we spoke to the premier of this province, Refilem Twenitsipane, who told us that she is happy because she voted smoothly. We also spoke to some voters who told us that they didn't experience any problem as yet. I'm not alone. I'm with the first-time voter, Umelus Melusi. Thank you very much for your precious time. You voted for the very first time in your life. How was the experience?
Ish, ngicala ukuvota vele nginokuthuka nginokufala kancane, so kumele ngivote party lane sinesi service sinesi education ukuthi uzoko asusinceda ucreate umsebenzi umphakathini, kodwa hayi umphakathini kodwa profit yonke ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much. That was the first time voter Umelusi telling the SABC News team that he was so happy to vote. Earlier we also spoke to some new voters who told us that they were also happy to vote. They are so jubilant because that was their very first time voting. They told us that they were voting because they wanted jobs, they wanted bursaries, they wanted NSFAS, they wanted everything that a young person can think of. For now, back to you in studio.
All right, Calvin, thank you so much for that. Of course, we continue right here on SABC channel just to give you rolling coverage in as far as these elections are concerned. So I'm with my partner, of course, Oliver. And just, I mean, what an amazing day it's been. At 5 o'clock exactly, it would have been 10 hours since the polls were open. Yeah. So it's crunch time after 9 p.m.
So I haven't voted yet. I'm about to leave this rock center and go to my voting station, which is an hour from here, to go and cast my vote. Hopefully the line wouldn't be too long. I mean, Julius Malema was in that line for what, 4 hours? 4 hours. Right.
Other political leaders actually also in line for, I think Bossa's leader was also in line for about 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I hope that the line is not too long where I am going to vote. But thank you so much for having me here on SA today. I had a great deal of fun with you. And of course, coverage continues. The team that's coming up next is the Full View team. And of course, don't forget, there is that briefing this evening by the IEC at exactly 7 p.m. There was a 1 o'clock briefing earlier on this afternoon. Of course, we can expect a lot more to come from that 7 p.m. briefing.
Absolutely. So watch out for that briefing. We will be giving you that briefing live at 7 p.m. Of course, we'll continue to give you that rolling coverage, as Oliver said, in the special broadcast of the 29th of May elections. From me, Unathi Patyasha, and of course, my colleague, Oliver Dixon.
Good night.
And I think that should excite Democrats all over the country, and certainly those who value democracy all over the world.
Having spoken about coalitions, are you only willing to go into coalition with the multi-chartered parties, or are you also willing to work with the ANC or even the MK party?
I've said very clearly that we only go into coalition with parties that share our values, principles and common objectives. There's no use going into coalitions with parties that don't share your same values and principles, because that leads to instability. So I've assigned agreement with 10 other political parties, and we've been working very hard over the course of the last year to be able to put forward an alternative offer to South Africans. We've synthesized our policy offers, we've put on the table alternatives, and I'm very confident that the multi-party charter will get over 50% plus one. If that's not the case, we will convene as the multi-party charter over the course of the next few days, probably in Johannesburg, have a look at the lie of the land, and then decide what the next step for us to take is. But what I can tell South Africans is that the parties to the Charter will always put the interests of South Africa first, will always put the interests of the people that we serve first, because we are determined to build a better country.
Mr. Steenhuisen, when you look at the lay of the land thus far, what stats have you received of people going into voting stations? How are they voting? Well, how are you looking thus far?
Very good. We're very happy with the differential turnout yesterday and the special votes, and I think it's a good portent of things to come. I think you're going to see a high turnout amongst opposition voters who are excited that for the first time in 30 years there now is a path to victory for the opposition, and I think that's going to drive turnout quite substantially over the course of the day. And we're calling on all South African voters to come out and make your mark, because together we can build a better country, and that tomorrow can be a better country.
Your message to the Muslim community, particularly those who may have certain views about stances on Palestine and Israel?
Our stance is completely rational and reasonable. We're not on the side of Israel, we're not on the side of Palestine. We're on the side of peace and lasting peace in the region, which is why we believe fundamentally in a two-state solution that delivers a sovereign, unoccupied, independent Palestine that lives in peace alongside a secure Israel. That's why we've also been consistent in calling for a release of the hostages and for parties to get around the table so they can bring lasting peace to that region. I don't believe that bombardment and war resolves anything. I don't think it's going to release the hostages. I think the sooner we can get mature heads around a table from both sides to bring lasting peace to that area, but also to that region, I think the sooner that happens, the better it will be.
John, just zooming in on KZN, you've said that a lot of people may be surprised. Just speak to us about this.
Well, KZN is going to be one of the two major battlegrounds provinces, this in Gauteng. And also don't write off the Free State. I think the Free State is going to be the dark horse in this election. I think the ANC is in for a rude surprise there. But here MK have torn into the ANC's support. They've taken over wholesale structures, and the ANC is now polling in the 20s, which is unheard of in KwaZulu-Natal. And what that has done is open up a state of play that will allow a consolidation of opposition parties to perhaps form a majority here after the election. KZN politics on the 30th of May is going to be a completely different ballgame.
That way between the police, or some sort of confrontation between the police and the residents there at Shaleng near Taung in the northwest. But where we are coming to you live from, we're coming to you from Alabama near Klerksdorp in the northwest. And actually you can see the residents behind me here as we were walking, or rather as we were driving to a voting station nearby, just a stone's throw away from where we are. We actually saw a group of people that had come from the voting station, and they saw the opportunity to speak to the SABC, and essentially taking this opportunity to show us some of the challenges that they are facing. You can see behind me here, I'm just going to ask for a bit of a space here. You can see the rubble here. You can see this is an illegal dumping site right in the middle of a residential area. And of course, this is posing health challenges for people who live in this area. But I'm just going to give the people here an opportunity to make their concerns heard. Let me start with you, my lady. Let's just move closer a little bit. Please tell me, we can see the challenges that are facing, the residents here. It's quite evident. And you went to make your mark. What kind of changes are you hoping your vote will bring you?
My name is Gloria Lebeko. I'm from this neighborhood. My reason for voting as youth, I'm voting because I would like to see a lot of changes. Because firstly, in this neighborhood, we are struggling with people that always get mugged around this place, and then there's a problem of illegal dumping here. And then we were hoping for the party that's about to rule right now to help and create jobs and actually use this place for better things. They might use this place for parks, and maybe they can help elderly people to open a garden around here, because this place is too big for everyone to do something. And then again, you have a problem that side, sewer. There's a lot of running sewer that side. So I hope my vote makes a very big change. Yes.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Let me make my way to other residents. Mama, please come closer to me. Thank you very much. Firstly, what kind of change? What is the biggest change that you're hoping to see going forward?
Okay, I'm Mary van Skalwyk. My biggest hope for change in Alabama is for our drugs people. They need help. And I said they steal out from the house and sell the things outside. And the mothers pay many money for that thing, for 50 rands or 10 rands. But my hope is the EPW must give them work, that they can work for their own salary. And secondly, our voting stations is fine. And all that I said, our provincial and all our members must know that people are working hard at the voting stations, and our people, they didn't have all of our. They haven't got houses. In our own houses is 11 children with 3 rooms. They need houses. How long did they wait for houses? And I said that it's a serious issue. And they get babies and the children come. There are too many in the house. And that grant is a little, because they must pay the tambais of transport to go to school. And there's not really food for them, for that 450s. And I said, and the water and light is a big problem in our country.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You can continue, but let me just come in quickly to ask, this particular dumping site here, this illegal one, where, essentially you guys brought us here, how much of a challenge is it? And I'm really worried about when it comes to people's health. How much of a risk is that for people's health?
It's a very big risk, but now it's clean, a little bit clean, because that was a very, very, very too much matakala, dirty things. But now they make clean here, and our people pass up and down for the school, for the work, that they use their road, and that ground is not nice. It is turf. I was at the SFG, that make like Scots that broke. That is not right for building houses and that things.
Yeah.
Because my best thing is our people must clean the area. As I said, they must hire people to clean that area every time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so much for speaking to us. And really concerning how she says, actually, this place, as you see it, as dirty as it is, it's actually clean. So, okay, 2 people coming forward. Sir, also just share with us your views. What are your concerns in terms of service delivery, and also what did you vote first and foremost?
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Sebastian Muller. I'm a resident of Alabama. Number one, when I cast my vote, I said I want to see change. I want all these corrupt leaders to be removed from power, because they are looting. Our people are poor while the leaders get rich. Our infrastructure is very bad. As you can see down in this road, the potholes, even this dumping site, it was very worse. They only came to clean because it's elections. Why only do things for your people when election time? What about the rest of the years? Where are they? If you go to the municipality, our young people don't get jobs. You get people deployed in positions without qualifications. All they do here, it's about friends and family. They had a contract here at the municipality where residents of Alabama were employed. Now, after the elections, they said the contract will end. Why does these things only happen to the people of Alabama? In other areas, these things doesn't happen. So when I cast my vote, I want change. These people must be removed from power. We want the ANC out. We want a new government, new ruling party, and new leaders. Salute.
Thank you very much. My lady, we'll continue the conversation in just a few more minutes because we are running out of time. Well, studio, you heard the different views coming from here. Some people want corruption to be dealt with. Others are calling for an improvement in terms of service delivery. And they're hoping that their mark will be their voices that will be bringing that change in the near future. And with that, studio, I hand back to you.
All right, that's our reporter there, Silwana Khachau, who's coming to us live from the Northwest. You can see that QR code there on the side of your screen. If you want to catch our pop-up channel, do so.
All right, we continue with our rolling coverage. We now take you to Mlondi Khadebe, SABC News reporter who's in KZN for us to get the very latest. Good afternoon, Mlondi. Just talk us through what has been happening this very hour.
Thank you very much, Mfundo. We are still here in Pietermaritzburg. We are monitoring the elections. We're crisscrossing basically the district of Umgungundlovu. When we're talking about Umgungundlovu, we talk about the towns like your Camperdown, Pietermaritzburg, Howick, Impende, and Richmond. So those towns are basically making Umgungundlovu district municipality, of which has got about 485 voting stations in this district. When we speak to the IEC earlier on during the day, they had challenges when it comes to voter management devices that did not basically they were not working during the day, but they had to use the alternative of using the voters roll basically so that they can trace back the voters and assist them. But they said that was delaying the process of voting as the voters were basically getting frustrated with the more long queues outside. But I'll just step out of the shot, Mfundo. We are in unit 14 Imbali. This unit 14 Imbali, you remember that there was a councillor, Baba Umkhize, that was killed last year in the area. So basically this is his ward. But you could see that the voters, they did come in their numbers to come and cast their votes. When you see on the stage there's also ballot boxes that are showing that now they are full and they are sealed, showing that in this voting station they had more than 3,500 voters that were registered to vote in this one voting station, of which it's one of the biggest, it's second biggest voting station in this district, because the biggest district, the biggest voting station is in Ashdown, a township, where there are about 5,200 voters that are registered there. But when we come to this voting station, they said it's over 3,500 voters. But it seems as if voters, they came out in their numbers, because they say if the VDMs were working, they were going to be able to tell us how was basically the vote, how far did the voters go, or the percentage of the voters that came to this station. But you'd remember that in Pietermaritzburg, when we spoke to the residents during the day, they complain about load shedding, of which other parts of the country are no longer experiencing load shedding for the past 50 or more days. But in Pietermaritzburg, they are still complaining about the load shedding. They're complaining about water cuts. They're also crying about the level of crime in this area. Also, the substance abuse that is happening amongst the youth. They are also complaining about the youth unemployment. They're saying that when they are voting, they're voting to make sure that these basically these jobs are created so that the youth and also the crime is fought by the state, so that they can be safe in their areas. Mfundo, back to you in studio.
Right, Mlondi, thank you very much for that reportage. That's Mlondi Khadebe out in KZN. Was certainly very concerning when he speaks of some residents talking about load shedding. It's certainly something that we will pose to Eskom as soon as we can touch base with them.
All right, let's continue now with our rolling coverage. We have Neria Hlakotsa coming to us live from the Northern Cape. Neria, thank you so much for your time. Let's talk about where you are. Did voting stations open on time? Good evening to you. Of course, right now we are in Galeshiwe in Kimberley. Kimberley falls under the Solplaki municipality, which has basically one of the highest people who have registered to vote for these elections. When we spoke to the IEC today, they indicated that voting stations did open on time. They have some 730 voting stations across the province. And one thing they did mention is that they are thankful for the special elections, the special votes rather, because it was through the special votes that they were able to see and fix some of the hiccups so that they could be ready for today. And we have been traveling across the city in Kimberley just to hear the views of people on the ground. They have myriad of reasons why they're voting. We even spoke to the young people who some are first-time voters and are very excited for this opportunity to have their voices heard. But right now, I'm also joined by more residents who are excited by this opportunity. They are part of the LGBTQIA plus community, and just like everyone else, they have their own reasons also. But let's just speak to them and hear. Tebogo, thank you so much for joining us. Let's just talk. Today, you are casting your vote. Why are you doing it? What motivated you to do this?
Neria, thank you for this platform. Personally, it's something that I really feel that it's a right that I need to inject and make sure that our voices are heard as queer communities in this country. Strives are made, but I think that this particular ballot is most important because so many strides have been made in this country and in advancing the rights of LGBTI people. But I don't think that is enough. For me to stand back and not come and participate would be just injustice to me. So I felt it important to come in with my entourage and say, guys, let's go out and make sure that we have our voice in this coming elections and in this coming term. So for me, it's important for us to actually participate as the queer community and make sure that our voices are heard in this election.
Thank you so much for your time, Tebogo. Those are just some of the views from the queer community. And of course, we also spoke to residents who were complaining about service delivery and unemployment. But one thing that is significant also here when we speak about the queer community is that they have been feeling that they are forgotten over time. Tebogo was mentioning that yes, strides have been made, but they still feel like more needs to be done. And I think that is why some of them are motivated tonight also to come and vote. The lines are still a bit long, but the queues are moving very fast, I must tell you. Since we were here, people are moving in, are going in and out. So it's not really taking long for a lot of people. And the IEC did say that even if their online machines are not working, at least they do know that they have the manual voters roll and they will be using that. Of course, some people have been complaining that they were not finding their names there, but it's a matter of also the IEC was saying, are they registered in that specific voting station that they are at? Bongiwe?
All right, Neria, thank you so much for that comprehensive update there. We'll continue to monitor the Northern Cape through your eyes. Our reporter there, Neria Hlakotsa. All right, to the question of the day, we're asking, how did you find voting today? And of course, you can send us your comments to hashtag SABC, and we're keen to hear from you. How did it all go? Was it as smooth as some are saying it was?
Pick and Pay, get
Welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with us. The IEC says voting got off to a steady start with some delays in and around central Johannesburg and Roodepoort areas. It noted that a number of voting stations opened late due to late delivery of materials, delayed escorts by security services and community protests. IEC Deputy Chief Electoral Officer Masego Shibori says the afternoon there was more than 66% voter turnout.
At 12 o'clock, the election operations around the country were reported to have been in good progress with minimal incidences that we are dealing with. Some of the incidences that we had to deal with are the following: late delivery of ballot papers, mostly in the city of Johannesburg and Region 3, which is the Sandton, Dunkeld and Heidi Park area, as well as the Roodepoort area, because of departure to the strict instruction of delivery. People were being innovative, and in the process they delayed the supply of voting materials to those stations. In the Eastern Cape, we had 5 voting stations that were not opened owing to community protest. Again, there we have confirmation that working with the South African Police Department, the voting stations are now open. There were 2 in Ntabankulu, 1 in Winnie Mandela, 1 in Port St. John's, and 1 in Enyandeni. Similarly, there were 20 voting stations at which we opened beyond 9 o'clock in the area of eThekwini, as well as in Umzi Wabantu, where owing to community protest, the stations could not open, even though our staff were ready and able to administer the electoral project. The Commission assures voters that adequate supplies of all material, including 90 million ballot papers for all the 3 ballot types, are available, and every voter will be assisted to vote before voting stations close.
All right, and just a reminder, the IEC will again brief us at 7 p.m. tonight.
To this now, President Cyril Ramaphosa has raised serious concerns over interference in the work of the IEC. The Commission has confirmed that police have arrested 2 suspects for interfering in electoral processes in Mpumalanga. Another case is still under investigation in KwaZulu-Natal, where 2 members of a political party were arrested after they allegedly interfered with the work of the IEC. Now, the President says interfering with electoral processes undermines the will of the people and the country's constitution.
The country's first citizen leading the way to cast his ballot. Going back to where he grew up in Chiawelo, Soweto, President Ramaphosa mingled with voters as he also used the opportunity to reflect on what has been happening in the country as the voting progresses. Some incidents of interference in the IEC work were reported.
Well, we are concerned about the incidents that have been reported, incidents where the IEC has raised its concerns, but also one incident where the police even had to intervene by arresting those who were interfering in the work of the IEC. The work of the IEC is sacrosanct. It should never be interfered with, because when you interfere with the work of the IEC, you are really interfering with our democracy. You are trying to subvert the will of the people.
The president also used the opportunity to dismiss accusations that he abused state resources when he addressed the nation on Sunday evening, 2 days before the election. Several parties have complained. These include MK Party and the DA, and the matter has been taken to court.
Political parties have taken issue with the address I delivered. It had 2 components. One component was to talk about the readiness of the elections, and the other component was to close off on the administration. Our administration, the 6th administration, is coming to an end, and we sought to say the people of South Africa, as they go to the elections, to choose whatever party they want.
President Ramaphosa will visit the Results Operations Center in the coming days as the country decides who should govern for the next 5 years. Mzwandile Mbeje, SABC News, Soweto.
Democratic Alliance leader John Steenhuisen, who voted at Northwold High School in Durban, says for the first time in 30 years, the ANC may not get the majority support, possibly resulting in a multi-party coalition. Steenhuisen adds that he's impressed by how the IEC has conducted the elections thus far and has faith that the process will remain smooth. The DA leader insists that his party will not enter into coalition with any party that does not share the same values and principles as the DA.
It went smoothly. Certainly observing the special vote process the last 2 days, it's also gone smoothly. Of course, there's been a few hiccups here and there, but I'm generally satisfied with the way the IEC have conducted the last 2 days. And if today's and this station is anything to go by, it's going to be a smooth, easy process to make sure that South Africans can cast their vote and make tomorrow a better country.
Are you confident that the DA could win this election?
Well, of course, you don't go into the election for second place, but I'm also mindful of the fact that no party in this election will receive an outright majority. And for the first time in 30 years, there's an opportunity for change in South Africa at a government level. Every other election before this, it has been a foregone conclusion that the ANC was going to win. It was always about just how much. This election, all bets are off. And so we're heading into coalition country after this election. It won't be the same as it's been over the last 30 years. And I think that should excite Democrats all over the country and certainly those who value democracy all over the world.
Having spoken about coalitions, are you only willing to go into coalition with the multi-chartered parties, or are you also willing to work with the ANC or even the MK party?
I've said very clearly that we only go into coalition with parties that share our values, principles and common objectives. There's no use going into coalitions with parties that don't share your same values and principles because they don't. That leads to instability. So I've assigned agreement with 10 other political parties, and we've been working very hard over the course of the last year to be able to put forward an alternative offer to South Africans. We've synthesized our policy offers, we've put on the table alternatives, and I'm very confident that the multi-party charter will get over 50% plus one. If that's not the case, we will convene as the multi-party charter over the course of the next few days, probably in Johannesburg, have a look at the lie of the land, and then decide what the next step for us to take is. But what I can tell South Africans is that the parties to the Charter will always put the interests of South Africa first, will always put the interests of the people that we serve first, because we are determined to build a better country.
Mr. Steenhuisen, when you look at the lay of the land thus far, what stats have you received of people going into voting stations? How are they voting? Well, how are you looking thus far?
Very good. We're very happy with the differential turnout yesterday and the special votes, and I think it's a good portent of things to come. I think you're going to see a high turnout amongst opposition voters who are excited that for the first time in 30 years there now is a path to victory for the opposition, and I think that's going to drive turnout quite substantially over the course of the day. And we're calling on all South African voters to come out and make your mark, because together we can build a better country, and that tomorrow can.
Right, we will bring you a bit more detail on how some of the other leaders voted during the course of the bulletin. But of course, let's shift gears now and take you to the Eastern Cape. Abongile Yankees is standing by to bring us the very latest. Abongile, how did things go where you are?
Well, Bongi, fairly well here in the town of Komani, and it's in the areas that are surrounding the area. So I can tell you the IEC is saying that there's no incidents of violence in this area. It's quite fairly, people are going about their business. Even if I could show you, if I could step out of shot, some people are still trickling in. If you could see those long lines here in Komani, recall that this is an area which has been marred by protest of service delivery. When we spoke to some of them earlier on, they are saying that they want these issues of corruption, issues of just a general lack of services. They are saying that they want change, and the change that they want is that even if what happens here, they should be the ones who are benefiting through their votes and through them exercising their democratic right to vote. They have been telling us that issues of water, issues of sanitation, it's still quite poor in some areas, particularly in the township areas, even in the rural areas. But I can tell you, even the police are saying that nothing has shocked them
during the course of this area of Krisani. There have been some incidents where they couldn't open on time, but that has been resolved. And even now, they are saying some people are still coming here. This voting station will operate up until 9 o'clock, because I can tell you with the numbers of people, some are still coming from work, some are still conducting their daily activities, hoping that the lines would be quite shorter during this time. But I can tell you that there are still quite long queues here, Bongi.
Right, Abongile, and of course, when we think about the fact that in Mthatha, for example, we did see that protest and police moving very swiftly and also moving to assure residents that everything will go smoothly. What's the latest there?
In the area of Mthatha, according to the SAPs, they've been saying to us that it's been free-flowing since those engagements. You recall that there have been engagements from a provincial government, the likes of Oscar Mabuyane, the premier, who engaged those people there. And now we haven't heard anything of that anything is happening badly there, and people are going about their day to cast their votes, Bongi.
And Abongile, of course, as a final question then, when it comes to the IEC in that province, we do, of course, hear in some of the provinces there were some concerns with the handling of voting material. Others are saying that there were incidences where voting stations did not open on time. There were others that, did not even have escorts, for example, causing some delays. Did you hear from the IEC there when it comes to around issues of the handling of voter material? Was there any issue there?
We are yet to be briefed by the IEC. I understand that later on this evening, but we did hear of 4 voting stations which didn't open, especially at the areas of Ndabangulu, your Alfred Zo, but that they say it's been resolved. So that issue of the handling of the boxes, it didn't surface at all. So I doubt that happened here, but we are yet to be briefed later on this evening.
All right, Abongile, thank you so much for that update there. That's my colleague, Abongile Yankees, coming to us live from Komani in the Eastern Cape. You can see on the side of your screen, coming up at 7 p.m., the IEC will be briefing the media. Of course, you heard earlier on, they were raising a number of issues as well when it comes to the handling of voter material. In some of the areas, there were also, escorts that had taken a bit of time, and that's leading to some of the voting stations not opening on time. But largely, the IEC is saying that as at 12 today, it looks like things were running relatively smoothly. So we will get an update from the IEC just 2 hours before the voting stations close as to how things are looking. On the other side of the break, Mfundo is standing by to speak to some of the analysts on their view of the election so far.
All right, we continue with our rolling coverage now of the 7th general elections. Joining us to discuss the past 10 hours of voting is political analyst Professor Susan Boyson and Mr. Sandile Swana. To the both of you, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
No, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Perhaps to start with you, Professor Susan. 10 hours later, we have heard a bit of reports stating that some voting stations opened a bit late. We also heard of concerns around the training of IEC officials, but the IEC briefed the media a bit earlier on, stating that for them, at least context is important. They are manning 23,000 voting stations today. So when one speaks of the few incidents here and there, they need to speak on this, basically looking at the 23,000 stations that they're manning. Your take on just how they continue to conduct these elections thus far?
Yes, I cannot compare it to what we usually see around elections and the briefings that we receive from the IEC and the type and the level of problems that are typically being raised. And I don't think what we've heard today is anything out extraordinary. One would prefer that there are no hitches whatsoever, of course. But in the overall scheme of things, if what we've heard of so far are the worst of the issues, things that have been wrong, I think it is not too bad a performance. In each of the elections we hear of some stations that have not opened yet or vote opening late, and the experience in the past is that they always if it was their fault, they will always accommodate the communities and extend the time at a particular voting station if that is required.
But Professor, is that not concerning, the fact that you say that this is something we hear of ever so often when we have elections? Perhaps to rope you in there, Mr. Swana, your take on just how they've been running the elections thus far, especially with Professor Susan stating that this is something that is not out of the ordinary. We constantly report on some polling stations opening a bit late. We hear of ballot papers not getting there on time, which leads to a lot of frustrations for some voters.
Yes, I think that I agree with the view that the election must be substantively fair, substantially fair. And the statistical significance of what happens in certain areas. Some of the problems may relate to infrastructure. Some of them may relate to irregularities by citizens, protest groups and other things like that, that are taking chances during this time of election to think that they can get a road fix or a dam or a sewage plant fixed. Those are some of the things. But what the IEC has done, and I think the political parties have cooperated to whatever extent possible, is to stick to a schedule. If you needed to go for training, go for training and make sure the same person that was trained is the one that turns up and things like that. But I think overall, the IEC has run on schedule and a respectable show.
Professor Susan, if we had to then look at some of the high-profile individuals that have cast their ballots today, we followed a number of them on the SABC. I want to start with the former President Thabo Mbeki. He cast his ballot in Killarney and went on to reiterate the need for a dialogue, a national dialogue post these elections. Your views on just that dialogue, because some could easily say that today, South Africans with just voting, that is considered a very powerful form of expression. Would there still be a need for some sort of a dialogue beyond this very moment today?
I really think this is not the right moment to talk about a dialogue of that nature, because it really undermines the voice of the voters. We so emphasize that this is a time for the voters to speak out, to make their will known. And so national dialogue, there's a place for that at another time, but not right at the time of the elections. It could have been something that could have preceded an election, or otherwise, if there's a particular need, after the election.
That's
that
what
could
he
also
says. He says after the election.
Well after the election, and then it is point of what is the exact objective? Is it to supplement or to question the verdict of the voters, or to prepare the ground for a coalition government? That probably is even too late for that. So, and we know that the government is really in the mode of social compacting across various fronts. So in many ways, whatever form may be appropriate after the election, that is already taking place.
Your take, Mr. Swana, as some have said, this is a very powerful form of political expression, just to vote. He says beyond that, there are just too many issues that need everybody together as citizens, and we somehow provide the solutions to the myriad of problems that we are encountering.
Yes, I often say that in every country, but certainly on the African continent, you have to choose between the ballot or the bullet. Either you're going to change the government through military means, as we've seen in West Africa, or through a ballot. So all of us are unhappy about many things, but we must use the election first to say who do we think can best represent our interest. Then the question is, where do they go to represent this interest? And there are serious questions why this dialogue becomes necessary. Because some people have gone and formed arbitrary coalitions that don't even show signs that they are reducing the backlog of the queries by the Auditor General, the backlogs in the National NDP Progress Report. There are many backlogs there. So there are many backlogs that I have accumulated that need to be discussed to say what type of planning needs to be done and what type of skills do we need to bring into the state to actually move forward. Because people have been in office for the past 15 years and nothing got done.
But does this perhaps mean, Mr. Swana, just as a follow-up, does this perhaps mean that he is almost conceding that perhaps the ANC will dip below the 50%, and perhaps if they are to coalesce with other political parties, maybe there would need to be a broader conversation to say, after giving you the mandate, these are other issues that South Africans want addressed?
Yeah, so first of all, I agree that this is a concession that number one, it's quite possible, distinctly possible that the ANC will dip below 50%. Number two, even if the ANC did not dip below 50%, for the past 15 years, they've shown that they are stuck in the mud, they don't know how to move, they need to be rescued. So it would be a concession on the part of the ANC and perhaps the entire liberation movement that said, let's change the National Party, remove them out of power, that we've now failed. As Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke has said, that the revolution has failed. Let's admit we have failed, bring in other people to help us come out of the mud we're in.
Professor Susan, he's also been somebody that has been consistent on talking about the need for the ANC to renew itself. Your take on just that, because many have even raised concerns around that you've got the former president that has campaigned for the ANC this time around, but many wonder if beyond the campaign he will be called to as an elderly to say, help us now continue with the renewal program, or he'll be placed somewhere in the back as what has happened when he had to force his way and allow for his voice to be heard by having to pen a letter to the Deputy President Paul Mashatile.
Yes, indeed. It's often fair to ask the question as to how deep the renewal has gone, how well it has succeeded. We know voters are reacting against exactly that the renewal has not been consistent enough and widespread enough, and that there are just too many tainted people who remain in very high positions and even in rising positions in ANC. And it's this kind of issue that has really affected the credibility of the ANC in today's vote. And we see many people, we've seen them in recent weeks on the ground talking about exactly that this is an ANC that is not sufficiently proven that it has actually been renewing.
Mr. Swana, do you believe that beyond the elections, there's still going to be this high regard or the need to hear from the elders, as what we've seen now during campaigning, that beyond this point, we're still going to see them seeking counsel from the likes of the former President Thabo Mbeki?
I have my reservations because there are reasons why the renewal program did not start. In my book, the renewal program should have started long ago in the 90s, but for the sake of the record, the NGC of the ANC took a resolution for the introduction of the new cadre in November the year 2000, almost 24 years ago, and they've not introduced any new cadre even while Mbeki was in power. All these years they've not done it. They came with through the eye of the needle about a year later. They've not implemented that simply because they are obstructed from renewal by their stomachs, the politics of the stomach and their personal ambition.
But we must certainly do hear about through the eye of the needle every time we're at an ANC conference, because a number of them would talk about the need to vet the cadre. They want quality cadres to emerge at some of their conferences. But beyond this, I want to bring the conversation now around the relationship of business and government. Because just last night I was reading an article where they were quoting BLSA's Busisiwe Mavuso, and she said that if we are to see a government in coalition with any political party that holds very populist views, they as the business community might have to withdraw their support from government. Your take on that?
Yes, that is certainly a very widespread opinion in business, and something which business has been approaching with trepidation in a run-up to this election, whether there's going to be a coalition with more populist elements in it. We know that the ANC, if there is going to be a coalition, will still be the predominant party by far, the biggest party in a coalition. But it would depend how strongly the smaller party is coming into a coalition party or parties, and how much insistence they can have on particular policy positions. Obviously, what we have seen in recent times is that even the EFF has been adopting a fair number of more moderate positions. For example, talking about beneficiation rather than nationalization.
But nationalization is still there, Professor. It's still there.
It is definitely there, but we also see a moderation and trying to appear more reasonable and emphasizing that there are reasonable law-abiding organisation. We see so many others emphases coming in. But the EFF is certainly not going to abandon all those positions if they think they have got this opening through a coalition to get into government, even if they have 10 or 15% of the national vote. So they will try to punch above their weight. But I believe the ANC is so strongly entrenched in its approaches with business, to business, that it will take a lot of persuasion power by opposition parties, possible coalition partners, to take the ANC onto a different track.
Mr. Swana, your take on just this approach by business. Are they perhaps trying to strong-arm political parties? Because there are those that hold the view that with such a statement, what you're really saying is that political parties must now surrender their policy formulation at the doorstep of business.
Yes, I think the statement that was issued by BLSA is unfortunate. It is a statement of bullying the nation itself, because people who are being voted for right now, even if they belong to political parties, are actually representatives of us, so that we're not all sitting inside parliament. They represent us so that we don't all go there at the same time. So they are bullying us, being only one stakeholder. There are many other stakeholders, the churches, universities, many other stakeholders. And it is the most unfortunate, and I want to say this, that a person becomes a billionaire and knows how to manage his own business or her own business, and then all of a sudden they think you are an economist because they can manage their own business. So they overestimate themselves, and what they have done, if it was in my younger days, I would have called it highly provocative.
Professor, your take. You've got the business sector here, and essentially what Mr. Swana is stating is that what comes first is citizens endorsing the mandate and policy position that the political party has articulated. But now, beyond voting for that political party, the business sector could then be saying that we're going to need you to refine your policies or abandon them. But you have citizens that would have endorsed perhaps those populist policy positions.
Yeah, that's really another instance of undermining the vote that is being cast today.
We get the government we deserve as citizens because we are the ones that will be voting for them today.
Yes, indeed. Business really elevating themselves above the voters and what the voters may be deciding, thinking that they can add additional voice and sway policies ways that they prefer, even if there is a great need for change in policies in South Africa and in ways that may not be so business friendly.
But then, just in closing, Mr. Swana, there are those that are of the view that perhaps ideology needs to go out the door in situations such as these ones where our economy is on its knees, that it would be just naive of citizens to think that we need to elevate ideologies when you've got the business sector that's willing to come on board and help the government. But here we're going to say, if it's nationalization that citizens want, that is what nationalization, or at least that's what must materialize in the policies.
I think that if we accept already that there are many serious politicians who are calling for a national dialogue, number one. Number two, there is a real prospect that by the end of this week we're going to have the coalition on the table. So any manifesto that has been written is a proposal to your colleagues. So if BLSA said we have a 1,000 page, which I believe they have, 1,000 page proposal also to contribute, and the Catholic Church comes with their own, and the Muslims and whoever else comes with their own, then we discuss and agree to say, if these are the outcomes that we need to nationalize that sector. By the way, we all call those things that we don't like populist. Some of us, when we were younger as students, were called communists just for saying that apartheid must come to an end. We're called communists. So these labels of populists sometimes are used recklessly to label ideas that you disagree with, whoever you may be.
And then, Professor, your closing comments are just around what we're seeing now with the business sector, because it seems that the relationship right now is quite icy.
Yes, things are very up in the air at the moment, and I think business is scrambling to secure its place at the symbolical table, if not a real negotiation table, that they want to make sure that they keep the ANC on a certain track should the ANC enter in negotiations, for example, with the EFF or MK party, whoever it may be. So they're playing the cards into this party political game and trying to ensure that they don't lose their foothold in policy.
And I'm sure they will be given that place at the table, because the business community is quite important for South Africa if we were to change our trajectory and somehow find ourselves just growing our GDP a bit more going forward. To the both of you, thank you very much for joining us. It's Mr. Sandile Swana and Professor Susan Boyson talking to us there. All right, Fundo, there, quite an interesting conversation there. Let's, of course, take a look at some of your comments this evening, as we have been asking you for your experience when it comes to voting day. How did it all go? Did you experience any of, some of the glitches? How did you find voting day for you? So then we can have a look at some of your comments there to see what exactly you've had to say. Now and returned around 6 p.m. All right, Bongegile says it was quick to my place. I think I stayed just an hour, then it was done. Steerman Tswai says, good evening, Turfontein Primary was packed. I joined the queue at 12:05 and finished at 20-3, but I'm not complaining. It shows that people came in numbers. Steerman Tswai from Pureng Sebediela. Miki Maraba says, I arrived at 7 and left the voting station at 7:25. Wow, that was very quick. I voted at Constantia Community Hall, Kroonstad in the Free State. I was number 4 to cast. The process was professional. Party agents, SAPS members were visible. I hope and pray it is still the same conduct after I left. For your comments tonight, do keep them coming. Give us a sense of how voting day went for you. On that note, let's check in with the weather desk.
So, very good evening to you and welcome to the weather desk. It's going to be a fine but chilly night across much of South Africa. However, we have a fairly big cold front which is heading towards the southwest coastline, perhaps the first big cold front of the winter season. It is going to be pushing in some rain-bearing clouds into those parts, with strong winds also setting in. Quite a bit of cloud as well for the northeastern parts of Limpopo. It is also going to be a windy night along much of the east coast. Now, on Thursday, we're expecting that cold front to hit our shores in the mid-morning hours, introducing mostly between a 60 and 80% chance of rain along the southwest coastline and the west coast, and the chance of rain decreases as we go further inland. It will be partly cloudy to cloudy for parts of the Cape provinces. Fine still for the rest of the country, with the mild to warm afternoon temperatures, fresh to strong winds once again for the KZN and coastal areas, and the winds are also going to be picking up speed along the south coast. And so we have a warning for strong damaging winds along the southwest coastline for tomorrow, and the same applies for the central areas. So you need to be careful, especially if you are driving in those parts of the country. Warning also because of the strong winds for high fire danger conditions wherever you see that shade of red. Now, Gauteng will continue to see clear blue skies overhead. Chilly in the morning, temperatures 1 above freezing for Carltonville, warming to 23 in the afternoon. Johannesburg and Springs will both start at 5 degrees and peak at 23 degrees. It will be cold as well in the morning for much of Limpopo, nicely warm in the afternoon with highs mostly in the mid to upper 20s for most parts, but Musina is going to hit the 30-degree mark in the afternoon. We're also expecting a chilly morning around the central parts of Mpumalanga, nicely warm over the eastern parts in the afternoon. Mbombela 24, 28 for the high in Skukuza. In KwaZulu-Natal, it is also going to be fine with temperatures reaching the mid and upper 20s, rather mild for Kokstad, starting at 4 degrees and peaking at just 23 in the afternoon. It will be partly cloudy for the western areas of the Eastern Cape with a chance of rain towards the evening in areas around Willomo and Beweka, where a hot 30 degrees is forecast in the afternoon, 31 for the high in East London. Then in the Western Cape, it's going to be cold throughout the day for the province. Wet weather over the southwest coastline, Cape Town peaking at just around 18 degrees, 19 for Hermanus, the same for Cape Agalas, a bit warmer as we go towards Beaufort West. Then in the Northern Cape, it is going to be wet and cold as well for the western areas. Look at Sutherland peaking at just 13 degrees, 16 for Calvinia, 15 for the high in Springbok. It will stay fine for the Free State, frosty in the morning in some areas, a high of 24 for Bloemfontein, the same for Botterville. In the northwest, we are also expecting a fine day, temperatures in the lower to mid 20s for most parts, still pretty warm around Tosca, peaking at 28. Now on Friday, we are going to see that cold front moving further east, wet weather persisting for the south coast, and it looks like winter is going to start on a bang on Saturday. Scattered rains across the southern areas, decreasing in intensity as we go towards the southern parts, but it is going to be pretty chilly for the Cape provinces, cool over the central areas, and it will stay fairly warm around the eastern parts of Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. That's all from the weather desk.
All South Africa.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to SABC News. As of course, we're bringing you all the updates that you need to know, especially when it comes to voting day, just hours away from the voting stations closing. At the same time, you listen to the IEC talking about how things have been relatively smoothly, and through the eyes of our reporters as well, it does look like it's all systems go. Good evening to you. My name is Bongi Wazwani.
And I'm Fundo Mabalani. Indeed, it is a pleasure to have you with us on SABC News. It's now roughly 11 hours since voting stations opened, and we continue to cover the length and breadth of the country. So the clock is ticking ever so closely to that 9 o'clock cutoff time. We'll bring you all the coverage you need to know. I'll be speaking to Pemani Baloyi in Limpopo in just a bit.
And of course, the clock on your screens right now, you can see what time it is, just hours to go before the voting stations close. So do make your way to your voting stations, and the IEC is stressing that you need to vote where you've registered.
Indeed you do. And on that note, let's look at the question of the day. We're asking you, how did you find voting today?
And of course, you can send us your comments to hashtag SABC, and we're keen to hear from you, as some of you are saying that things have got off to quite a, an okay start. So do give us a sense of how your experience was. Right, the IEC saying earlier on there that over 90% of the voting stations opened in time, and of course the trained staff who are working for the IEC also being able to handle and resolve some of the issues there in some of the voting stations. But let's shift gears now and take you to Cape Town, where our reporter Mariska Botha is standing by to bring us an update. Mariska, thank you so much for your time. Did voting stations open in time where you are?
Yes, absolutely. We started the late, and for her it remains vitally important. It's a right, and it's one that she cherishes rather very, very much. And then also we spoke to some young people who said it's the votes they make now, the ballots they cast now, will determine what happens to their children in future. Let's see if we can get, there's two young people in the queue here now. Let's see if they will talk to us. They're already smiling at me like they want. So if we can do a short interview with you, you're live on SABC News. Why are you voting tonight?
It's just the right thing to do, ma'am. Just, a lot at stake. Yeah.
If you say there's a lot at stake, what do you mean?
Yeah, I think it's important that we vote and make it known, what it is that you want for the future, and so forth. So, yeah, I just think it's important. Everyone should, cast a vote. It's what was fought for, many years. So, yeah, it's just the right thing to do.
And some people say that this election is might be as important as the one in 1994. How do you feel about that sentiment?
I think all elections are important. They're equally important. Not one more than the other, I think. I just think, there are a lot of more shifts currently taking place, and it's just like interesting. It's always interesting, there are lots of new things happening, and that's always interesting, Yeah.
And I'm assuming you're part of the younger generation. Do young people feel like yourself that you should cast your ballot? Because we've heard from so many saying they're not interested, they don't know what to do. But certainly where we've been, we've seen younger people turning up. Is that important to you as a younger generation?
Okay, I don't know. Do I still consider myself youth? But I don't know. I'm 42 now, so it's been a few elections for me. So and I think the youngsters should do it too. I mean, I think the youngsters now are a lot more opinionated, and so they'll always be out. As you can see, a lot of the youngsters out. So.
Well, I assumed you were a youngster, so compliments on looking that young. This youngster is on his phone, so will you give us a short interview? He's on the phone quickly. This young lady over here, can we quickly just briefly talk to you as a young person? Why are you here tonight?
to cast my vote.
Why is that important to you?
To have a change in South Africa, to
Yeah.
see a better future for when I do have children.
Yeah. Your vote is your secret, of course. Please don't share that with us. But did you have difficulty in deciding how you would go? You did
No,
not.
I did not
Okay.
at all. I know I'm voting for.
What persuaded you to come cast your ballots? Or
I believe if you do not vote, you have no right to complain.
Sure.
So that's the main reason. If I don't vote, I can't complain about everything or so. And I can't push for change or so.
Sure.
So that's the main reason.
And then, of course, what do you hope will come of your vote? Because yours is one of many, but one can make a difference, of course.
I hope mine will make a difference for a better South Africa. Sure. That's it.
Thank you very, very much. And this young lady over here, she says no. Some of them are quite shy. So there you had it. The young lady saying there, quite interestingly, if you don't vote, you cannot complain. Some might say that is a justified sentiment, given that we hear that so many people say there's so much wrong and so much happening. But voting is that critical thing that gives you the right as a citizen to say either I endorse or enough, or whichever way you want to take it. That is your vote, that is your voice. And that young lady expressing it beautifully, saying there, if you don't vote, you can't complain. So there you heard it. People are excited to vote. They're very patient. They seem very calm. But we saw that everywhere, even with the long queues. People were patiently waiting, and one lady actually telling us she's excited to be here, to be able to cast her ballot. So certainly here in Cape Town, on the Cape Flats where we've been, voters have been very patient, and they've been coming out in quite some numbers to cast their ballots.
All right, Mariska, thank you so much for that update. They will continue to monitor the Western Cape through your eyes. That's Mariska Botha, the SABC News reporter, reminding you, as you can see there on your screens, it's just under 3 hours, so you still have time. Do make your way to your voting station.
All right, we bring it back to Gauteng now, Soweto to be exact, where we find reporter Balenhle Mthethwa, who's standing by for us with the very latest. Good evening, Balenhle. What or how has voting been proceeding where you are?
Well, in Soweto, voting proceeded with a few challenges here and there, and some of those challenges include scanners that are not working, which then delay the process or the waiting time that people spend in the queues before casting their ballots, and that was mostly the issue. But right now I'm joined by a young person. We know her father, or her late father, who was the mayor of the city of Johannesburg, the late Mpho Morane. She cast a vote for the first time, and we know that there have been many conversations surrounding the youth votes, and there have also been accusations of voter apathy coming particularly from those who are under the age of 35 years old and between 22 and 35, and accused of not being interested or not wanting to vote. You would have seen that there have been stories that have played out on the SABC News platform, where some young people said they don't see a reason as to why they should vote, and they don't believe that it will bring about any change in their lives. But today we have a completely different situation, where a young person has gone out and voted for the first time in honor of her late father, who is the former mayor of the city of Johannesburg, Mpho Morane. Kutlwano Morane, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. How was your experience voting for the first time, as a first-time voter? I mean, was the process easy? Was it seamless? How did you feel about it?
Voting today, I couldn't help but feel very empowered. It was also very exciting, because you always hear voting every 5 years. So I was very excited. Driving, my voting station was actually in Alex. So driving there on the highway, I just I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, like I am, doing this for my future. This is what my dad always wanted, following in his footsteps. Let's take action. This is my future. Let me grab hold of it and seize the opportunity. We are the youth. We need to make the change. We are the future.
It's interesting that you talk about the youth, and that you say that we are the youth, and the future is generally in your hands, and you are the future leaders of this country. But the youth has been accused of voter apathy. Do you think this is a fair criticism of young people?
100%. I mean, I even have a lot of friends who just came out yesterday and said, oh, I didn't register. And I'm like, you didn't register? What do you mean you didn't register? Yeah, so I 100% agree.
But why is that?
You know, I think it's a thing of I'm only one person and there's how many people in South Africa, so mine won't count. But it's like we are the future. This is our future. If you want South Africa to have this, you need to go vote. You need to say, you know, I'm here and I want this in my country. I want my country to have this. Let's do it. Okay. And I think some of them are just like, it won't really matter, which is quite sad in my opinion, because we're going to live in this country. Once our parents and our grandparents go, we're going to be left with this. So, yeah.
So what I hear you saying is that voting today is a vote for the future of, you know, the future generation and the kind of South Africa that you would like to see in the future. Mm-hmm. Certainly. We know your late father as the mayor of the city of Johannesburg. You know him as a father. What would you say is the legacy that he left behind?
I think my dad, I think he was a man of action. He was also the person to be like, okay, this is my daughter, this is my son. I want them to have a safe South Africa, a good South Africa, a better South Africa than he had in his youth. And, you know, I think he was working towards that. He took favor in like the elderly and the youth. His last birthday, if I recall, he spent it at an elderly home, you know, taking care of them. And every year on his birthday, he would gift young girls at another high school in Alex pads every year on his birthday. So I think he was just a man of action, a man of integrity, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. There you have it. That is Kutlwana Mwerane, who is a first-time voter, talking about young people and encouraging young people to go out and vote, and saying that part of the reason that young people do not vote is because they feel that their vote will not count, given that there's so many people are voting, and saying that the criticism that young people are the criticism of voter apathy among young people is accurate, and it is not misguided in any way, given that some of the people in her own circle did not register to vote because they did not see the need. But she says that a vote is a vote into the future and for the future and the kind of future that people want to see for themselves. We are moving around, and we will be heading back to Soweto to also see how that process is unfolding. For now, though, it is back to you in studio.
A very interesting statement. A vote is a vote into the future. As she said that she is in fact voting for her future. Thank you very much for that reportage. That was SABC News reporter Mbalenhle Mthethwa out in Soweto for us in Gauteng.
All right, let's take you to Tzaneen now in Limpopo, where we find my colleague Katlego Nyoni, who is standing by. Katlego, how are things going on there?
A very good evening. Well, as this historic day continues throughout South Africa, we have been crisscrossing large parts of the Mopani district, which is where we are, which boasts about 614 voting stations. Currently, we are in the pristine town of Tzaneen, and now we are at Lair School Tzaneen, where I must say people have still been trickling in to come and cast their vote. I'm going to ask my cameraman to show our viewers. These are some of the eligible voters that have registered at Lair School Tzaneen that are here to cast their vote today. The station itself has registered well over 2,100 eligible voters that are here essentially to cast their vote. We've been crisscrossing other parts of the Mopani district, where essentially we've been getting the sentiment from voters themselves about how they feel about the day. Many have expressed that they are quite excited to be exercising their right right? Well, currently the queues are still moving rather steady. Earlier on, we spoke to the presiding officer here who mentioned that hourly they process about 100 voters. We've been to other parts of the Mopane district, including Lesitele, which is a farming community. Now there the challenge remained that a majority of farm workers were not able to necessarily cast their votes. From the information we received on the ground, many of the farm workers did not fill the Section 24A form that will allow them eligibility to vote in voting stations near their places of work. Many mentioning to us that they were not able to get the funds to afford transport fare to areas where they reside, which is where they have registered. Another area that we visited was Guyane, where we of course know that there is that plight regarding water emanating from the Guyane bulk water project that majority of the community members spoke about. We also visited other areas including Jopi village in the Nwameta precinct, as well as other areas like Dzumeri.
And Katla, I'd like to go back to something that you just said as well. I mean, farm workers not being able to cast their votes. Does this also speak to the issues around voter education? Did they know that they were supposed to complete this Section 24 forms, or what are they saying happened?
Precisely. For example, the station where I'm currently reporting from at Light School Zanin, earlier on we did meet a number of farm workers who work around this area. Now they wanted to come to Light School Zanin to come and cast their votes. However, they were turned back. They say to me they were not informed about the filling in of this form, which will allow them and guarantee them eligibility to come and cast their votes at stations that are closer to them. However, they felt so dissatisfied, and disgruntled that they were not able to cast their votes. Also, one of the presiding officers whom we spoke to at Litsitele voting station, which had registered 235 voters, say farm workers had been coming in large numbers wanting to vote. However, they had to turn them back due to this issue. So it certainly does speak to the issue of voter education.
And of course, Katla, then just as a final question, let's speak about, there's a number of areas that you talk about, some of the service delivery issues in that particular province, and especially because we see some issues around water, we see issues with roads and all of that. But I wonder for the residents where you are at Large School Zanin, what are they telling you they're hoping their vote changes?
Well, the issues are mostly similar. The majority of residents that we interacted with mentioned the issue mainly of water. They also mentioned the issue of jobs, saying that the creation of jobs mainly affecting the youth is quite fundamental for them, and they would like to see that happening, especially after the 29th of May, after today. They would like to see the incoming government really address the issue of water as well as unemployment. Now, just to mention also some statistics, the area where we are currently has about more than 195,000 eligible voters. This is the greater Zanin area, and other areas including the greater Letaba as well as the greater Guyane area are also around the similar figures. But essentially the majority of the problem and concerns that we've seen are service delivery as well as jobs.
All right, Kata Khonyoni, thank you so much for that update there, and it'll be interesting to hear what challenges are being presented in some of these farming areas where farm workers are not being able to vote and also not having critical information at hand. That's Kata Khonyoni there, our reporter coming to us live from Large School Zanin in Limpopo. All right, let's stay in Limpopo, and that's where EFF leader Julius Malema voted at Mponegele Primary School in Seshego.
EFF leader Mr. Julius Malema alongside his wife Mrs. Mantwa Malema have been standing in a long queue at the Mponegeleng primary school in order to cast their vote. We do know that this voting station has about over 2,000 voters on its roll who are expected to cast their vote today. We've spoken to authorities inside and they've told us that everything is moving smoothly. They have formed two queues where they are in order to be able to prioritize the elderly. They've even created a space in front where they've put in chairs and a tent to ensure that the elderly are seated as they queue and to ensure that there is a shade around them. But to speak more about this, I'm going to bring in Mr. Julius Malema. Mr. Malema, you've been here since around 12 a.m. and it's now over an hour since you've been here. What has been your impression so far?
Well, it is discouraging and disappointing because I've been voting here from 2014. I used to come here with my grandmother, and we always had two queues, one for the elderly and one for the relatively young people. My grandmother will queue with us because the process was so quick, and will not even spend more than 15 minutes in the same voting station with the same two queues. There's always been a queue for elderly people, there's always been a queue for the young people. So I called the CEO to explain that there's something horribly happening at the station, and we don't want to interfere because we don't want to be accused of having interfered with the electoral processes. And he said to me, he had told them to stop using the VMDs and use the voters' roll to speed up the process. But it looks like he's not listening. He's continuing the way he has been continuing. The process is running smooth because people are queuing, but it's smooth but slowly. And once the darkness starts, people are going to be impatient. People are going to start pushing each other and they're going to accuse the people.
IFP President Velenkosini Hlabisa has cast his vote at Mtegelezi Primary School in KwaHlabisa, Northern KwaZulu-Natal. The area is part of Zululand district where more than 300,000 citizens are registered to vote at over 500 voting stations. The district is an IFP stronghold and Hlabisa says he's confident that the people will vote for change.
Let us be active participants. Let us go to the voting stations. Whatever dissatisfaction you have, take that dissatisfaction to the ballot box. Use your vote to vote out the government that is not satisfying you. We have presented our manifestos. IFP, amongst many, people of South Africa must make an informed choice. Don't vote with your heart, apply your mind. Don't go which party you like, even if it did not serve you well.
At the same time, MK party leader Jacob Zuma has voted in Nkandla. He is the first former president of the governing party to lead and publicly declare his support for a party other than the ANC. Now, Zuma cast his ballot at the Mtolwane primary school in Nkandla before leaving in his convoy. He was mobbed at the polling station with his security pushing people away to allow him to leave.
Freedom Front Plus leader Dr. Peter Groenewald says while he's optimistic about a positive outcome for his party in these elections, South Africans and political parties should not rule out the possibility of a coalition government. Groenewald says the hotly contested poll may leave no party with an outright majority. He cast his vote in Stilfontein near Klerksdorp in the northwest.
Well, like all the previous ones, I know that my vote was a correct vote. I voted for the Freedom Front Plus. And I think this election, the importance of that is that for the first time after 30 years, we can have a change in government. And that makes this election something different, a bit more extraordinary. So my appeal is still to the voters, please go out and vote, because this is an opportunity for democracy and where the people can ensure that they elect people in parliament and in the provincial parliaments who can serve them.
And taking it from the point of view of how your party performed well in the last elections, what is your prediction for these elections?
Well, if I can come to the provincial legislature, before 2019 we only had one representative. After 2019 we got 2 representatives in the legislature as well as a representative in the National Council of Provinces. We hope that after this election that we will have 3 in the provincial legislature as well as still one representative in the National Council of Provinces. Nationally, of course, we hope that we can double the number of our representatives in the National Assembly. Before 2019, we were only 4. And after 2019, we got 10 members in the National Assembly. So if we can make it 20, I will be very happy. But it all depends on the percentage of the vote outcome that will determine that. It's still in the hands of the electorate.
And that's the leader there of the Freedom Front Plus casting his ballot in Mfundo. And of course, it's just under 2.5 hours to go before the voting stations close.
Indeed, soon enough they will be closing, as Bongi has said, 2.5 hours left. But we're also awaiting the all-important briefing by the IEC at 7 o'clock sharp. So more news on the other side of this break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with us. Let's now take a look back at the previous elections in 2019 and a story about humanity trumping all. Good journalists managed to remain outside the stories as observers and recorders of history, reporting without bias or favor. Yet 5 years ago, Makeketla Mothlabi came across a sobbing pensioner who had lost his ID. Mothlabi knew he had to help.
Alexandra, a teeming township north of Johannesburg. It's 8 p.m., just an hour to polling stations drawing their curtains. This is 52-year-old Michael Dlamini. I assisted him onto a taxi to the nearest It's 8:20 p.m. For him, the sands are pouring from the hourglass. We arrive at Home Affairs. His ID is processed within 15 minutes. But time and tide wait for no man. It's 8:45 p.m. As we speed back to the township, we come across a voting station along the road. At this point, it's any port in a storm. After all, it's nearly 9 p.m. But Dlamini is redirected to the correct entrance. This is the last chance for him. All he wants is better service delivery in Alex, and his vote will be his voice. And finally, his vote is cast.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, my brother. Without you, I couldn't have done anything. Thank you very much. God bless you.
You also... Even the Uber driver may have lost clients while waiting for us, but the spirit of Ubuntu prevails.
I think he deserves to get his vote and to vote for his rights. I mean, for the future of his kids and his grandchildren.
And all is well that ends well.
I'm so happy, I can't even speak. You know the way I'm so happy.
Yeah.
And the way you know what, you helped me. They couldn't help me there. So I thought maybe probably that was the end of me. And then, but then you took up to it's up to you to go to all way, to try and help me. Yes, and then you did help me. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I made my mark today.
Makeketla Mothlabi reporting on a startling and amazing journey. SABC News, Alexandra.
Residents of Ward 44 in Rustenburg in the northwest have vowed to boycott the elections. Many living in Lichalong, Ikageng, Serutube and Lisang villages have lambasted government for failing to provide basic services like water, electricity, roads and a cemetery. Their complaints come as millions of South Africans are voting today.
The disgruntled residents say participating in the elections in previous years did not result in any changes. The community has now formed a civic movement called the Ward 44 Community Empowerment Movement to take over the affairs of the ward, saying the municipality has failed them.
As Ward 44, we are not in the IDP, meaning that we don't have a budget as Ward 44. So because they always come when it's election and they want our votes, we are saying as the community of Ward 44 and as the leadership of the civic movement, we are not going to vote. Because how can you go and vote if we are not recognized as Ward 44? We don't have roads, we don't have schools, we don't have police station in Lichalong. It's a lot of things that I can't. We don't have water, we don't have electricity. So our people are suffering.
Residents say they refuse to be used as political pawns to elevate people.
Sunday, the mayor was here. She was telling us that she has approved the budget on Friday. And she's going to send us everything on Monday before 10 o'clock. We are still waiting for that letter from the mayor. So it means she was lying to us.
For now, I'm not going to vote for any party because of they failed us. Starting from the beginning, they failed us.
The municipality's response was not immediately available. Sintle Inglihihi, SABC News, Rustenburg.
All right, so let's continue now to check in with how voting day is going and also get the view from our political analysts, Professor Lesiba Defo and Dr. Fikile Vilakazi, who join us in studio. Thank you so much to both of you for your time. I'll start with you, Dr. Vilakazi. I mean, I was listening to what one of my colleagues had to say in Zanin, in particular in Limpopo. He says that there are farm workers there who were not able to vote because they did not complete the Section 24 forms. They're not from that particular area, and it's too expensive for them to take transport to go to the other area. Now, of course, it begs the question, did they know? And he says they did not know that they needed to complete these forms. Does it speak to only the issue of voter education, or is there something deeper going on?
You know, Bongiwa, good evening, and to viewers at home. This is something that has been troubling me throughout this election. That Section 24A, it is bound to actually threaten exclusion of what I call precarious voters. I mean, voters at the farm, voters who are not able to migrate from one place to the other, simply because they did not know. It is a question of voter education. You must just remember that first and foremost, the president took very long to actually issue a date for elections. I remember vividly political parties kept on saying, can we please have a date for elections so that we can prepare? You know, our constituencies, but also the IEC will have an opportunity to prepare citizens, particularly precarious citizens. And that meant then that when the date came late, we only have about 2 months for citizens to get to know about Section 24A. A lot of us did not know about Section 24A. That is the reality, which is something that I've been raising to say Section 24A, in the manner that it is being implemented, first and foremost, it was amalgamated during COVID in 2020 when most of us were in lockdown. So it meant there are a number of legislations that have gone through in those ways. A lot of people don't have access to data. Even though things are going on social media, one of the contestations that I've been making, to all of us South Africans, is that data has become a basic need. You know what I mean? It's like bread and butter. If you don't have data and you are at the farm, there's no lights, there's no electricity, there's persistent load shedding, you're bound to miss critical information of this nature. And for me, it's highly problematic to then see it rolling itself in these ways, because we did anticipate that there are voters are going to be excluded in these ways.
So, Professor Defo, what does it mean then for exclusion, especially because 30 years on, one would hope that all South Africans are able to exercise their democratic right to vote?
Look, something is not right. Something is profoundly wrong. And if you like, you can attribute that to lack or poor voter education. And we have been talking about this for quite some time. Unless we integrate it into our syllabus, like it is the case in Botswana and other countries up north, we are going to continue to live with this. Let me just cite 2 examples. This morning, General Bantu Holomisa went to where he is registered. He could not find his name, but luckily he has the means. He could drive to another place where they advised him to go, and he managed to vote. What about the small man or woman down there who didn't have the means to do so?
And I personally know of someone actually who went to Naturena primary, and they had moved from living in the CBD in town, and then they went to Pimville and lived there for a bit, and then to Naturena, and they updated their details, and they were told, like him, that they must now go back to town, which is where they're picking up their name. And this is an elderly woman who says, but I can't.
How is it possible? You know what I mean? How is it? And that's for me what I mean by precarious work, voter in this particular case. I raised this with the IEC briefing the other day to say South Africa has got such a high pattern of migration for different reasons, for work, for lifestyle, for circumstance, because of the apartheid arrangement. And we needed to plan this much better. We were bound to have Section 24A excluding people.
So for you, Prof. Defo, when you hear these and these particular stories and what you just narrated now, 30 years on, what does it tell you?
Yeah, look, conspiracy theories, we aren't about that yet. But don't tempt people to begin to think along those lines. There was this morning, SAFM, there was a soldier with cold, perturbed, and with the tone of his voice disconcerting. And all those who listen, he said, I am here, I wanted to vote, but I was deployed after the 17th, when it was closed for them to can move from one area to another. It's common sense. The army, the soldiers, when you deploy them, factor that in mind. Have a contingency plan, because you can't say leave now and go to Umtata or go to Limpopo,
exactly.
Right? And within 2 days they must do so. He was very, very traumatized, and his tenor was quite disturbing to some of us.
And I suppose this is possibly one of the questions that the IEC will then need to answer in their briefing at 7 o'clock. But shifting gears slightly, Professor Defo, when you listen to also some of what has taken place as well at the voting stations, do we still need to use this voter management device? I know that they say that if it's not working, they can still find your name manually and scratch it out. But did we really need to spend money on the system? Did the IEC need to spend money on it if it still has problems again?
Yeah, as someone said to me, if it is not broken,
don't fix it.
Don't fix it. And one thing that South Africans must also appreciate, we are still a third world country, despite the fact that we are relatively well off. You come up with systems that can only benefit maybe 10 or 50% of the community. What about the rural person out there?
Yeah.
Right? The technology, the skill, the resources, do they have those? Yes, you mentioned earlier on that the farmers in Limpopo at one private police station, they found that they were advised to go somewhere, and they said they don't have the petrol also to go on. I know they won't afford to miss that. I'm definitely sure that they had the means to go, and they did vote, right? And I don't fault them. But I'm concerned about the one who has no means and who could not get perhaps at the back of that buggy to go and vote.
Yeah. And speaking about people with no means, as Prof is saying then, Dr. Vilakazi, are we then also, because what Prof is saying, he also touches on the rural people as well when it comes to technology, are we leaving them behind?
I think we are. I think we're really leaving people in the villages behind for a simple reason. If you're talking about technology, for instance, in a country like ours, even during COVID-19, the majority of our citizens just don't have accessibility to data, don't have accessibility to devices that are able to play with the kind of tech that we have. Just to do a click and have something done is not something that is readily available for the majority of South Africans for a myriad of reasons, Bongiwe and viewers at home, because of high levels of unemployment, high levels of destitution that we see, high levels of marginalization that I think many of us have already spoken about. So what is then happening is that when we plan projects of this nature, like an election, we have to really prioritize those communities that are precarious in nature and put systems in place where we are not able to perhaps have systems like our tech to reach into those places. Let us apply flexibility. Let's apply some kinds of plans to mitigate those circumstances. If it means then printing out, for instance, ballots that are physical, placed in the venue, or, the voter roll should have been made available in all voter stations to mitigate those kinds of circumstances, to say, if you are not able to travel from point A to point B, wherever you find yourself, take your ID, go to the nearest voting station. All of them have got a printed voter roll. You just check your name and confirm that you did register. That would have mitigated it. It's a simple administrative issue.
So there's another issue, Professor Tiff, of course, that is hanging above ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa. You do have the Democratic Alliance filing papers then saying that he abused his office. They went to the Electoral Court and they're saying that he should not have addressed the nation at the weekend. And then you listened to him earlier on today saying that he does believe that he was very careful and he included all South Africans, but the less he says about it, the better, because this matter is now in the courts. What is your view on that, on what the Democratic Alliance is accusing him of?
Yes. Before I respond to that, there is something that I want to mention. I was at about 3 o'clock. I was at Randburg Home Affairs. There were no less than 1,000 people still queuing to get IDs, temporary IDs, for one reason or another. And the main one is that they did not know that they could not vote here. They had to go to the original place where they voted. But they were just grappling with this. What am I saying? There are certain lessons to be learned that will have to be addressed.
Especially when it comes to the Section 24.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Absolutely.
That is the big one. That said, the issue of Ndade Ramaphosa, the president, it's a yes and a no. Let me start with the no. Legally, it's very unlikely that you can fault him, because he could say, I was wearing the cap of the head of state, and I have a duty to talk to the people in this regard. At a political level, I could say, but Ndade Ramaphosa, what is it that you said that you haven't said before, that the people would have missed had you not spoken? Prudence should have advised him that this is not the appropriate thing to do.
Yeah.
The perception that he was campaigning, he was at least trying to advantage his party over others, will linger on. And the last person to do that should be the head of state. And I feel like his advisors or he himself, there was a lapse of judgment in this regard. It morally, legally, ethically, it was wrong. Legally, it's a different matter. I think he can succeed in that regard.
Doc, is there a workaround?
I just want to speak about the code of conduct. I mean, politics is a game of power. Right? The state president should know that. That being a president, you are in a position of absolute power. You know, so the code is very, very clear in that sense. Everybody signed that code to say no political party is allowed to exercise their power to influence the voting process. If you are the president of a nation the night before the elections and you are belonging to a political party that is registered to vote, you should be able to use that discretion to say, I actually hold absolute power in this country. So the last thing you want to do is then go and do what the president did. And I don't want to lie to you. I think for me, honestly, the president should have known better that is a power exercise.
And if you can hear the voice in our background, those are IEC officials there who are asking the media to gather around as there will be that briefing at 7 p.m. We will bring you live that briefing here on SABC News. So then, to both of you, so if there is this perception politically that you're exercising this power, you go to the code, as you say, then, Doc. I'm going to start with you, Prof. So how much power then does perception have over fact in court?
No, in this instance, there is no doubt. There was poor judgment on his part and his advisors. They ought not to have done that. I think they played with the legal part, that they can win. But on the moral, ethical one, on the political side, they are skating on thin ice. The least that the electoral court can do is just to caution him, as I'm cautioning him. He ought not to have done that. And as head of state, he did it deliberately and intentionally as a politician. It's not a mistake. He knew we are going to discuss it that goal, we are going to fault him, but politicians being who they are. That said, but if I can extract a few votes, why not? That's a risk worth taking, and he did.
Does it speak to, Doc, the weight of this election? And as some have said that we are going into it with a lot of uncertainties, but other analysts are saying, no, it's actually a done deal. So you may still see an ANC that is going to retain power, but others are saying, no, it's not just as clear cut.
Look, I don't think it's that clear cut, to be honest with you, Bongiwe. There are lots of variables in this election. One, I think the issue that we just spoke about of the president, that is likely to be challenged in courts. So it's opened up a possibility for litigation, post-elections, which is something that could drag, perhaps even compromise the votes of the African National Congress. So that even deepens the uncertainty about the possibility of a two-thirds majority, just at least for the ruling party. And of course, the other dynamics that we've been speaking about, there are political parties that have risen into the space, the Democratic Alliance and its a multi-party collaboration is likely to bring in different dynamics. So I still think that we just need to look at the numbers and wait and see. I think it will be interesting by this evening what South Africans are saying in their voting.
Doc, I'm going to stay with you before I move to Prof about the MK party. So if then you have this multi-party charter and then we see on the campaign trail they're speaking in different voices. At the same time, then one wonders, was what they agreed upon in Israel when they gathered legally binding or not? What does it mean then after the elections?
Well, unfortunately, it's not a legally binding agreement. As we have seen in coalitions, agreements are just guiding documents. We don't have a legal framework currently to guide these kinds of collaborations, and I think that's a loophole in our system. So they can change commitments, they can change priorities, they can disband. So that's the unfortunate element of it. They could literally negotiate different partners beyond tomorrow. Depending on how the numbers are telling us, and that's the sadness of our collaborations at the moment.
Prof, you're laughing.
Yes, I am laughing because that's the tragedy of Africa when it comes to the politics. The politicians are always about themselves rather than the other, the electorate, the subject, the community and the society. I'm saying this because what the president did reminded me of what ZANU-PF and other governments up north they would do on the eve of the elections. Things that they know they ought not to do, but they do. That's one. The second one, on the agreement. The deputy president, Datema Magashule, if I remember, in the past 6 months, there was talk around and about he was leading this discussion.
Mashatile, you mean,
yes.
not Magashule.
Thank you for the correction.
Oh yes, no. Luckily for him, at least I profiled him. I profiled him inadvertently. But Ndate Paul was leading this process. I don't know why it fizzled, but I can suspect they always felt like, but let's try it later, because it might tie us when we have to come up with permutations that may be beneficial to us.
So on that note then, I'm very interested to hear both your views on this one. So Prof, I'm going to start with you. The MK party, we're seeing a lot is going on internally there as well. And I mean, a lot of the viewers know what has been happening even at leadership level. Do these squabbles, as one would call them, have enough impact on how the electorate sees them when they get to the ballot paper?
I don't think the people who are supporting the MK care about that. I don't think at all. The reason for that is, if they really cared, remember this party gained traction without having a manifesto. It gained traction without even knowing the leadership. That tells you there could be some squabbles here and there, and squabbles that those who are fairly sussed within politics would say was expected. Remember how COPE was infiltrated and destroyed. Same applies to EFF. But it was Julius Malema who said, you are not going to try that with me because I was part of the group that brought down the COPE. We infiltrated and destroyed it. And he fired those who were trying those shenanigans in the first 6 months. The people that he started with, that he literally founded the party with, he had to fire them in the first 6 months. What am I saying? I think there was an attempt to infiltrate MK. And they forgot the veteran in this regard, the chess master, that he was the architect of bringing down Pope and other party and other structures.
You agree, Doc?
I absolutely agree. I mean, just to add that, I think we must remember that Umkhonto we Sizwe is literally just another faction that broke away from the ANC. So people who are supporting the...
Did they really break away though? Sorry to come in there, but did they really break away? If you still have a former president who says he's still an ANC member, so how is it all...
Exactly, exactly, and that's the strategic dilemma, right? Because they see themselves as a salvage of what they call the African National Congress of Cyril Ramaphosa. So which is why they were able to do exactly what Prof is saying, support and galvanize and rise in these numbers without a manifesto, without an agenda, without leadership, because they see themselves as an extension of the African National Congress, something that will save the ANC, which is then your question about whether these squabbles are worrying supporters. These are former ANC members. They are not troubled at all. It's just the factionalism that we've been talking about now demonstrating, expressing itself in the public domain.
So does it mean then, Prof, the issue of factionalism in South African politics, as we've seen with various political parties, has entrenched itself around the political spectrum?
Across the political spectrum, to a large extent it has. And it's not peculiar to South Africa, right? It's just that we are creative when it comes to political concepts. And then we call it what we call it today. If you go back into Zimbabwe, what happened? Forget about ZAPU of old man Joshua Nkomo. But Tekere and them within ZANU-PF, they were killed and eliminated because they were factions and they were not allowed to emerge as possible contenders to the throne.
So what does it mean then, Doc? Very briefly, I'm seeing the IEC officials there getting ready. What does it mean for liberation movements? Can they find their way post-liberation?
I think the trend, particularly on the African continent, is showing us that that is not possible, right? To a certain extent. I think liberation movements tend to demise beyond, the formation of post-liberation moments. And I think we see it everywhere in Zimbabwe, we see it in Zambia, we see it in Mozambique. And I think we are following suit as South Africa. And one thing the former President Jacob Zuma, by the way, said in that interview that he had, which stood with me, was the fact that what we are saying is actually true. He spoke about the fact that those who come from exile know better than people who have not necessarily gone to exile, compromising, of course, the possibilities of anybody else to lead except those who've been in exile.
So I'm going to ask both of you to just hold off for now. Let's listen to what the IEC had to say. As promised, let's check in with the IEC now that briefing is starting.
Developments in our voting stations. We're quite happy that all of us are up and about. I had an opportunity as well to sneak out and go and vote. So we're looking good. We're out in numbers. I'm loving the projection of the CEO. He projected around 70%. I'm hoping that his record is broken tonight. I'm hoping so. 9 o'clock, we're closing our voting stations. Don't forget that when you are still on the queue, our officials are ready to serve until there's no queue in any voting station, and then we'll be proceeding with the work of counting. May I please request any other person around us, people on the cross, can you please lower your voice as we take the big press briefing before we close our voting station? May I also request people who are on political party stands, as well as people who are on radio booths, if we may please lower our voices so that we're able to know where we are. We're definitely on a heavy countdown. CEO, let's brief.
Good afternoon. Oh, good evening. South Africa is in the last 2 hours of voting in the 2024 national and provincial elections. And although we are nearing the end of the voting period, many South African voters are still casting their ballots in certain parts of the country. We are experiencing a late surge and are processing a large number of voters in certain areas, in particular the metropolitan areas in Gauteng, the Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape. In today's earlier briefing, the Commission indicated that it would implement measures to increase the processing of voters in busy areas. We are pleased that our efforts are beginning to yield results, with the length of the queues beginning to reduce. The Commission is also pleased to report that most glitches reported earlier in the day have now been overcome, allowing electoral officials to service voters timeously. Part of the measures that we implemented to deal with the long queues in the metropolitan areas was to call on the counting officers who were due to join later, but we called them earlier to assist with dealing with the queues. The Commission wishes to reiterate that all voters who arrive at the station before 9 will be allowed to vote, even if it takes beyond the closing time to complete the process. So no voter who's at the station will be denied their right to vote. The staff of the Commission will remain at voting stations to ensure that every voter is given their ballot. This provision ensures that every citizen who has made an effort to be at the station is allowed to vote. We urge those who have not voted to use the remaining 2 hours to go and make their mark. Members of the South African Police Service will remain deployed at voting stations as well as through normal patrols to ensure the safety of the voters. The Commission is pleased with the high turnout at many voting stations across the country and wishes to thank voters who have exercised patience in the queues while waiting for an opportunity to vote. Is the police patrols to ensure the safety of voters. Voting has been completed at all correctional facilities across the country. We remain grateful to the Department of Correctional Services for its ongoing assistance in ensuring that inmates exercise their democratic rights. Once the counting processes have been concluded, the Commission will start a process to remove all voting materials, which is ballot boxes, as well as other bulk material, back to the storage facilities. Of course, the process will be handled with utmost care. However, should members of the public spot electoral material that has been used, they are urged not to touch, but to report the matter to the Commission and/or the police. The Department of Home Affairs will remain open until 2100 to assist voters who still want to collect their identity documents. As I indicated, in order to improve the quality of the counting and the completion of the result slips, the Commission has instituted a new category of electoral staff who will support the presiding officer with the counting effort. The recruitment criteria for this staff was slightly different from the rest of the staff, as high levels of numeracy were mandatory. 3 such staff are being appointed for each voting station and each substation where we operate a voting center. And as I indicated, this staff has been called to voting station earlier than anticipated in order to augment the capacity where we are experiencing long queues. The Commission now wishes to share with the public the counting process that will unfold as soon as voting station closes. First and foremost, ballots are counted at the voting station where they are cast. So there is no transportation of cast ballots from one point to the other. Party agents and independent candidates, agents and observers will monitor the entire counting process as well as the results compilation. Sealed ballot boxes will be opened and emptied in front of everybody at the voting station. And each ballot is then unfolded face down and checked for the Electoral Commission's security stamp. Stamped ballots are considered to be valid because you want to protect against a situation where ballots were brought from the exterior without validation by the officials of the Commission. All valid ballot papers are grouped according to their colors, representing the different tiers of the election. The ballots will then be sorted into piles according to votes for each party or candidate. And then they'll be packed into bundles of 100 until a count is confirmed in respect of a party or a candidate. Then result slips are completed by the presiding officer and party agents, as well as party agents for, obviously, party agents representing political parties and agents representing independents will be expected to countersign the result slip to confirm the correctness of the count attributed to their party or to their candidate. The other electoral stakeholders, such as observers, are also allowed to observe the counting process. According to the Electoral Act, the Commission has 7 days within which to announce the results. In the past, we've been able to declare and announce the results well within this period. And even on this occasion, we'll endeavor to achieve the same. We wish to thank the key role players in this election, political parties, independent representatives in the Political Liaison Committee, as well as the ESCOM for keeping the lights on. Wish to thank the media for really taking out the message out there to members of the public. So we continuously engage in the unfolding electoral process and to deal with issues that may still arise from the operations at the 23,000 voting station. The Commission wishes to thank voters who have already responded to the call to vote and appeals to all those remaining to make their way to voting stations before 2100. And for those who are in the queues, we assure them that their turn will come and we will not close the stations before they cast their vote, and thus we call for their patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saima Mabolo, Chief Electoral Officer of the Electoral Commission. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I've got also the online platform monitored by Peladi. We'll also take questions from there. I'm going to go this way. This first block, second, third. 2 hours to go, ne? So we're not camping here. I'm going to start with you, Busi, this side, and then we go that way.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Busi Chimambe from the SABC. I wanted to find out how prevalent were the difficulties experienced with the voter management devices at the different voting stations. What was the impact of some of those difficulties, and how do you intend to mitigate them?
It's Natasha Puri here again from SABC News. I know the IEC has clarified the issue of, overriding the two transactions, but there's a case here. Somebody just sent something saying that they were approved for a Section 24A vote at another voting or province, but when that person went to that voting station, they were told that they should actually go vote in Johannesburg. So can I just have clarity on that? Have there been any problems in regards to the Section 24A vote? Thanks. Right.
Thank you very much. I also just want to ask if the IEC is aware of cases related to Section 24A, farm workers who have not been able to vote because of lack of possibilities to move in between voting stations for reasons that I already stated. We heard about cases in Zanin and grandmothers also in some places that could not migrate to a voting station because of Section 24 misunderstandings and some of the officials not even knowing about Section 24. So there's a lot of issues around Section 24. Just to ask the IEC once more if there's any remedy that is possible for precarious voters of that nature.
Please introduce yourself and the media house. It makes it easier for the panel. Thank you. We come to this block, please. Those who've got microphones, please follow me.
Got the microphone,
I'm avoiding
yes.
a situation whereby we're all raising hands. Others are going to struggle.
I already have the microphone, yes, it's good.
Where are you?
Right in front of you.
Okay. All right, let's proceed.
Sibusisonga Loa from EWN. CEO, I'm sure by now you've done some kind of a preliminary investigation as to why the digital machines or the scanners failed in the manner in which they did. Are you able to tell us what your understanding is that would have caused this? And secondly, we've seen a lot of snaking queues, and that suggests to some people that it could be as a result of a higher voter turnout. But then the cynical view is that it's because of the delays and the technical glitches you have experienced. I know you can't give a definite answer, but are you able to give us an indication in terms of what you are anticipating, given the fact that we're now 2 hours away from closing the stations, in terms of voter turnout, what you anticipate? Thanks.
Okay. May I please request that we, no, don't move that mic, please. Thank you. I want us to start from the front, go that way, so that we just do it rapidly. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Kate. Rebecca Davis, Daily Maverick. Some voters reported their ballots were placed in 3 separate boxes, and others that they went in, all ballots went into 1 box. Does this matter? Secondly, there were reports of some voters' rolls not being in alphabetical order, which seems to have significantly delayed things. Are they supposed to be in alphabetical order? And lastly, at a voting station in Kraaifontein, voters have just been told by the IEC officials that it's not enough to be in the queue at 9 p.m. They have to be on the voting property in order to be eligible to vote from 9 p.m. Can you just clarify that? Thank you.
I'm Itumeleng Mafisa from The Citizen. Firstly, I would like to find out where do we expect, which provinces do we expect to be first in terms of results coming in? When will that be? What time? And perhaps if I could ask, Julius Malema has accused the IEC of deliberate delays and assumptions that elections could take 2 days. Will elections be completed today, or could they go into a second day? Thank you.
No, thank you. Lemkuno from Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. No, earlier on.
Excuse me, please. May I only request journalists, this is a media briefing all the political parties have got a formal meeting with the Chief Electoral Officer, which is part of the program. May I please request anyone who is not a journalist, please do not ask questions, because this is the fora only for journalists. May I respectfully please request that nobody who is not a journalist does not ask a question. I humbly request. Thank you.
Veronica Mahwadi from Newsroom Africa. I just want to know if the IEC is aware in Thokoza that voters were turned away. They were told that they cannot be able to vote at all. This is at the Thokoza fire station, that voting station. And just a quick one, if the IEC believes that it planned adequately for the high voter turnout, obviously as some people have been in those queues for 7 to 8 hours. Thank you.
In the queues for how many hours? You said a number there? All right, okay. May I please end with you, Ne? Then I'm going to take the second batch so that the team can be able to answer properly. Thank you very much.
My name is Norman Masungwini from City Press. The question maybe is related to my colleague. One of the voting stations in Strobens Valley, we hear that people were turned away even though they were registered there because they were told that the ballot box were full so they can go to next voting station. How is the IEC planning to resolve that? And maybe second question is relating to the Home Affairs closing hours at 9 while the voting station is also closing at 9. Maybe the distance, and then how is that going to assist those who are collecting their IDs around 9 and be able to make it on time to the voting station? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May I pause it on that note? Please pause it for me. Let me get the CEO to answer the first batch of questions.
The question about Home Affairs closing at 9, the Commission is unable to speak on behalf of Home Affairs. The issue of how prevalent is the VMD difficulties, it's uneven from municipality to municipality. There's no consistent performance across even a municipality. I think let's not forget that you know, when you use the internet, there are many variables at play that affects the performance of your connectivity. It could be factors related to the infrastructure. It could be factors related to the software. It could also be factors related to bandwidth and traffic. So there's a whole range of possibilities that may affect the performance of technology such as the VMD. What is the mitigation? Look, the VMD is an important part of the voting process, but it is not a legal requirement. So the legal requirement at the voting station remains the voter's roll, and all voting stations were provided with a voter's roll. So as soon as we experienced those difficulties, we advised presiding officers to revert to the use of the voters' roll, which is a legal requirement competent for voting. Section 24A must also be understood in the context of the following background. When we had the 2 registration weekends, one in November and the other in February, indications in that campaign were clear that you vote where you are registered. And the message was, go check your registration details because you will be expected to vote where you are registered. Now, the Commission at this stage is unable to gainsay lawful provisions. The Commission just does not have the capacity to gainsay a legally instituted provision for people to vote in the voting districts in which they are registered. Evidently, we are in for a higher turnout than we had in 2019, which is why it is the single most intention of the Commission at this point to ensure that every vote that is on the queue, every voter rather, who's on the queue is given an opportunity to record their political choice. And we are committed to that. We've made adjustments to the process. We've placed additional resources to ensure that everyone does get an opportunity to cast their vote until whenever it takes. The 3 separate boxes, the inconsistency, yes, we've seen that. It has no bearing. All those ballots are competent and will be counted. No, there are no deliberate delays on the part of the Commission. It is not so. We want to assist everybody who's in the queue and take their ballot. We have no plan for a second day of voting. We've never entertained such a plan. So voting will happen until it concludes and until everybody who's on the queue is given an opportunity to vote. The ballot, people being turned away because the ballot boxes are full, it shouldn't be like that. It's something we can follow up. We have sufficient supplies of ballot boxes. We have sufficient supplies of ballot papers, and no one should be turned purely on the basis that the ballot boxes are full. So if you provide the details of the relevant station, then we can follow up. I think I've addressed all the questions. What about the results? Well, we did indicate in the statement that counting will happen at the station where the ballots were cast. It will happen in front of observers and party agents, and a result slip will be generated and countersigned by party agents as well as observers that may be there. From then on, it will be taken to the local office of the IEC in a temper evident bag. And at the local office of the IEC, where the local party structures will be present, it will first be scanned into the results system to create an image of that result. After creating an image, which will then be available for political parties that are here on those screens once that image is created, because it will be linked via a barcode to a particular voting station. After that, then it will be captured. It's a double-blind capture system. And after capturing, then it will be audited. There is a consortium of audit firms led by Grant Thornton, who are going to be auditing the results. Each auditor has a unique audit code, which they'll input into the system to confirm the correctness of the captured result. Once the captured result has been audited and there are no exceptions related to that result, you'll begin to see the votes reflecting on the leaderboard. When do we expect the first result? It is tough to call given the big turnout that we are dealing with. In elections past, we will get the first result around 1 a.m. On this occasion, it may take slightly longer because firstly, we count in 3 ballots instead of 2, and we count in more ballots in terms of voter turnout. So it's going to be slightly later than normal, than usual rather.
If a question has been asked, please do not repeat it so that we progress. I'm going to start from the middle and then we go to the back. From the middle, then we go to the back.
Can I start asking?
All right.
Thank you. Tsidi Madia from Eyewitness News. Just 2 questions really. Brasai, you made a remark about the 7-day window that you have to declare the elections. Are you attempting to conscientize us to something? That's the first question. Secondly, you speak about in your statement about some of the issues and how speedily you've dealt with them. An hour before you had this media briefing, you met with the political parties. They came out quite dissatisfied still about the responses the IEC has been putting to the challenges, saying that they are worried that the measures are simply not sufficient enough to deal with the crowds, because while you are saying every last person in the queue should be given a chance to vote, there's still a question some were raising about how long it takes to replenish ballots in some instances. It's already late in the night. People are worried about security. So I just wanted you to speak to that, where the parties that the parties that met with you are not happy still. Thank you.
Sorry.
Excuse me, can we please, may I request, I said let's start in the middle, because if you grab the microphone, it becomes a problem. We won't finish. May we start here and then go that way? Thank you very much. Yeah, proceed.
Salino Makwidi from Salam Media. Just two quick questions. We saw a lot of videos on social media that might want to, put into question the legitimacy of the elections. Just how prepared was the IEC when it comes to, mitigating, fake videos that are going viral on social media? And then secondly, considering all of the delays that have been, put forward by, all of the parties present, under which circumstances would the IEC consider extending the day of the elections?
Hi, Vuyo Mvogo, Newsroom Africa. If the problems that come with the internet are acknowledged, as the Chief Electoral Officer just did, the delays, the mishaps, and all those things. Now, given our stage or level of internet penetration, the ability or inability of certain people to use the technology the way they are supposed to, and other associated problems, like we heard of stories of people who have had to leave Gauteng and go to your Limpopos and the Eastern Cape, only to be told when they get there that they cannot be serviced. Don't you think that you are going to disenfranchise a lot of people and thus opening up the outcome for legal challenges. And then my second question goes back to whether, which my colleague earlier asked, whether you feel still that you planned adequately for a high turnout.
Veronica Makhwadi again from Newsroom Africa. I just want to go back to the Thokoza fire station. We're getting reports now that voters have forced their way through the doors. Are you aware of that? Just please, any update in regards to the tensions there? Thank you.
Yes, hello, Celine Clary from AFP. You talk about a higher turnout than 2019. Do we have an estimate number of the turnout up to now?
Thank Stem Blembete with the SABC. We've seen at a lot of campuses in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, at Wits University. I've gotten some messages from the University of Pretoria and from TUT, where students have been in queues for about 8 hours today, and doesn't seem like the queues are moving. Have you gotten any official news about what's happening there and what measures are being put in place for students at the main universities in Gauteng in particular? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mawande. I work for the Sunday World. But I probably to go back to Section 24A issue, but I asked from a different perspective. We've been getting a lot of complaints about civil servants, for instance, like police officers, soldiers, who would have been deployed to different provinces that we have never foreseen that they wouldn't be at their places where they vote at the time of the elections, because these deployments happen as the last minute things. How does, I mean, can you talk to that as it relates to free and fair elections as well as the right to vote of those particular civil servants? And number two, the DCUO earlier on spoke about the result slip that a copy as well is left either at the wall or at the door of the voting station. My question to that is, how long does it stay there for the public? That's what he said, for the public. If they want to satisfy themselves, they can go and observe. For instance, if I want to go where I vote at Northcliffe Primary, and I'm here, let's say I'm living here at 1 o'clock, can I find it still there at the door or at the wall of my voting station? Lastly, as an interesting point, the pattern of the packing order of the ballot papers, what is the formula or methodology that was used? I asked this on the basis of the national, I particularly pick up national Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, where the MK party and the ANC are on the same line. And I ask it because of the politics that are on the ground as it relates to the competition between those two political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I please pause? I'm going to take the last question, a question from you. When I come back, Pelad, you've got questions from the platform? Please proceed.
Thank you. Kokeli Bandla from SABC Radio. I would like to check, how would the IEC respond to registered voters that hold a view that their right to vote was compromised by Section 24A? And secondly, I have a direct message from a registered voter who tells me that they are very disappointed by the IEC because they applied online for a special vote. He received an SMS and was approved, but when he went to his VD, his name did not reflect from the voters roll. This is from Kariga Nelson Mandela Bay. The VD is in Tlemeza School at Anta Street, and the registered voter was not able to vote because his name did not reflect on the voters roll. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me pause on that note. We have covered all the hands here. CO, when we come back, we take online questions, then we'll be closing. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Kate. In terms of the period for the declaration of results, please just give me water. It's fine. So in terms of the period, the 7-day, when I was growing up, if you have this type of thing, they say you probably are not telling the truth. So the 7-day period, look, the Commission is careful not to take long to get to a point where they declare results. It is not the intention of the Commission to take the whole 7 days and have the country in suspense for that period. At a reasonable opportunity, the Commission will announce the outcome of the elections, balancing two imperatives. The one imperative is accuracy, because we've got to be accurate in the recording of the election result on the one hand. The second imperative is speed, because for as long as you don't announce the results, the country is in a politically tenuous situation. The markets react to that and so on. So it is not the intention of the Commission, therefore, to have a prolonged period without declaring the results. So that's what we really wish to indicate on that question. Look, the political parties have an opportunity to engage with the Commission through the Party Liaison Committee. And I think that is the structured mechanism of interface between the Commission and political parties. Really, they should not be lobbying the media to engage the Commission. There's a structured mechanism for parties to be engaging, and I think we should keep it that way. Social media preparedness. No, we've been quite prepared. We've put a lot of resources into managing the social media space, starting with the partnership that we had with the social media platforms themselves and our own internal capacity to monitor social media and then to respond. What is clear, though, is that the quantum of posts outpaced our reaction time. You know, you'll deal with something on Facebook and with something on X, and then it reappears somewhere on WhatsApp, and you only dealt with it on the other two, and so on. And one post, especially if it's of a negative nature, will be reposted several times and so on, despite explanations that are given. So we remain challenged by that phenomenon. What will it take to consider extending voting days? It's a very complicated consideration, because if you extend, what do you do with the ballots that are cast? And there are millions of them at this point. Where do you take them? whilst you wait for the extended day. So you might be unwittingly be introducing dynamics that you are unable to handle. You might be introducing risk in an unintended fashion. Hence, the preference of the Commission is give everybody an opportunity to cast their ballots until voting is completed, whenever that is. No, it is not correct that the VMD disenfranchised people, precisely because where the VMD did not operate optimally, you could always use the physical copy of the voter's roll. It is not as if, for want of good efficiency of the VMD, persons could not vote. People could vote, and people voted using the physical copy of the voter's roll, which is a legislated requirement at the voting station. The estimate of high turnout it's difficult to call until you complete the counting process. Suffice to say, it will probably be well beyond what we had, the 66% we had in 2019. Campuses, yes, we are aware of the difficulties that we experience at campuses. There's a huge turnout there. And, you know, it is not as if people are not being processed. They are being processed, but as much as you deal with a group, an equivalent number, if not more, join the queue. We don't lament that. It's a good problem to have. Hence our commitment to service them all. Even at many of the voting stations in Gauteng, KZN, and Eastern Cape and the Western Cape, as soon as you deal with numbers, a equivalent number, if not more, joins the queue, and they need to be serviced, and we want to service them. How long does the result slip stay? There's not a prescribed period. The idea really is to give people at that voting station a glimpse of what the outcome is at that voting station. Some stay there a week, others within a few hours they're taken off by the landlords and so on. But it's not a prescribed, there's no prescribed period. The sequencing of the screen follows the sequence on the ballot paper. So what you have on the left-hand side of that middle leaderboard is precisely the sequence of the ballot, and what you have on the right is precisely what you have on the ballot paper. I suppose it's a matter of curiosity, but it's not designed. It's purely on the basis of the sequence of the ballot paper. Section 24A, it's a legislated provision which has not been challenged. It was promulgated by Parliament to introduce a control in the voting process. So it's a lawful provision. It's part of our electoral prescripts. And as I indicated yesterday, it's not a gratuitous interference with the freedoms of people. It is important to protect the integrity of the election. Because in 2019, people made claims that using this facility, they voted at one point and also went to go vote elsewhere. And that nearly imperiled the credibility of that election. Our country cannot afford a prospect of that sort. Now, the issue that my sister raises about Thokoza fire station, at the point when we came here, that matter had not come to our attention. It may have arisen since the media briefing started, but our colleagues over the cross there, they look at issues like that and resolve. I've dealt with all the questions. Thank you.
As we wrap up, I'm going to the extreme right. Piladi, can we start with you with online questions, and then we move like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions from our online colleagues. The first one is Nobuhle Similani from BBC. Voters at Waterfall Johannesburg voting stations have said they have been waiting for 7 hours to vote. Do we know what is behind the long waiting times in that area? And then question number 2 is Bongam Tembu from Luxion FM. We are still at the ground at our area of broadcast, Katlehong, Palm Reach and local areas, but we have seen police packing up while the masses are still coming in numbers. This is Ward 101 in Ekurhuleni, and also I haven't seen medical personnel around voting stations. Question number 3, Ndivuo Mulaudzi from Future Stars Media. We've just left the Soshanguve polling station in Jukulane, namely Kondelelani Secondary School. There is a power outage. The whole voting station is in dark, forcing voters to use their phone flashlights to cast their ballots. With questionable security of those votes along voters, the queue is still long. Our observation noted only one police officer present. Despite Jukulane's high crime rates, raising concerns about the inadequate security measures. Additionally, ANC members were seen at the gate in party regalia, singing party chants, which is against election protocol. Given these issues, how can the IEC ensure the security of the ballot boxes and the overall integrity of the elections? Then our last question is Disetso Manuko from Food from Zanzibar.
Peladi, just take your mic a little bit up.
Okay.
Yes, please.
The last one is from Disetso Manuko from Food from Zanzibar. My question relates to other stations getting 3 ballots and having to deposit in 3 boxes while others had an envelope. What is the criteria of different patterns of voting? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I please, I need help. Can I please, Grenville, there's a lot of competition at the back. So can please, people at the cross, we need to finish this business. Can they please take it down? I'll appreciate. Where? Yeah, there's a bit of groupie there. Okay, let me take the last 3 questions that I've pointed out. Yes, starting with, start with the gentleman here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sis Kate. Kaya Koko from Mail and Guardian. I just want clarity regarding the number of ballot boxes per VD. Is it supposed to be 3 or other VDs can have 1? I ask this because there's a voting station in Alex where all the ballot papers are being put in 1 box, not in 3 separate as in other VDs. So is that allowed? If so, why? And then the second and last question would be, with the snaking lines right now, what would the IEC put the, anecdotally speaking, high turnout so far in any election? Is it down to the political parties or a mobilization by the commission itself? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nafisa Dango. I'm supporting Salam Media. We've been having an issue where we've been getting phone calls from Ward 58. We have been at the polling stations there. There's a serious issue. People have been waiting for over hours. There's not enough resources to be able to deal with the voters. And the concern that was coming from the councillor was that many voters are going away and we tend to be losing out on votes. So how are we going to solve this problem? Are we going to add additional resources in order to assist to be able to get that line going?
Okay, I'm taking the last two, then I'll be done. Thank you very much. We have to close. Our officials need assistance on the ground. Last two, please. That and that one, yeah.
Good evening. Francis Luaramachate, Progressive Independent News Agency. Mine is going to be short. There are allegations of a house that is owned by a political party member or leader in Mamelodi and Mafias that has been used as a voting station. Can you confirm if there's such and how true is that? Thank you so much.
Last one, thank you.
Thank you, Abu Mdila from ENCA. Mine was that very question, just on the awareness of the IEC on that, and is that protocol that a government official's house can be used as a voting station? Also, just on one of the voting stations where it closed at 2 o'clock and community members were told that voting there is done, everyone has voted, and the IEC packed up. Is that...
Can you confirm the area, please?
It was raised by one of the political parties we were speaking to. I'll confirm in a moment.
Okay. We need details. Thank you very much, CO. Let's wrap up.
No, we need to finish roll counter. We can't be here in perpetuity. The situation in Waterfall was resolved a little while ago from the reports that we received. So it's now seemed to be operating much quicker than was the case before. You know, as we are here, I saw the Deputy National Police Commissioner who assured us that police can't withdraw from the voting station until the last voter has voted, and they then need to escort the presiding officer and/or area manager back to the local storage sites. So if there are police withdrawing in, as you say, then it's an aberration. It is not the plan. The plan is that police stay at the station until everybody is served and until the counting process is concluded. The power outage in Juki Lane it's a matter that has not come to our attention. It may have just arisen, of course, but all we can indicate that the Commission has in its possession no less than 34,000 lights, because we anticipated that there may be situations such as those, and we should be in a position to provide those lights to all areas in Juku Lane. The envelopes vis-a-vis ballot boxes. Envelopes are used on special voting days. outside the country, as well as special voting days inside the country. On election days such as today, there is no requirement to place cast ballots in envelopes. So you just need to use the ballot. You need to deposit your cast ballots into the ballot boxes. The number of ballot boxes, we do have a voting station layout which depicts the flow of voters in a voting station, in terms of which 3 ballot boxes are recommended. And they're recommended to assist with the sorting of ballots, because if you use 3, they are already sorted, whereas when you use 1, they are all mixed up. So you must first take the national ones, take the regional ones, and take the provincial ones. So using 3 ballot boxes facilitates the sorting in that manner. If a presiding officer has not used 3 ballots, of course, it doesn't mean that those ballots are lawfully cast. It does mean that it will take longer to sort them out. Is turnout a result of the work of the commission or of political parties? I think it's a confluence of 2. The commission has done its job insofar as popularizing these elections and giving voter education, giving education on the 3 ballots, and so on. So the commission has played its role. But political parties have also worked very hard during the campaign period. They worked very hard to mobilize their supporters, to mobilize all South Africans, as it were, for participation, which is why we have this great turnout. The house of a political leader as a voting station. Look, let me give you the applicable framework. About 12 months before an election, there is a process where voting districts as well as voting stations in those voting districts are presented before the Municipal Political Liaison Committee. And each party makes suggestions as to the boundaries of the voting district, as well as the choice of voting station in that voting district. So in that context, political parties should have raised an objection to this scenario, because firstly, you need a centrally based station so that every body from all corners of the boundaries of that voting station has almost an equidistant, is almost equidistant in terms of their travel to the voting station. That's one. It has to be a facility that is free of political connotations, such as a house belonging to a leader of a political party. So one can look at that, but that is the framework that applies. Yes, sir.
Just on the voting stations that close at 2 o'clock, the one is Kwanonzondolelo Ward 2. Kwanonzondolelo Ward 2 in the Western Cape, where community members were told that the residents had voted and they were done. The other is in Saldanha Bay in George Gert Hall, where the voting station was closed and we're told that voting was, well, they were counting after 2 o'clock.
Today or yesterday?
Today.
It's strange, you know. We don't have that information, but we can go look at those details. It sounds, it's a very strange occurrence. Okay. Natasha Piri, what do you want to say?
I just wanted to add, but okay, you've partially covered me. I just wanted to make you aware.
But talk to the mic.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to make you aware of the issue that's happening, what's happening right now in Kwakwa, with some of the power cuts, the same complaints, and now people are said to be using their phones to actually go vote. Some have even turned away. There are also places like, can I just quickly read this? In KZN, Ugu, Umzumbe, Ward 8, all the VDs, they also have the same problem of power outages and load shedding, and this despite the fact that the IEC had promised that there's going to be no load shedding today.
No, the IEC is not a provider of energy. That is ESCOM. What the IEC communicated to you was the assurances that we had received from ESCOM. Whether it is a case of load shedding or some other kind of outage, we're not sure. We'll go look, because obviously we don't want voting and counting to be happening in the dark. Those circumstances are less than ideal. We want everything under the lights, so that there are no allegations of things untoward happening during the cover of darkness. So thank you very much for your audience.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You've got our platforms available. We'll engage on those. Thank you. Ra leboga.
A very good evening and a special welcome to our S3 viewers. My name is Bongi Wazwane. We just heard from the IEC briefing the media a little earlier on and reiterating that as it is under an hour to go before voting stations close, they say that all voters who arrive at the voting stations before 9 o'clock will be allowed to vote, even if it takes beyond the closing time to complete this particular process. But a number of worrying issues there. I mean, you're listening to the fact that there's some power cuts in some of the provinces. You think about an area like Kwakwa, where my colleague Aphumelele Mhlalane is also tracking developments there. There are power outages. These particular problems will then impact the work of the IEC officials in some of those provinces. At the same time, you're then listening to an IEC that's talking about the fact that it experienced a late surge and are processing a large number of voters in certain areas, particularly metropolitan areas such as Gauteng, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape. So, if you then have power cuts in some of these particular areas, how are you then going to be dealing with this upsurge as well? But also the IEC saying that it's now making sure that everything goes by the book in some of these particular voting stations. At the same time, you think about that VMD, that system where your ID gets scanned. It seems to have been problematic in a number of areas as well, although the IEC is saying that this did not prejudice the voters in any way, because there still is that particular manual system where they're scratching off your name. But then it begs the question, why then still use this particular system? What are some of the problems? What is going on there in order to try and understand, should we still be using it or stick with the manual process? But one understands, of course, the move when it comes to technology. At the same time, you think about the counting process that is to then ensue after 9 p.m. when the stations are closing. But then you're listening to some of the reporters who are asking questions there. They talk about some of these stations that are said to have closed around 2 p.m. and then some of the electorate were told that it is now counting time. So how is it counting time then at 2 p.m.? So a number of questions that are being asked. That speak to someone who actually did attend that particular briefing, and that's my colleague Natasha Piri, who's the SABC News political reporter, who is standing by on the floor for us. Natasha, of course, a lot of focus on some of the problems that the IEC is talking about, and hot on the heels is the issue of these power cuts, and a lot of people are wondering what exactly is going on.
Definitely, Bongi, where the issue of power cuts is quite a pertinent one. And we've heard from our reporters and our colleagues, Pumelele in Kwakwa, complaining that she went to go visit a voting station and there were power cuts there. Those who were at the voting station who attempted to vote, some very disgruntled and threatening to leave. Others had actually used their phones as torches to actually vote. But you also get other incidences, messages coming through that in some voting stations in the places like Ugu, there is no electricity, there are power cuts, and people are just left out in the dark. There's also another incident there in Jugu Lane, and of course the IEC CEO, Mr. Simon Mamabolo, said that they've got plus or minus 34,000 lights, and these lights will then be provided to these voting stations. But in places like Jugu Lane, Bongiwe, that is a place where we all know, a place is not safe. Patricia Versace has been actually giving reports from that area, and some people have been complaining about the issues of safety. What then happens then? I asked the question that there was some assurances given by the IEC that there would be no load shedding on the day, and Mr. Mamabolo had actually clarified, saying that these assurances were given to them by ESCOM. So as to what is happening in those voting stations, the IEC still has to come back and actually still has to probably investigate what's happening, get a hold of the various presiding officers, and find a solution before that 9 o'clock deadline where voting stations will probably close.
And Natasha, of course, as we're speaking to our viewers this evening, we are showing them the visuals of what has been taking place in Kwakwa, which is where our colleague Pumelele Mdlalane is stationed. These are visuals coming to you live from Kwakwa, and you can imagine. What does it mean then if they are now having to use their cell phones? They're now having to, try and really make up for this particular process. There's supposed to be a supply of electricity that is uninterrupted. And of course, as you say, Natasha, the IEC is saying that they were given assurances by ESCOM, but then assurances mean nothing, especially when it comes to this particular problem. But another issue, Natasha, is also this issue of the VMD. That particular device as well is again under scrutiny, and now a number of voting stations are reverting to the manual process, which begs the question, are we having problems with that particular device again?
Well, Bonge, you're quite right, and the issue of VMDs also came up. We saw a statement there by the EFF leader, Mr. Julius Malema, saying that he went to a particular voting station there in Limpopo. There was a crisis yet again with the VMD. They then reverted to using, the manual system, but then that is where voters actually get tired, Bonge. But unfortunately, they have to be patient and actually wait in the line. So the EFF had actually released a statement 2 hours before this briefing, actually complaining and raising this concern, and hopefully the political party itself will actually raise this complaint through the PLC, the Political Party Liaison Committee, with the IEC to ensure that these problems don't occur again. But of course the IEC also just requesting somewhat that voters be patient. So if the VMD doesn't work and there's network issues with the voter management device, then unfortunately voters will have to be patient and then resort to the manual device. But I think, Bongi, also another issue that came up a lot, the Section 24A votes, people have been, there's some sort of confusion around it. You've raised, there was a colleague who actually raised a question to say that for those who actually told right now, or this week or last week, after the deadline of the 17th of May, that they actually have to be deployed to another province, what happens to them? Unfortunately, they have, no right to vote. Actually, unfortunately, they cannot vote under the Section 24A vote because they did not apply on the 17th, of May.
Tasha Piri there, thank you so much for that update. That's our SABC News political reporter. All right, so we'll take a short break. When we come back, we have more developments for you on what is taking place on the ground, as well as have analysts who are on standby just to reflect on some of what we've heard.
in the pre-1990s.
Ramaphosa has raised serious concerns over interference in the work of the IEC. The Commission has confirmed that police have arrested 2 suspects for interfering in electoral processes in Mpumalanga. Another case is still under investigation in KwaZulu-Natal, where 2 members of a political party were arrested after they allegedly interfered with the IEC's work. The president says interfering with electoral processes undermines the will of the people and the country's constitution.
The country's first citizen leading the way to cast his ballot. Going back to where he grew up in Chiawelo, Soweto, President Ramaphosa mingled with voters as he also used the opportunity to reflect on what has been happening in the country as the voting progresses. Some incidents of interference in the IEC work were reported.
Well, we are concerned about the incidents that have been reported, incidents where the IEC has raised its concerns, but also one incident where the police even had to intervene by arresting those who were interfering in the work of the IEC. The work of the IEC is sacrosanct. It should never be interfered with, because when you interfere with the work of the IEC, you are really interfering with our democracy. You are trying to subvert the will of the people.
The president also used the opportunity to dismiss accusations that he abused state resources when he addressed the nation on Sunday evening, 2 days before the election. Several parties have complained. These include MK Party and the DA, and the matter has been taken to court.
Political parties have taken issue with the address I delivered. It had 2 components. One component was to talk about the readiness of the elections, and the other component was to close off on the administration. Our administration, the 6th administration, is coming to an end, and we sought to say the people of South Africa, as they go to the elections, to choose whatever party they want.
President Ramaphosa will visit the Results Operations Center in the coming days as the country decides who should govern for the next 5 years. Mzwandile Mbeje, SABC News, Soweto.
At the same time, DA leader John Steenhuisen, who voted at Northwood High School in Durban, says for the first time in 30 years, the ANC may not get the majority support, possibly resulting in a multi-party coalition. Steenhuisen adds that he is impressed by how the IEC has conducted the elections thus far and has faith that the process will remain smooth. The DA leader insists that his party will not enter into coalition with any party that does not share the same values and principles as the Democratic Alliance. And then EFF leader Julius Malema has voted at Mponagele Primary School in Limpopo. All right, and of course, different political leaders there casting their ballots as well. You saw the IFP's Velenkosini Hlabisa earlier on also casting his ballot there in KwaZulu-Natal. Also MK Party leader Jacob Zuma also casting his ballot there in Nkandla and having to be whisked away as people there were, trying to get a glimpse of him, talk to him as well. And at the same time, you then are looking at some of the concerns that the IEC is now going to have to grapple with, as we are now just under an hour away to go before the voting stations close. So how does the IEC begin to have this conversation around some of what we are seeing happening at some of the voting stations, as well, especially around the issues of electricity supply there. So we will continue to bring you more developments on that one, but we stay with developments around voting. IFP President Velenkosi Hlabisa, as we said earlier on, there casting his vote at the Mtegelezi Primary School in Wahlabisa in northern KwaZulu-Natal. The area is part of the Zululand district, where more than 300,000 citizens are registered to vote at over 500 voting stations. Now, the district is an IFP stronghold, and Hlabisa says he's confident that the people will vote for change.
Let us be active participants. Let us go to the voting stations. Whatever dissatisfaction you have, take that dissatisfaction to the ballot box. Use your vote to vote out the government that is not satisfying you. We have presented our manifestos. IFP, amongst many, people of South Africa must make an informed choice. Don't vote with your heart. Apply your mind. Don't go which party you like, even if it did not serve you well.
And as mentioned earlier, MK Party leader Jacob Zuma casting his vote there in Nkandla. He's the first former president of the governing party to lead and publicly declare his support for another party other than the ANC. Now, Zuma cast his ballot at the Mtolwana Primary School in Nkandla. Before leaving in his convoy, he was mobbed at the polling station, with his security pushing people away to allow him to leave. And then, of course, EFF leader there, Julius Malema, voting at Mponegele Primary School in Seshego.
EFF leader, Mr. Julius Malema, alongside his wife, Mrs. Mantwa Malema, have been standing in a long queue at the Mponegele Primary School in order to cast their vote. We do know that this voting station has about over 2,000 voters on its roll who are expected to cast their vote today. We've spoken to authorities inside, and they've told us that everything is moving smoothly. They have formed two queues where they are, in order to be able to prioritize the elderly. They've even created a space in front where they've put in chairs and a tent to ensure that the elderly are seated as they queue, and to ensure that there is a shade around them. But to speak more about this, I'm going to bring in Mr. Julius Malema. Mr. Malema, you've been here since around 12 a.m. and it's now over an hour since you've been here. What has been your impression so far?
Well, it is discouraging and disappointing, because I've been voting here from 2014. I used to come here with my grandmother, and we always had two queues, one for the elderly and one for the relatively young people. My grandmother will queue with us because the process was so quick, and will not even spend more than 15 minutes in the same voting station with the same two queues. There's always been a queue for elderly people, there's always been a queue for the young people. So I called the CEO to explain that there is something horribly happening at the station, and we don't want to interfere because we don't want to be accused of having interfered with the electoral processes. And he said to me, he had told them to stop using the VMDs and use the voters' roll to speed up the process. But it looks like he's not listening. He's continuing the way he has been continuing. The process is running smooth because people are queuing, but it's smooth but slowly. And then once the darkness starts, people are going to be impatient. People are going to start pushing each other, and they're going to accuse the people. We need to perfect it now.
And as we said earlier, DA leader John Steenhuisen voting at Northwood High School in Durban and saying that for the first time in 30 years, the ANC may not get the majority support, possibly resulting in a multi-party coalition. He adds that he's impressed by how the IEC has conducted the election thus far and has faith that the process will remain smooth. The DA leader insisting that his party will not enter into a coalition with any party that does not share the same values as the DA.
Yes, absolutely. I think it went smoothly. Certainly observing the special vote process over the last 2 days, it's also gone smoothly. Of course, there's been a few hiccups here and there, but I'm generally satisfied with the way the IEC have conducted the last 2 days. And if today's and this station is anything to go by, it's going to be a smooth, easy process to make sure that South Africans can cast their vote and make tomorrow a better country.
Are you confident that the DA could win this election?
Well, of course, you don't go into an election for second place, but I'm also mindful of the fact that no party in this election will receive an outright majority. And for the first time in 30 years, there's an opportunity for change in South Africa at a government level. Every other election before this, it has been a foregone conclusion that the ANC was going to win. It was always about just how much. This election, all bets are off. And so we're heading into coalition country after this election. It won't be the same as it's been over the last 30 years. And I think that should excite Democrats all over the country and certainly those who value democracy all over the world.
Having spoken about coalitions, are you only willing to go into coalition with the multi-chartered parties, or are you also willing to work with the ANC or even the MK party?
I've said very clearly that we only go into coalition with parties that share our values, principles and common objectives. There's no use going into coalitions with parties that don't share your same values and principles, because they don't. That leads to instability. So I've assigned agreement with 10 other political parties, and we've been working very hard over the course of the last year to be able to put forward an alternative offer to South Africans. We've synthesized our policy offers, we've put on the table alternatives, and I'm very confident that the multi-party charter will get over 50% plus one. If that's not the case, we will convene as the multi-party charter over the course of the next few days, probably in Johannesburg, have a look at the lie of the land, and then decide what the next step for us to take is. But what I can tell South Africans is that the parties to the Charter will always put the interests of South Africa first, will always put the interests of the people that we serve first, because we are determined to build a better country.
Mr. Steenhuisen, when you look at the lay of the land thus far, what stats have you received of people going into voting stations? How are they voting? Well, how are you looking thus far?
Very good. We're very happy with the differential turnout yesterday and the special votes, and I think it's a good portent of things to come. I think you're going to see a high turnout amongst opposition voters who are excited that for the first time in 30 years there now is a path to victory for the opposition, and I think that's going to drive turnout quite substantially over the course of the day. And we're calling on all South African voters to come out and make your mark, because together we can build a better country, and that tomorrow can be a better country.
At the same time, Freedom Front Plus leader Dr. Pieter Groenewald says while he's optimistic about a positive outcome for his party in these elections, South Africans and political parties should not rule out the possibility of a coalition government. Groenewald says the hotly contested poll may leave no party with an outright majority, and he cast his vote in Stilfontein near Klerksdorp in the northwest.
Well, if I can come to the provincial legislature, before 2019 we only had one representative. After 2019 we got 2 representatives in the legislature, as well as a representative in the National Council of Provinces. We hope that after this election that we will have 3 in the provincial legislature, as well as still 1 representative in the National Council of Provinces. Nationally, of course, we hope that we can double the number of our representatives in the National Assembly. Before 2019, we were only 4. And after 2019, we got 10 members in the National Assembly. So if we can make it 20, I will be very happy. But it all depends on the percentage of the vote outcome that will determine that. It's still in the hands of the electorate.
All right, and that's where we leave it for our S3 viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. See you again tomorrow. If you're watching on the DSTV channel, we'll see you shortly. Good night.
I think it's a collective responsibility, really, from the IEC, from the government, and also from the political parties as well.
Dr. McKinley, earlier on, I was in conversation with Professor Lesiba Tifo, who was also saying, as well as Dr. Ndlovu, who was saying that for them, in fact, Dr. Fikile Vilakazi, they were saying that for them, what was also concerning, especially around voter education, is the amount of time that the IEC would have had, especially after the election was declared in terms of the dates. They were also saying that for them, that also impacted, that maybe had the date been declared sooner, the IEC would have been able to do its work sooner. Do you agree?
I do. I mean, I think that it was quite late in the day, relatively speaking, when the election was declared. And as Sitambile said, that it basically, this was a very complex election in many ways, and the IEC had its work cut out for it. And in overall terms, they've done a decent job. But there are clearly some gaps and there are clearly some failures. And I think information sharing is one of those things. We should now, 30 years on, 7 elections on, we should get this right, I think, in most cases, and particularly the far-flung areas, the rural areas, the places where people don't have access to the social media, don't have access to the usual forms of communication. We need to, and this is, I think, a general problem, not just with voter education, but with political education, generally speaking.
So are we leaving them behind then, Dr. Betty? Are we leaving those people in rural areas behind there?
Yes, we are. And I think that, a concern for me around the way in which this, firstly, this amendment to that Section 24 was passed and was during COVID, is also that there didn't seem to be a lot of discussion about what the impact of it would be on people in far-flung areas, in rural areas, people who are migrant workers. I was listening to the interview that you had earlier, with my colleagues, where, we are a migratory population, particularly because of our economic circumstances and how difficult it is to get employment. And so all of those factors didn't factor into the original debate on this. And so we're now sitting with the consequences of that. And the issue is that the people that should be taking responsibility for this, yes, the IEC, but also the parties that were part of passing this law. Let's remember, the IEC doesn't pass its own laws. Parliament does. Members of Parliament are the ones who discuss, debate, and decide which laws they're going to pass. They are the ones who made this law. And it's now going to be very difficult for the IEC to then say, well, we'll break the law in order to accommodate all of these people who are excluded by a law that was passed by the politicians.
So, Dr. Ndlovu, how do we begin then to strike a balance there? I mean, it is a law, it has been passed, the voter education is also important, the democratic rights of citizens is also important. So how do we begin to speak to one another so that, we get to a point where there's a seamless operation here?
So I think there needs to be an understanding of the complexities of South Africa as a country, its historical past, and in terms of how is it affecting, the everyday functioning of the state. If we go back to the histories of migrant labor in South Africa, had we have thought about that and how we are factoring into that, because for all we care, someone could have, thought they would be home during this voting time, and then there is high unemployment and all of that, and then the job suddenly comes and then someone hops and then they move. I think it's quite also important that we also understand beyond the level of literacies that I've spoken to before, but also in terms of the marginalization of these communities who remain at the margins of the South African society. So there hasn't been a collective effort in bringing the South African society together, so much that when we begin to speak about these changes, we are carrying everyone with.
So two things arise for me from what you're saying, and I'm going to get to the first one then. Dr. Mbete, if then we are, still having this conversation around Section 24, earlier on, I was listening and hearing of a soldier, for example, who was talking about the fact that they were deployed just on the eve, just as Section 24 applications closed. Mm-hmm. Then they did not anticipate the fact that they were going to be in a different province come voting day. What happens then there? Because I don't know, it looks like no provision has been made.
No provision has been made. And the responsibility for making the provision lies with the IEC, remember there was a whole regulations process last year where there was public comment around the regulations and what their impact would be, and where also political parties were allowed to weigh in on the regulations and say whether they were acceptable or not. And this is where we ended up. And I think that this gets, I think, to a much broader issue around the collective governance crisis that we face as a country, where we have a lot of decisions that are made officially by politicians, by administrations, where those people are not held to account for the decisions that they're making. This is a governance failure.
Dr. McKinley, I'm listening to what Dr. Ndlovu had to say. The second part of what arose for me is that 30 years on, if we're still talking about the makeup of South Africa, we still don't understand the complexities of where we are coming from. Does it mean we are now at a place where we are putting these things on the table, we're able to talk frankly about them, or does it symbolize that maybe we dropped the ball somewhere and did not focus on what we should have?
Well, the first thing I wanted to say is, as far as I understand it, there was a special dispensation that was made for people to appeal to the IEC. I think 300,000 people took advantage of that dispensation who could vote in different areas. But again, it was an information sharing problem. Yeah. So there was a measure that was put into place, but it wasn't obviously known well enough. But in terms of your question, I think we are at the stage where we now, in some ways, these elections are watershed in different ways. It's not just about 50 political parties, the ANC possibly losing its majority. I think in our political discourse, we are now less afraid of saying things and criticizing and being open. And 20 years ago, we might not have wanted to say these things because we wanted to the election process was so precious to us. And now it is still very important, but it's important that we improve and we learn, and I think that's the real issue. And let me say this, is that there's another party that, in case of the Limpopo example, that is the farm owners themselves, the employers. The employers themselves have a responsibility to their workers to make sure that they can exercise their democratic rights and to give them the necessary information. And I know from visiting many farms in rural areas that those conditions don't exist in most cases. So there needs to be more communication intergovernmentally, as well as with not only Department of Labor, IEC, Parliament. Everybody needs to come together on this because elections are for everyone. It's not specifically an IEC competency.
Quite an interesting one. I'm going to ask that we pause for a sec. I want to check in with Mahlatsi Paladide, who is tracking developments for us in Polokwane. Mahlatsi, good evening. What's happening where you are?
Yes, good evening, Bongiwe, and to our SABC viewers. We are at the results center here in Polokwane, whereby, there are several political party agents that have been here. Bongiwe, I can tell you that since morning, we have been crisscrossing most parts of Limpopo province, trying to keep an eye on the election as they unfold. And it is fair to say, Bongile, we met quite several challenges that we experienced here in the Limpopo province. There were reported incidents that happened and that transpired as early as during the special votes yesterday. We understand from the IEC here in the province, they told us that there were at least 2 people who are IEC officials that were actually dismissed since yesterday, and this was because of some of the allegations that they've been found contravening some electoral act by doing things that are uncalled for. We spoke to the provincial IEC head here in Limpopo. She actually mentioned that some of those officials, one of the officials that was dismissed was actually trying to help an elderly woman, and the elderly woman requested that she assist her to vote for a particular party, but instead this IEC official went ahead and actually crossed to the wrong party, and as a result of their investigation, they have to dismiss that particular party agent. At the moment, I can tell you, Bongiwe, that there are still queues across the Limpopo. Hence, at the moment, there is no official here. As you can see behind me, this is quite empty. So most of them, Bongiwe, have actually dispatched them to this IEC offices and voting stations so that they can actually assist in trying to help some of those queues so that everyone can vote before they close at 9 o'clock this evening. Bongiwe.
Paladi there in Polokwane for us, this ABC News reporter. You can see on your screens just over 10 minutes left. I hope you are watching us from a voting station, maybe online, mobile, if you haven't voted. So it's important for you to note that you must be in the queue if you are to be assisted just when the voting stations close. So, Dr. Glover, let me come back to you. I'm very disheartened listening to that someone who is supposed to assist an elderly person cast their vote right where this elderly person is asking for is actually doing something wrong. And then I remember as well in KwaZulu-Natal, where we also got to hear about an official, an IC official who was driving around without an escort. These are basic things that some of the officials should be trusted with.
I think, Bongo, this is a problem that we are faced with in South Africa in terms of issues of good governance. What does good governance mean? Simple things as ethics at work, simple things as maintaining the integrity of whatever process that we are tasked with. But also there is a question of accountability as well. So if these are officials who are trusted with this huge process and then they are busy flaunting rules, it's so worrying because I think the IEC has been trying by all means to maintain the integrity of these elections, and hence they've been giving updates and trying, very hard to make them work. But also, it's not something that we're only observing within these elections. It's something that is very prone, even with some other public servants who are supposed to be doing their work every day. So some of the issues that have really, angered many South Africans who are saying I've been voting, but I don't even see the reason why I continue to vote because of these issues that can be seen as mundane, but they have a ripple effect in terms of how South Africans are then taking even this democracy and what it means to go and waste your time in a ballot box to vote.
Let me give you a minute each, Dr. Mbete and Dr. McKinley, because we're out of time. So how do you respond to something like that?
Look, it's a bigger question than this election because it points to a real fundamental lack of professional ethics, of pride, of commitment to your work. And I think that's a bigger problem than just this election.
Yeah, I would say that we need better preparation and we need to have better screening. The IEC employed over 200,000 people for this election. Yeah. So it's a hard ask to make sure that everybody is doing exactly what they want. We've seen this within many other parts of the public service, even including the police themselves. So I think it speaks to a larger challenge, not just these elections. We need a much more professionalized service. We need to give ourselves more time and more training. And I think it's not going to make every single thing go away and all the problems, but it'll make people trust the system. And I think that's the key thing, is trust in the system.
You speak about professionalization. That is in and itself a thesis, yes, all on itself. But let me thank you so much to you all for your time. I mean, it really is, as you say, one of those moments where we can all feel it. We can feel how big of a moment this is. And I suppose in the coming days, then a lot of South Africans are waiting then to see which direction things do go. But thank you so much, and for always being available to make sense of it all. You can see on your screens there, around 7 minutes, always being available to make sense of it all. You can see on your screens there, around 7 minutes left for you to be able to make your way to a voting station. Time is fast running out. I certainly hope you are near a voting station, so you are then you're going to be able to then cast your vote. So do understand that, of course, our colleagues are standing by to bring you the very latest, but at the same time, there is, of course, rolling coverage that we'll be bringing for you here on SABC News, so you do not miss an inch of what is taking place here in this election. So let me thank Dr. Hlengiwe Ndlovu and also Dr. Dale McKinley, as well as Dr. Stembile Mbete, who were all trying to help us make sense of this briefing tonight. And my colleagues are standing by as well to bring you the very latest from us. Good night.
A very good evening to you. We're coming to you live from Johannesburg, right here on Channel 404. I'm Mposa Tole, giving you rolling coverage of the elections. Plenty to expect as we continue to dip into the Results Operational Centre this evening, where we find our colleagues. But for now, your headlines.
I'm here to collect my ID so that I can go and vote. We have been here for a very long time.
As the second day of special voting comes to an end, millions of eligible voters, able-bodied South Africans, are eagerly awaiting their turn to cast their ballots. Right, let's get straight into the leading story. A number of former anti-apartheid stalwarts have come out to vote. They have also praised the Independent Electoral Commission for ensuring that the heavily contested elections take place. Stakes are high as millions of South Africans make their mark across the country.
The prominent leaders who fought against apartheid led by example and came out in numbers to vote. Former President Thabo Mbeki voted at Killarney Country Club in Johannesburg, the very same polling station that was once used by former President Nelson Mandela. Mbeki, who's not in good health, has appealed for political tolerance.
It is very important that all of the political parties in KZN must respect the rules. This is the democratic process, and nobody should create obstacles or intimidate or anything. Let the people in KZN decide whoever they want to decide. I would really appeal to everybody to do that. But the police also, the police service must be very, very vigilant. It must be very vigilant and not allow any lawlessness. There's nobody who's got a right to do anything illegal in order to impose a particular democratic outcome. So the police, I think, really need to play their job. But certainly the political parties. I think anybody in that province who says I am a leader of people, a leader of people looks after people, doesn't go about beating up people, intimidating and so on. So I really do hope that that leadership will play its role.
Anti-apartheid activist Sophie de Bruyn also echoed the sentiments in saying people should abide by the law.
I would appeal to not only KZN, but to all South Africans to respect the Constitution, the electoral Constitution that says that we must be peaceful, there must be fair and free elections. And they as a community or a people should abide by that. We should come to the understanding that we are adults and that we should be responsible towards the Constitution and to all the institutes that are in our country.
In these polls, one of the dominant issues among political parties has been the Palestine question.
Solution must be found. You can't have the Palestinian people displaced since that war 1947-48, who are still refugees today and have no country. So the matter about the future of the Palestinian people is not anything you can walk away from. It has to be resolved, whatever at the cost. And I'm very, very glad about the position our country has taken on this matter. I think we must persist.
Meanwhile, former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, who once served as Executive Director of the United Nations Women, says that this is such a critical moment for the country.
It's always a woman's vote, by the way, because women are always in the majority of the people who vote. So what women choose is what you get. Women must make sure that they vote for a party that cares for women, that supports women. As you know, a few days ago, our president signed into law a law that protects women against gender-based violence, which we together will have to implement. So women must come here so that we vote, and after this day, we go on to implement these important laws.
Electoral observation teams are also on the ground.
Let me use unique opportunity to congratulate South Africans for these 30 years of democratic practice. Unbroken democracy for 30 years. Most other African countries don't enjoy that. After some few years of democratic practice, military will take over. After some years, they will start again. But for 30 years, this country is solidly under a democratic governance, which is a credit to the country. And of course, I was here in the last election, 2019. I'm here again. And I trust the Electoral Commission of South Africa.
Kyle Kumalo, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Now, the IEC has reported a late surge in the number of voters in certain areas, and particularly metropolitan areas in Gauteng, Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. The electoral body has promised to implement measures to increase the processing of voters in busy areas. The IEC has reiterated that all voters who arrive at voting stations before 9 p.m. will be allowed to vote, even if it takes beyond the closing time to complete the process. Now, President Cyril Ramaphosa has raised some serious concerns over interference in the work of the IEC. The Commission has confirmed that police have arrested 2 suspects for interfering in electoral processes in Mpumalanga. Another case is still under investigation in KwaZulu-Natal, where 2 members of a political party were arrested after they allegedly interfered with the IEC's work. The President says interfering with electoral processes undermines the will of the people and the country's constitution.
The country's first citizen leading the way to cast his ballot, going back to where he grew up in Chiawelo, Soweto, President Ramaphosa mingled with voters as he also used the opportunity to reflect on what has been happening in the country as the voting progresses. Some incidents of interference in the IEC work were reported.
Well, we are concerned about the incidents that have been reported, incidents where the IEC has raised its concerns, but also one incident where the police even had to intervene by arresting those who were interfering in the work of the IEC. The work of the IEC is sacrosanct. It should never be interfered with. Because when you interfere with the work of the IEC, you are really interfering with our democracy. You are trying to subvert the will of the people.
The president also used the opportunity to dismiss accusations that he abused state resources when he addressed the nation on Sunday evening, 2 days before the election. Several parties have complained. These include MK Party and the DA, and the matter has been taken to court.
Political parties have taken issue with the address I delivered. It had 2 components. One component was to talk about the readiness of the elections, and the other component was to close off on the administration. The 6th administration is coming to an end, and we sought to say the people of South Africa, as they go to the elections, to choose whatever party they want.
President Ramaphosa will visit the Results Operations Center in the coming days as the country decides who should govern for the next 5 years. Mzwandile Mbeje, SABC News, Soweto.
Now, Deputy President Paul Mashatile has urged South Africans to go out in their numbers and cast their vote in today's elections. He spoke after voting in Kelvin in the north of Johannesburg, accompanied by his wife and other family members. The Deputy President first dropped in at the ANC's makeshift tent, where party agents are keeping a close eye on the voting process.
Done convincing people to vote, now the time for action has come, and Mashatile also did his civic duty. After casting his vote, the Deputy President of the 6th Administration and of the ANC called on South Africans to seize this opportunity and go out in their numbers to vote.
All I want to say is to call on all South Africans to go out and exercise their rights to vote. It's a right that we all fought hard for, South Africans. 30 years of democracy, we still remain a very strong democratic country, and our votes will ensure that we sustain that. So I'm quite happy that in most parts of the country, the elections are proceeding peacefully, and we do hope throughout the day that will be the case.
His predecessor, David Mabuza, also interacted with the media after casting his vote in Mpumalanga.
Well, I'm feeling good. I voted. It's a right that we fought for. So I'm excited. It's a very big achievement for the country, 30 years into our democracy.
Former President Kgalema Motlanthe also did not miss the opportunity to cast his vote. He says his political home, the ANC, stands a big chance of getting a 2/3 majority in these elections. The former president cast his vote at Killarney Country Club in Johannesburg.
I'm very happy and elated that I've cast my vote, which is every citizen's duty and responsibility. And I hope that we will, create political stability, which is a precondition for development, so that we can focus on the real issues here.
Former Deputy President Baleka Mbete also went out to vote at her voting station in Randburg. Mbete is confident that her party will emerge victorious in the 2024 polls.
I am convinced that our people have heard us. We have acknowledged where there were mistakes, there were challenges, there were problems, there were developments where we didn't see the pitfalls coming.
More people are expected to heed the call to cast their votes in these highly contested elections. Ntantla Khatlani, SABC News.
Now, EFF leader Julius Malema and his wife Mantwa voted at Mponegele Primary School in Seshego, Limpopo.
Well, a very good evening if you've just joined us. Thank you very much for tuning into the SABC. Of course, we have been bringing you rolling coverage throughout the day. I am Liesl Wilson. I'll be with you between 9 and 1 a.m. And of course, we are live at the Results Operations Center here at Gallagher Estate in Midrand. It has been an illustrious day, to say the least. Of course, many South Africans going out to exercise the democratic right to vote and make their mark. 27.78 million officially registered according to the IC numbers. So as the data begins to trickle in, we are going to see how many actually turned up and what that ultimately means for the decisions going forward in our country. As we mentioned, this is a contentious landmark watershed moment for South Africa. So we'll be making sense of all these numbers and more on the SABC as the day progresses well into the morning, and of course as the clock ticks on. So on that note, we've been crisscrossing the country with our various reporters. We've also been following major players, both from political parties and independent candidates at large. And you've also been interacting with us and sharing your experiences. There have been some challenges that have been noted, but also many positive success stories. So we'll continue to unpack that and more as the evening progresses. For now, though, I'm going to be joined by SABC News international editor Sophie Mokoena. She, of course, has been following some of the antics of the day. We've seen anti-apartheid stalwarts also making their mark. So we're going to get into this discussion with her at this hour. Very good evening, my Sophie. Thanks for joining us at this hour. It's been a long day for you. I mean, I was up this morning. We saw you making sense of the day as it opened. Ultimately, let's start with what transpired. We saw former presidents, we saw former deputy presidents, observer missions also in the country. Walk us through what you've observed in relation to the former president, Thabo Mbeki, who had casted his vote. What that moment also meant for him 30 years into our democracy.
Well, remember he made an announcement weekend that he was in hospital. Yes. And him going to a polling station, he could have opted for a different way of ensuring that he's able to continue to vote, but he chose to go to the polling station. And he is actually, the polling station he often uses is near his house. but this time around he went to this other polling station. And the fact that he was there, it was a clear demonstration that when you are a leader, you were once a leader, you have to lead at all times. And therefore, when you talk about voting, leaders must show the way. And you can't expect the citizens of the country to go and vote while you are not doing the same. And I think the message there was, let us continue to lead as leaders and demonstrate leadership at all costs. But secondly, to say, South Africans, this is your moment, and continue to cherish this moment, because it is processes such as this ones where you are able to review the road the country has traveled, and you are better placed in terms of giving a verdict.
Given what's at stake for these elections, we saw some of the other stalwarts also coming through. Former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka also making her mark. She also echoed some sentiments. What were your observations on that front in relation to the leadership issue, 30 years into our democracy?
As you would recall, she was the executive director of the UN Women, and during that time, she started a project to assist women who wanted to contest elections, particularly the highest office in the land. And therefore, I think her observation is that this election, or these elections, we didn't see lots and lots of women voices. And also, when you look at the people who are likely to occupy the highest office in the land, we don't have a woman who is a front runner in terms of the political party. As you know that with South Africa, the system is different. You don't vote for the president directly, you vote for the party. You have only 2 women who are leaders of political parties. And therefore, 30 years on, you are still struggling to ensure that women are able to lead in the highest office in the land. And I think for me, when I ask her about issues of women, we know that even us journalists, when we were doing stories during this election, and also when you invited guests, often you'd get male guests. And therefore, it is a challenge. And I think for me, her making that call, particularly to young women on the continent in general, that don't pull back, continue to fight.
No, absolutely. Representation amongst females on the platform, across the media has come to the fore. I wonder, just before we go to some of the other political parties, we've seen anti-apartheid stalwarts coming through. Mam Sophie de Bruyn also, echoing the significance of this for her. As she reflects back to 1956, where she was part of that struggle march, and how far we've come as a country. What do you think stood out for you about the emotional sentiment she'd echoed?
Well, when she spoke about how her family, her father, was in the voters' roll long time ago, but the then system removed all other races in the voters' roll who were on the voters' roll, and talking about the struggle they had to endure, and oppression, harassment, and finally her taking a decision that this is enough, I am going to fight. And she said, now 30 years on, her wish is that South Africans will continue to cherish this moment where during elections they do participate. And when you look at the queues, you can see that many people did go out, and they are willing to ensure that they participate in this democratic process that is unfolding. And therefore, particularly young people, there's a voting station near SABC. That voting station, when you go there during elections, you don't find many people. I was shocked today when I saw number of young people who were there. And You look at Wits University, the queue there, you know, and other institutions of higher learning. You can see that young people did take a decision or perhaps respond to the calls that they cannot sit back and relax and be despondent because of the challenges they are facing. We know that when you talk about unemployment, the young people in this country are affected, not only in this country, on the continent. And the sad thing is that the population of this continent, when you look at the majority, it is young people.
No, absolutely. I actually want to just get into some of the other dynamics that unfolded throughout the day. We've seen SABC with our massive footprint across the country, obviously following major players, political party leaders and independent candidates. The choice of venue for them to obviously go and vote, some in their hometowns, etc. What are you observing on that front? Extended to the international observers as well. They have been praising the IEC, the work that has been done to date. What are the sentiments at this point in terms of its follow-through?
Any party, if you want to perform well, you have to consolidate your base.
Yes.
And I think the leaders who went back home, that's exactly what they were doing to ensure that they are able to consolidate their own strong base. And of course, then knowing that you are there, you are with the people. And we saw them. You look at the leader of the opposition. He was in Durban, the second largest party. He was in Limpopo, the IFP in KwaZulu-Natal, and many others. And I think when we spoke to the former South African president, journalists did ask him about issue of security. As you are aware that there were concerns, but it looks like as we speak there's relative peace, and voting did happen under peaceful environment. Now, when you have a leader of a party and a young person, EFF leader in Limpopo, saying that he has traversed all the corners of the country. He has communicated the party, what it stands for and the message. And if South Africans don't accept the message, he will accept. At a crucial time where everyone in the country is looking at ensuring that there's peace after elections and the country will return to normalcy. These are some of my observations during the day. But on the issue of international observers, we spoke to them as early as Monday. Clearly, they were quite impressed in terms of state of readiness of the Electoral Commission, but also including the broadcaster. As you know that as a national broadcaster, we have to create platform for those who are contesting elections to sell their manifestos and also to talk about what they are going to do if they get into power. And we were also told that it looks like that was done and executed very well. And I think many of them, some of them are from different countries, the Electoral Commission of Russia, of Venezuela, of Uganda. They were very, very surprised in terms of the level of preparations, but also the logistics, the Electoral Commission, including the broadcaster and generally the public.
Well, we're going to have to leave that there. I know that there's plenty more of unpacking to go. Thank you for joining us. You've been here throughout the day. Of course, our coverage continues with you as the days progress. SABC News International Editor Sophie Mokoena joining us here just to unpack some of the dynamics that have unfolded. She spoke about some of the anti-apartheid stalwarts, in fact, that had made cast their ballots. We're also looking at the observer mission, some of the sentiments echoed before, the opinion about the work done by the IEC, and really where to from here as those processes unfold. Just a point of note at this point, voting has now officially closed as of 9 p.m. Of course, where voting has been completed. People who are still in line are obviously going to be process. So we'll continue to bring you all that. We're monitoring activities across the country. As you can see, us as the SABC are not just based at our studios in Auckland Park or even here at the Results Centre. We are crisscrossing across the country, our presenters at the right places, following the major players. And for now, Aphumelele Mtlalane is in fact in the Free State in Qwaqwa to bring us the latest. Aphumelele, good evening rather, time bound there. Perhaps on your end, we've seen some of the issues coming to the fore with relation to electricity, people are having to use their cell phones, candles, etc. I mean, talk to us about the issue, how it's been mitigated against, but also the impact that it's had on voting at this during this day.
Well, just a few moments ago, before the closing of the voting stations, we went to this. They couldn't wait for this day, and they want to bring about the change in parts of the Eastern Free State, where they were mentioning the issue of job opportunities, the issue of service delivery. Some were old. That's what we really saw, that there's been elderly people who were going to the voting stations. I went to Harrismith, where I was talking to the youth there, and we could get the sense that they are not really interested in casting their vote, saying that there's not been change. Some of them saying that they are graduates, some have finished matric, but there hasn't been any job opportunities. Also complaining about the issue of skills, saying that there's not been any of that kind of assistance to upskill them. This is the area that also have an SEZ that remains an elephant during the tenure of the then President Jacob Zuma. It was, of course, officialized as an SEZ, small economic zone, and they were saying now, the Harrismith residents, that they are also connecting to the N3, the N5 as a result. That means now Harrismith is one of the economic hubs of the Free State. Hence now they were saying that since 30 years into democracy, they have not seen the change that they would want to see, and saying their vote would not be important or would not bring any change, would not have any impact. But I must also indicate that here in Qwaqwa, people were very happy, saying that they want to go cast their vote and bring the change that they want to see happening. I must also indicate that there were some of those areas where we saw long snaking queues, like the Qwaqwa UOFS campus, where it was dominated by youth, or rather say the students, being hopeful they casting their vote, saying that it's been a smooth process. And when we were talking to the IEC in terms of the progress or the glitches in the Eastern Free State, they have indicated so far that there hasn't been any glitches. And with my colleagues, as we were crisscrossing, there hasn't been any complaints whatsoever. It's only this now of this power cut that left others unhappy and dissatisfied, as they were indicating to us that the whole day they had to make sure that they do their commitments before they can cast this vote. But now we're saying that they are not happy with the situation that is currently taking place.
All right, Aphumelele, thank you very much for that update. We'll continue to monitor developments from here and too. We'll leave that conversation there for now. We're crisscrossing the country from Qwaqwa in the Free State. Let's take you now live to Nuria Hlakotsa, who is in Khalishiwe in the Kimberley in the Northern Cape. Nuria, good evening. At this point, we obviously have heard about some of the challenges, but also some of the success stories coming through, with voting officially closed at the voting stations where voting is completed. Talk to us what is happening on your end, where you're stationed, what the sentiments have been like with the processes that have been undertaken today by the IC.
Yeah, of course. Good evening. I know it is just after 9 p.m., but I can tell you that some of the voting stations here in Kimberley are still operating. Of course, we are at the results center right now, where IEC officials are just waiting for the stations to close. But IEC is very clear that they will not rush anyone to vote. They will wait until the last person votes for the 2024 provincial and national elections. I must tell you that when we look at some of the voting stations in the province, the IEC was saying that some of them have a high population of people who have registered, and one of those is Newton, which is here in Kimberley, with just over 3,894 people who have registered to vote. And we have Gamagara, a voting station also there in Gamagara of 5,000 people. You must remember that in the Northern Cape, at least 600,000 plus people have registered to vote for the 2024 elections. And of course, the IEC was just saying that, yeah, those bigger stations could have a longer voting period. They could go on for a longer time than the other stations. But I want to bring in right now the Northern Cape head for the IEC, Bonolo Mudisa, just to talk to me. You know, usually in the Northern Cape, when it's voting time, we are usually the first to finish counting. Bonolo, thank you so much for joining us. Are we seeing the same trend this year? Because when we looked at the local government elections, you were the first to finish. 2019 seemingly also. How is it looking for us this year?
Well, the most important thing right now is to ensure that those South Africans that still find themselves in queues at our stations are serviced. That's our first goal, to ensure that we give that opportunity to them. Once we're done, then we'll start with the counting process. If we happen to finish counting before everybody else, it's just a plus for us. But the important thing is that we make sure that when we start counting, we count correctly and we allocate the votes to the parties that people have chosen.
Yeah. And Bonolo, of course, you were saying that there were no major incidents, you know, but I think the issue of VMDs, it did also affect the province, especially in terms of voting. The process itself had to be delayed.
Well, the VMD is just a support tool that we use at our stations. All stations have a hard copy of the voters' roll. It is a document that is very important for the management of all our elections. It is that copy that ensures that we can confirm that somebody has registered at that station. So the glitches we had with some of our VMDs did not really stop the process at stations. It just delayed it a bit. And it was not throughout all voting stations that there were those glitches, but we've been able to continue with the hard copies of the voters' roll in stations.
Yeah. And Bonolo, you were saying that soon, now that some voting stations are closing, obviously when they close, Lisa Lamas just add that when voting stations close, they will now become counting stations. Is that what we call it? And they will start counting every vote that they found, and eventually I will just show you then the numbers will start appearing there where we have the regional ballot. We'll also see the provincial ballot and the national ballot. We do know that parties that are contesting for the provincial legislature, we have 24 of them, right, Bonolo? And for the regional, we have 30 parties. So numbers will start showing as soon as counting starts and as soon as everybody has voted. Bonolo, just lastly, let me add you here one thing that the police were saying, that they are on every voting station, basically. Have you seen any incidents? Are you happy with how police have handled voting day to day?
No, the police over the years have always been our support structure, and this election was no different. We are glad that they were there. They maintained law and order where it was necessary. But generally, it was not necessary for any law and order to be maintained because voters who went to station maintained order themselves. So it was a beautiful day, no incidents, and yeah, we can only hope that we will go forward in the same manner.
Bonolo, thank you so much for your time. We will be talking a lot from today, tomorrow, and the next day until, of course, voting is done here in the Northern Cape. That was Bonolo Modise, the head of the Northern Cape IEC. Of course, Liesel, it's now a waiting game. We will be waiting for those who are still voting to continue and finish their voting, and then voting stations will then start counting as soon as everyone is done. And it's a waiting game more than anything. It's just to see when the numbers will start trickling in. Like I was saying, Bonolo did not want to, hold himself to it, but over the years, Northern Cape has been the one to finish counting first, and then it would be a matter of just consolidating the votes. But this year he's saying, you know what, let's just wait and see. Especially another concern that the IEC was saying is that, the fact that it's going to be 3 ballots this year, it's not business as usual. It might even just add a little bit more time. But Liesel, for now, let me cross back to you in studio.
Thanks, Nuria. We'll continue to monitor those developments as the evening progresses there. Again, the SABC available on various platforms, TV, radio, social media, as well as the apps. That conversation also continues using our various social media platforms. So do keep that conversation going. So the clock is ticking. Voting has closed at some of the polling stations where voting has concluded. We know as of 9 p.m. But those who are in line will continue to be processed. We're monitoring those developments. It's a waiting game, as Nuria also alluded to. We're just looking at some of the challenges as well that has been experienced by the IEC. But again, also balancing it with the positive aspects that have come through and the strength of the institution as well. So we continue with our analysis. We are here at the Results Operations Center in Midrand. We're at the big desk, and we've had plenty of expert panelists, in fact, joining us for extra analysis and bring you the latest to help make sense of that numbers that will be trickling in as soon as the processing gets underway. So we're going to continue with our conversations now. In fact, for more on this, are going to be joined by more analysis. Dr. Imran Bakis is one of our political analysts. He's going to be joining us at this hour to unpack how the day's progressed and really what we're anticipating at this point. Dr. Imran, good evening, and thank you for joining us on the SABC once again.
Thanks for having me.
Right, so we were chatting offline. We're trying to understand the pivotal moment that is before South Africa. I mean, all eyes are on South Africa at this point. It's been dubbed a watershed moment, landmark elections. Talk to us about the voter turnout that we are seeing this time round compared to 2019, compared to 2014. Why so? What's at stake?
Yeah, I think that's an important question, right?
Yeah.
Why more people are turning up to vote now?
Yeah.
So certainly a pivotal election. I think there are some key questions that people are asking. What makes 30 years a really important moment in the life of a democracy? I think 30 years is the mark at which liberation movements tend to get pushed to the periphery. Questions are being asked about, has the ANC lost its liberationist core? And when you have those sorts of questions, and when you hear people in long lines saying today, especially young people, that we're tired, that we want change, I think what they're also saying to us is that, all of this romance of the liberation that we go on about has certainly made them tired, because they remain unemployed, they remain on the margins of society. So that's the one point. But it's also led to what I would call, at the 30-year mark, a critical realignment in our politics. We're seeing what we call the MPC, the multi-party coalition, right? So not only the DA, but also the IFP. Now, who would have thought that you'd put the DA and the IFP in the same basket? The DA, I would contend, is liberal, and the IFP conservatives for so many reasons. And yes, you have the Action SA in between. But it's a political intervention that kind of addresses the crisis that we have at the 30-year mark.
Yes.
And then, of course, you have MK, Makashule's outfit, the EFF, for want of a better description, the former RET forces. So there is that realignment. So South Africa is not one country. Of course, there are many people in the lines today saying, well, we want to see the end of the ANC because we want to change. At the same time, we have many people in the line today who are saying, well, I think the ANC has made huge mistakes corruption, maldistribution, infighting, which is very much what happens to liberation movements, not just in South Africa, but across the world, especially in the global south. But people are saying, has the ANC reached a moment of moral regeneration, if you like? And I'd like to spend a moment, if you'll allow me, to talk about that a bit. So, are we justified in thinking the ANC has let us down? In many ways, I'd say yes, we are, right? Because they have. We've seen unemployment, people cut off from water and electricity, sanitation, etc., etc. But I'd also contend this is a moment of moral regeneration. And for the first time, I think a foreign policy issue of what's happening in Israel and Palestine is impacting many South Africans. On a day that we go to the polls, there's an unrelenting strike in Gaza, or strikes in Gaza. And I think people are really moved by that. And there have been many moments in ANC history where it's had this moral high ground.
Dr. Imran, I want us to continue on that point. Just before we delve further, I just want to park the conversation there. We're crisscrossing across South Africa. I believe that our reporter Mariska Botha, in fact, is at the city centre in Cape Town, just to bring us the latest there. So just before we go to Mariska, Dr. Imran Bacchus, they're in conversation with us. We'll continue that in just a bit. But Mariska, good evening. Talk us through what's happening on your end. We're obviously looking at how some of the voting stations have closed, but really where you are, what have been some of the key issues, some of the sentiments echoed from those who've come out to make their mark, and really where to from here at this point?
Well, we've been seeing something spectacular today. Droves and droves and thousands of people in queues across Cape Town. We even getting reports right now, 30 kilometers from where we are right now, people have been queuing for hours and hours in their thousands. We are at the Civic Centre where they closed the gates exactly at 9 o'clock. It's now 45 minutes later, and there's still people left behind who still have to make their mark. It has been remarkable to see democracy in action today because people really came out. And I must call this gentleman closer. He's so excited. He voted just now. Please join us here, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. You voted just a little while ago. Why was it important for you to stand in this long queue to make your mark?
So I really need to say that it's my first time actually voting.
Wonderful.
I've never voted before because I just didn't see the fit for it. But I think this is a very impeccable time to actually vote. Very exciting. It's very long. The queues are long and whatever. But I think people should actually just come and vote and actually decide where and what we want to decide for the country. What is it going to be? Very excited to see what it's going to be.
Sure. Don't tell us who you voted for. That's your secret. You keep it private. So what was your motivation? Because you said you never voted before.
The motivation was I really actually care about the country at the moment, and I think it affects me. It affects me not only when it comes to my career, but it affects me in terms of what I see just in my environment. Where I live right now, there's a lot of people that are squatters. My family is actually going through a lot of things. I've got a lot of family members that don't actually work and are unemployed. And I just think that we do need some leadership and some drive, or someone that's gonna have just us in mind. Can we have someone that just cares about us? Like, is that too much to ask for? So I'm just looking for people that actually just are gonna really care about us, and that are just going to want to have the country's best interest in heart. That's all we want. Politics are politics. I actually don't want politics. I'm tired of it. I just want people.
Thank you so very, very much. Thank you for waiting and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for doing your civic duty. Well, I mean, what do I say after that? Can we just have someone to care about us? That's what the young gentleman told me now. It's the first time he voted. And this time he was swayed by that very question. Can somebody just care about us? I'm actually getting goosebumps just listening to that. You heard him say he has family that are not employed. People who are living in shacks. There are many, many issues that drive people to voting stations on a day like today. But as you heard him say there now, those are some of the most pertinent issues. And as we were speaking to him, and it doesn't even matter that the rest of the people left, we would have loved to have spoken to them. But what he said there is very, very poignant, that brought this young man here today to queue for hours and hours to make his mark. And that is what we've seen across the Western Cape, and as I'm speaking, several kilometers from here, there's other voting stations where people are still waiting. And the most beautiful thing that we saw is that people were peaceful, they were calm, they were chatting to each other. We even saw people bringing their children with to experience this. We even had a small family with a dog that came to cast their ballot. But it was truly a privilege today to see democracy in action, certainly here in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, on the Cape Flats where we were earlier, and now tonight here at the Civic Centre as the last people made their way inside to cast that all-important ballot.
Mariska, thank you so much for that update. Here's some of the pertinent questions that people are asking as they make their mark, the issues coming to the fore. We're going to leave our chat at this point. Of course, we'll continue to monitor developments as the results begin to trickle in. Mariska Botha there for us at the City Centre in Cape Town. Just speaking to a first-time voter, sharing their sentiments. Do they care? Let me continue with the conversation. Political analyst Dr. Imran Fakis is back. We're in conversation, and you raised a few pertinent points. There was questions about liberation movements on the continent, their ability to govern once they come into government, and whether the decline of sorts is inevitable or predicted. You were also speaking about, just some of the issues that come to the full evolution of parties as well. I wonder if we could focus on whether this time around it's an ideological race, or has it more been about identity politics? Talk us through that spectrum that's come to the fore, and then continue your point of the moral rejuvenation that you'd spoken about. Yeah, this sounds like a thesis. Where do we begin? Balance it for us.
Yeah, there's so many points there, right? So maybe let's pick up on what he said firstly.
Sure.
He asked the question more or less, is there anyone for us? And I think the critical question he really is posing and, pointing to us is that our democracy is in tatters, right? It's ravaged by the cruelty of poverty, it's ravaged by the cruelty of unemployment and inequality. I mean, you just go to Sandton and you look across and you see Alex. That kind of vulgarity of capital that we see in this country. And here this young man is pleading, on the day of the elections, is there anyone for us? So I think quite clearly, the question about whether the ANC has lost its liberationist core is understandable, right? But I also said I think people are still looking to the ANC. And in part I said it's because maybe the ANC is at a point of moral rejuvenation. And it's not just now, it's been through this point several times. I would suggest, if we want to go back in history, 1912 may have been the one point where African nationalism, stood up against the Union in 1910, the coming together of white South Africa, Afrikaner and English. In the 60s, the armed struggle, inspired many people because the ANC was saying, we will take no more and we will fight you back. In 69, Morogoro, in 85, Kabwe. These were pivotal moments in ANC history. And now when we witness a genocide against a people asking for self-determination, and the world by and large stands silent, and the ANC, stands up, or the South African government stands up, I think that marks a point of moral rejuvenation. Does that intervention in Israel and Palestine resonate with all South Africans? No, maybe not. But it certainly does with many progressive South Africans. What the young man was asking about, who is there for us, we just saw the DA release a kind of economic policy document a few days ago, a sort of 52-page document. And in the document, many of the things they say are completely neoliberal. They talk about reducing import tariffs. reducing import tariffs has a huge impact on South African manufacturing sector. We know what happened in the late 90s to the leather and textile industries in the Western Cape, in KZN. You know, poor people who worked in the leather and textile industries were decimated. Many women who worked in clothing factories lost their jobs. What's the significance of that point? It's significant because it's a particular type of economic policy that the DA now still articulates. The DA talks also about capping minimum wage or restricting minimum wage, and it talks about a range of other things that are really market friendly. And whereas the question the young man asks is perhaps better answered by ANC policy that looks at state intervention. So ultimately it's a complex case. There are varying forces. We're not one country. We're several countries, or perhaps two countries if you like. One country of middle-class privileged South Africans who probably want to see the country go in a direction as articulated by the DA. And then we have masses who rely on social grants, who rely on social welfare. 30% of South Africans have some kind of social welfare, child support or old age pensions or whatever it is. And they would maybe think that a party like the ANC in power is more likely to guarantee that than maybe the multi-party coalition. So we in many ways at a crossroads.
Absolutely about being at the crossroads. We're also looking at possibilities and probabilities as well. I was actually reading a book by Oyama Mabandla, Soul of the Nation, speaking about how South Africa's problems at this point might be too big for one party to handle. And so how do we all come together, parties, independent candidates, civil society, business at large, to charter that way forward? And I think that is definitely going to be part of the conversation. But on the issue of the political spectrum, looking at the opposition, the fragmentation of the opposition at large as well, the impact that that would have had on voter choice, as well as, what's on offer. How do you think those dynamics played out for South Africans having to look at those three ballots, that long list continued?
Yeah, well, the long list and the ballot, I think that's an important point, right?
Yes.
We can talk about the IEC later on, but I think, can you imagine a poorly educated woman in the rural area going to these three ballots looking for a picture, and not being able to find the picture? How does she vote? And then we ask questions about why there's still long lines and why are we not complete with the process. And I think the IEC was aware, told by the Electoral Institute and others that the three ballots is going to impact on the voting time. So yes, but I think fundamentally you have the big three, the ANC, the DA and the EFF, but like we know, the MK has been a huge game changer, right? And one doesn't really know what the MK offers in policy terms, but we do know that this has a disenfranchised faction of the ANC that was pushed to the political margins, perhaps largely when Premier Sihle Zikalala was pushed out of power in KZN. And this faction was operating on the fringes, on the political fringes in KZN. The ascendancy of Zuma gives political hope to this ANC faction. So the point is there's a very close relationship between that ANC and the MK. And I don't, and I could be completely wrong, I don't anticipate MK getting as much as 30% in KZN, but I do think there will be a significant force. And I think MK changes the game, particularly in KZN.
Some have said that the MK party has displayed politics 101 in action, just given the disruptive mode that they've entered these elections in. So mixed opinions obviously at this point. Perhaps as we look at South Africa, the state, you spoke about some of the new players, introduction of independent candidates as well. What do you think that's done for this race, perhaps also for choice in democracy, which is what democracy is all about?
Well, the independent candidates, I'm not surprised that we see, hardly any candidates at the national level and very few at the provincial level. I think in large part it's really hard for an independent candidate to make it, especially at the national level. I would think virtually impossible. Yes, of course, someone like Zaki Ahmed that has the kind of brand equity that he has it perhaps more likely that he would stand a better chance than others. But I think the bigger point, Diesel, is the idea of, to what extent was the South African electorate educated about this change? And I would say very little was done. To what extent did the IEC and political parties engage in campaigns to really educate people about what do 3 ballots mean? How does the regional to national work, etc.? And which brings me to another point. I think in many African countries, they've recurriculated. And part of the educational recurriculating has really meant that civic education, voter education has come into their education system. And I think we need to think very seriously about that. We need to be educating young people about not only electoral politics, but I think participatory democracy more broadly. And certainly my concern is that people were left with very little education about the changes to the Electoral Act. And clearly today we've seen lots of problems. Part of it might be, some say, juniorization of the IEC. They could have anticipated longer queues. They could have anticipated that this will have a huge turnout. But I don't think the IEC is incompetent. I think the IEC is the kind of central pivot amongst our Chapter 9 institutions. But when you cut the budget of the IEC by some 350 million, and when the IEC is going to expect even more cuts, and when the electoral changes are only finalized late last year, you have a 3-ballot system, you have a lack of education, you have court cases that some may say were unnecessary coming to the fore. Of course, you would expect the kinds and types of problems we've seen today.
It's going to be interesting to also see the caucusing that's now going to be happening from here on too. And I know that is another ball game on its own as the clock ticks on. Let's park that conversation there for now. Thank you very much for that analysis. The conversation, of course, continues. We're here at the Results Operations Center. Dr. Imran Bacchus joining us, political analyst, joining us at this hour. Really just making sense of some of the possibilities and probabilities. This is voting has concluded at some of the voting stations, and really what we can anticipate from here on too. Perhaps we're actually going to continue with our coverage now. I believe Kamukhelo is in Parys, so it's back to the Free State at this hour, where we're going to be just getting an update. We know that there have been issues cited allegedly about electricity issues, connection issues. Let's get the latest from Kamukhelo at this hour, and whether some of the voting stations have closed. What else has been happening on your end? Kamukhelo, if you can hear me, perhaps you could provide that update.
As soon as we arrived from Sasolburg, and most of the voting stations here have closed. A lot of people did come out to vote as we paid some of the stations a visit this morning. But this particular station where we are right now, which is the Skonkenville Hall voting station, which is in Paris, did have some problems in the morning as well when we were here. We were here around 9 o'clock or just after 9 in the morning. And by then already people had been standing in queues for about 2 hours that some of them were so frustrated, telling us that they had to go to work, some of them, and some of them had other things that they needed to do, but they had been standing in the queue for a very long time. We did try to ask some of the officials here what were some of the challenges that they were facing, and they did say that there were technical glitches with the machines that they were using. But as you can see behind me, there's still a lot of people that are standing in the queue here. But I do have two of the residents who also say that they have been in this particular queue from around 6 this evening, and they have not yet even moved close to voting. But I want to just bring one of them in just to find out how long have you been standing in the queue, and what are some of the frustrations that you are having at this particular time?
Good evening. I've been standing here from 5 o'clock, and when I arrived here there was a power outage for about 45 minutes, and then I had to wait up until now when they closed the gate. So the line has been moving, but it has been moving very slowly. So to be honest, the conditions are not so nice because, as you can see, it is cold. And we really hope that after voting today, the ruling party, the one that will be officially elected, will bring about the changes that we are looking for. I mean, in our community, in the schools, the infrastructure, if the ruling party can really improve the infrastructure. There are a lot of burglaries that are happening around the fencing, the infrastructure as a whole. So we really hope that the conditions will improve after today. So that is why I'm still standing here tonight to cast my vote. Let us hope that South Africa will change after tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. I do want to bring in another resident just to talk to her about some of the issues. You've been here, Mama, for a long time. O fitlhile ka nako mang mo o ka re bolela gore o fitlhile ka nako mang le gore mathata a gago ke eng mo nakong
khotso monna ke fitlhile ka bo 7 and nna ke motho wa high blood ha ke na bophelo bo hantle ke motho wa high blood ke motho wa ramatiki wa bona hona tje mo ke leng teng ha ke na bophelo ke a ikutla gore le motsekelo o teng
so o na le nako e telele o eme mo o tlo ema go fitlhela o vouta kgotsa ka nako engwe o tlo bona gore o tsamaye
ke tlampe ke eme ke vote ba ke setsa bana ba ka kere bokamoso
no ke a leboga mama. Thank you so much. Those were two of the residents here who have been standing in the queue, as you've heard. The other one arrived here around 5 o'clock. And I mean, at this point, there are some people who are standing outside the gate who are saying that they were in the queue, they had to go home and have something to eat. But when they came back here, the gate was closed and they were told that, unfortunately, the polling station has to close at 9. And anyone who was not in the precinct of the polling station will not be allowed to vote. But we will be staying here for some time just to monitor the situation and see what exactly happens, because there still are persisting problems inside there, especially with the machines that the officials are using. With that, it's back to you in studio.
Hello, Sikoi. Thank you very much for that update. We'll continue to monitor developments as the evening continues. We're monitoring the voting stations that, as we've seen across the country, have closed. We're voting has concluded, but obviously those who are still in line, that is being processed. And so the clock is ticking. We're looking at the turnout when we can start to make sense of those numbers, really. Let me, in fact, bring Dr. Imran Bankers back into the conversation just to conclude our conversation with him here at the Results Operations Center in Midrand before we continue our coverage. Dr. Imran, we were also just speaking about the elections having closed at some of the voting stations. And as processing is now occurring, we're really looking at waiting from here. So in view of what's transpired, people have come out, they've made their mark, they've exercised their right to vote. But going forward, I mean, we need to hold the incumbent perhaps responsible for and accountable as well. So how do people remain politically active from here on to?
Well, yeah, Liesl, I think that's another important point, right? Today I heard someone say to me that it's really, really important for people to vote. And if you don't vote, you can't complain. I was struck by that point. One, because I disagreed with it. Right?
Okay.
Because I think that's a huge insult to young people who mobilize in communities around a range of bread and butter issues. There are many young people who'd say to you that, listen, I voted in 99, 2004, etc., 2009, but I remain unemployed. I've lost faith in electoral politics. I have greater faith in going into my community and mobilizing, and I have greater faith in my own activism as opposed to electoral participation. We're not living in the US where electoral participation is seen as a big thing. I'm suddenly politically active. Here we have grassroots activists who do a great deal of mobilization. They might not be at the ballot box, but they are still participating politically. Of course, voting is really important, and the very structural nature of our society cannot be reordered if people don't vote.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, don't just dismiss people who don't vote as though they are apathetic. They might not be, right? They might really be concerned about our politics. Where to from here? Yes, you're right. We need to keep people accountable, and I think that's the point about participatory democracy.
Yes.
We have the architecture for it in South Africa. It's really sophisticated, politically, in policy terms, in constitutional terms, in legislative terms. It's really superb. The extent to which it's meaningful is questionable, but certainly make use of the avenues for participatory democracy.
Dr. Imran Bakis, there's so many more questions and answers at this point, but thank you for your time and for weighing in, making sense of, the scenarios, the possibilities, the probabilities as well. We'll leave that conversation there for now, and we'll see you in just a few hours as the coverage continues here on the SABC. The political analyst, Dr. Imran Bakis, joining us, and really just looking at what has transpired today. We're looking at some of the trends and patterns as well in some of the previous elections, the new players, as well as the political spectrum at large. And where to from here, how we can stay politically active. So on that note, we are going to continue monitoring voting across the country. This, of course, as South Africans are still standing to cast their ballot in the hotly contested 2024 elections. Let's take you now to Limpopo province. Mahlatsi Paladi, in fact, is in Polokwane, bringing us the latest. Mahlatsi, good evening. Walk us through really where you are. I believe you're at the results center in Limpopo. But if you could talk to us about the phenomenon occurring on your end, some of the hits, some of the misses at this point. What's come to the fore?
Yes, good evening, Lizelle. Yes, I can tell you that we are here at the IEC Results Center in Polokwane, and Lizelle, things are still far from over, I can tell you. We did get reports that the queues are still long, people are still queuing to try and cast their vote at this last hour. Voting stations were supposed to close at 9, according to the indication from the IEC, but here in Limpopo province, it seems we are way past that, and as you can see behind me, as I've earlier indicated, that there are no IEC official at all in this IE center. It's because all of them, Lizelle, have been sent to all the voting stations across Limpopo to try and assist some of the officials that might be burdened by these long queues that have been available in Limpopo since morning. And I can tell you, Lizelle, that this has caused a lot of frustration from some of the political parties here in the province. And as a matter of fact, Lizelle, I am joined by the COPE, one of the political party here in the province. Thank you very much for joining us here on SABC. There are still queues, and this has been going on since morning. There also have been technical glitches reported by the IEC in the morning. Surely this must be frustrating from you as opposition parties.
Of course, yes. We just want to thank you for having us. Early in the morning at around 7, there was no chaos, by the way, but at around 9, problems started. There was no work done. Unfortunately enough, we had to engage the IEC related to the manual way of doing things. Then they started doing manually, and then the queues were somehow shortened. But as of now, we asked people, there are still queues, though they might have entered into the yards where voting is taking place, but it will take time because the youth are left to play and even lululate. They do campaigning as if it's the same day like campaigning days. So we usually tell the IEC, SP, PLC members that in actual fact, voting must end up at 5, so that whoever does not come in must be left out. Because they wait throughout the day. From 11 o'clock to 3, nobody comes. But unfortunately, this is what the situation is.
Let's talk about the fact that since now we are way past 9 o'clock, surely this will mean that ballot boxes might be delivered, early in the night. Let's talk about that aspect as well. Are you not, concerned that as they will be delivered early during the night, some of them might potentially be lost in these elections?
That is actually what we have fear of. But we told our party agents to be stiff and strong so that they don't sleep. because they may risk. Results may no longer be as fair as we were anticipating.
Let's talk about your party agents that are still stationed at this polling station. Let's talk about the security around that. Surely you have planned that by 9 o'clock will have been done. Now it's almost midnight. Are you not worried about their security as political parties that have sent them there?
Traveling also is a very serious problem in rural areas. They can't travel. Taxis are no longer there. You can organize a kumbi to ferry people throughout the village. So it's very dangerous, and security is only at the center where they protect ballot papers and boxes. But what about the people at large? So people will be endangered. Whoever wants to do thagari, they will do that. It's very easy. We are very much concerned about that.
Thank you very much. Lizelle, one of the opposition party from COP here in Limpopo, they're raising quite serious concerns regarding the long queues that are still prevalent here in Limpopo province. Lizelle, we also earlier on when we were covering the story, we got an indication that there were several delays of ballot boxes in the University of Limpopo. This is just one of the biggest voting station or area here in Limpopo, because about 9,000 students registered in that particular area. But what we got reports is that IEC officials actually arrived 2 hours later in that particular voting station. And one of the student representatives that we spoke to actually said that they will be calling for the IEC to actually extend their time, because they are saying that if they started 2 hours later, some of the students might not even have time to register. And even at this particular time, Lizelle, I can tell you, we spoke to them and they still indicated that the queues are still long. And this is something that is happening across the province. At the moment, we will be here, Lizelle, most part of the night, and we will be waiting for the IEC provincial manager here in Limpopo just to get an indication as to how they've managed to actually arrest the whole situation, so that we can at least see something, an indication. As you can see here, the numbers are not moving. Maybe it's a clear indication that the ballot boxes might have still not arrived at this moment. But for now, Lizelle, let me get back to you in studio.
Well, Mahlatsi, thank you very much. Of course, it is a waiting game. The numbers are slowly going to be trickling in as some of the voting stations have closed. But thank you very much for that update, Mahlatsi Paladi in Polokwane at the Results Operations Center there, bringing us the latest on that front, some of the hits and misses at this point. So we continue with our coverage here on the SABC. Again, it's a pivotal moment for the country at large. All eyes, of course, watching these elections, one of the most anticipated in a generation, arguably. So we'll continue to bring all this and more here on the SABC as the evening progresses. Let's take a quick ad break. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned. Well, welcome back. We continue with our coverage here on the SABC. Thank you very much for choosing us, your channel of choice, of course, available on TV, radio, social media, and our streaming platforms. Interact with us as well at SABC News. Of course, the conversations continue. The clock is also ticking by. We're edging closer to some of the results officially arriving, and of course, we're going to try and make sense of that data emerging. So at this point, we've also been getting up regular updates from the IEC, the institution entrusted with these elections. We in fact know that the IEC has reported a late surge in the number of voters in certain areas, and particularly metropolitan areas in Gauteng, the Western Cape, and even KwaZulu-Natal. While the electoral body has not promised to implement measures to increase the processing of voters in some of the more busier areas. The IEC has also reiterated that all voters who arrive at voting stations before 9 p.m. will be allowed to vote, even if it takes beyond the closing time to complete that process.
In order to improve the quality of the counting and the completion of the result slips, the Commission has instituted a new category of electoral staff who will support the presiding officer with the counting effort. The recruitment criteria for this staff was slightly different from the rest of the staff, as high levels of numeracy were mandatory. 3 such staff are being appointed for each voting station and each substation where we operate a voting center. And as I indicated, this staff has been called to voting station earlier than anticipated in order to augment the capacity where we are experiencing long queues. The Commission now wishes to share with the public the counting process that will unfold as soon as voting station closes. First and foremost, ballots are counted at the voting station where they are cast. So there is no transportation of cast ballots from one point to the other. Party agents and independent candidates, agents and observers will monitor the entire counting process as well as the results compilation. Sealed ballot boxes will be opened and emptied in front of everybody at the voting station. And each ballot is then unfolded face down and checked for the Electoral Commission's security stamp. Stamped ballots are considered to be valid because you want to protect against a situation where ballots were brought from the exterior without validation by the officials of the Commission. All valid ballot papers are grouped according to their colors, representing the different tiers of the election. The ballots will then be sorted into piles according to votes for each party or candidate. And then they'll be packed into bundles of 100 until a count is confirmed in respect of a party or a candidate. Then result slips are completed by the presiding officer and party agents, as well as party agents for, obviously, party agents representing political parties and agents representing independents will be expected to countersign the result slip to confirm the correctness of the count attributed to their party or to their candidate. The other electoral stakeholders, such as observers, are also allowed to observe the counting process. According to the Electoral Act, the Commission has 7 days within which to announce the results. In the past, we've been able to declare and announce the results well within this period. And even on this occasion, we'll endeavor to achieve the same.
On the back of that, continuing with our crisscrossing around the country, news reporter Nozintombi Mia, in fact, is in Vleurhof in Johannesburg. We believe that there is a concern that side. Nozintombi, good evening. Perhaps we spoke earlier on. You painted the picture for us, what was happening in Soweto, but now you're in Vleurhof. Talk to us about the incident that's occurring. What's the latest coming through as we're speaking?
Yeah, absolutely, Liesel. I mean, you actually can get a sense of the rhythm of how the voting process has gone out throughout the day. I mean, there was high energy, there was high excitement in the morning, but as the day wore on and the queues of people waiting to come and cast their vote got longer and longer, and the time for the closing time for the voting of people to be cast, you got to see a sense of anxiety. You got to see the queues getting longer and longer. I mean, where we are standing right now outside the Vleurhof primary, literally 30 minutes ago, there was a queue that was about 200 meters. And within that time, I'm going to ask my camera colleague, Herbert Mamela, who's been with me from, the crack of dawn this morning, to show you what we're seeing right now, to paint a picture. And, these boxes that you're seeing now, Liesel, these are innocuous seeming boxes. But the reality here is that these are ballot boxes. And you can see it's literally 1, 2, 3. So it's 3 different ballot boxes. On top of it, it shows the province, it says Gauteng, it says municipality, JHB, City of Johannesburg, and it shows the voting district, Mott's Hall. And that really is the bone of contention here, because where we are here at the Vleurhof, it seems as though that these 3 ballot boxes were not actually meant to be delivered to this voting district or to this voting station here. And we have different members of different political parties, specifically the EFF, quite upset about the fact that these 3 ballot boxes were delivered to the Vleurhof primary school here without a police escort. And it seemed as though, from the information that we're getting on the ground, that these 3 boxes were just delivered by a random person without an escort, without proper information, without proper documentation. And the SAPS that here stopped
All right, let's see if we can re-establish that connection. Some concerns coming through. It's going to be interesting to see how the IEC responds to that. Nozintombi Mia in Vleurhof at the Vleurhof Primary School saying that there are alleged boxes that are ballot boxes, in fact, that have been delivered without a police escort. So it's one of the incidences that have been flagged, and we'll continue to monitor as that day progresses. In fact, let's continue with our coverage now. Our reporters Ulrich Hendricks is in fact in Springbok, bringing us the latest on that in from the Northern Cape. Ulrich, good evening. You obviously have been out and about bright and early. You've been, just bring us the latest as the day progresses. So as we now seeing some of the polling stations closing and the, ballot, the numbers slowly being, the ballot boxes slowly being counted. What's happening on your end as we speak? Any hits and misses in the areas that you found yourself in?
Hi, good evening, Liesel. Well, we at Bersig in Springbok. Voting station closed at 9 o'clock, and they're currently inside basically counting. So what we were told is that 3 officials will be in charge of that counting process, and then it will be audited, and then it will be, of course, posted and declared. We expect that to happen after 2 o'clock this morning, so between 2 and 5 tomorrow morning. But what we also saw was that you see that late push as people were during the day either enjoying the holiday, but also other people working. This is a largely rural area. People had to travel to come to their voting stations. And at this particular station, at 7 o'clock this evening, when we last spoke to IEC officials here, it was just shy of half of the registered voters who were registered here, who came to
Durban City Hall in KwaZulu-Natal now. We are going to be crossing to her a little later to find out, what really can we expect. The atmosphere that side. We know that KZN as a province has obviously come to the fore as one of the key provinces to monitor, including the Western Cape as well as Gauteng, the economic hub of the country, the continent at large, and of course the Northern Cape as well as the Free State also playing a pivotal role there. So again, as we wait and weigh up the possibilities and probabilities, we will continue to bring the latest here on the SABC as it unfolds. In fact, staying with our coverage, back to our earlier story, a number of former anti-apartheid stalwarts have they came out to vote. They also praised the Independent Electoral Commission for ensuring that the heavily contested elections do take place. Stakes are high as millions of South Africans make their mark across the country. Take a look at this.
The prominent leaders who fought against apartheid led by example and came out in numbers to vote. Former President Thabo Mbeki voted at Killarney Country Club in Johannesburg, the very same polling station that was once used by former President Nelson Mandela. Mbeki, who's not in good health, has appealed for political tolerance.
It is very important that all of the political parties in KZN must respect the rules. This is the democratic process, and nobody should create obstacles or intimidate or anything. Let the people in KZN decide whoever they want to decide. I would really appeal to everybody to do that. But the police also, the police service must be very, very vigilant. It must be very vigilant and not allow any lawlessness. There's nobody who's got a right to do anything illegal in order to impose a particular democratic outcome. So the police, I think, really need to play their job. But certainly the political parties. I think anybody in that province who says I am a leader of people, a leader of people looks after people, doesn't go about beating up people, intimidating and so on. So I really do hope that that leadership will play its role.
Anti-apartheid activist Sophie de Bruyn also echoed the sentiments in saying people should abide by the law.
I would appeal to not only KZN but to all South Africans to respect the constitution, the electoral constitution that says that we must be peaceful, there must be fair and free elections. And they as a community or a people should abide by that. We should come to the understanding that we are adults and that we should be responsible towards the Constitution and to all the institutes that are in our country.
In these polls, one of the dominant issues among political parties has been the Palestine question.
Solution must be found. You can't have the Palestinian people displaced since that war 1947-48, who are still refugees today and have no country. So the matter about the future of the Palestinian people is not anything you can walk away from. It has to be resolved, whatever at the cost. And I'm very, very glad about the position our country has taken on this matter. I think we must persist.
Meanwhile, former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, who once served as Executive Director of the United Nations Women, says that this is such a critical moment for the country.
It's always a woman's vote, by the way, because women are always in the majority of the people who vote. So what women choose is what you get. Women must make sure that they vote for a party that cares for women, that supports women. As you know, a few days ago, our president signed into law a law that protects women against gender-based violence, which we together will have to implement. So women must come here so that we vote, and after this day, we go on to implement these important laws.
Electoral observation teams are also on the ground.
Let me use unique opportunity to congratulate South Africans for these 30 years of democratic practice. Unbroken democracy for 30 years. Most other African countries don't enjoy that. After some few years of democratic practice, military will take over After some years, they will start again. But for 30 years, this country is solidly under a democratic governance, which is a credit to the country. And of course, I was here in the last election, 2019. I'm here again. And I trust the Electoral Commission of South Africa.
Kyle Kumalo, SABC News, Johannesburg.
All right, let's continue with our rolling coverage here on the SABC. We have been crisscrossing the country. Ayanda Mhlongo is in Durban City Hall in KwaZulu-Natal. We're going to be getting the latest. And Balenhle Mtetwa is in Katlehong, also standing by for us. Let's start with Ayanda at this point. Ayanda, good evening. KZN really coming to the fore, playing a prominent role in some of the analysis. And so all eyes have been on that province amongst some of the other key provinces. Talk to us about what has transpired and, what some of the key incidences that have occurred at this point. Anything that the IEC has acknowledged and flagged that adds to the development happening on your end?
Liz, very good evening to you and good evening to our viewers at home. Well, I'm just looking at the time now, Liz. It's 10:30 at night. We're now over 1 hour and a half after voting stations were supposed to be closed, but there are still scores and scores of people that are queuing outside the Durban City Hall, which of course is in the heart of the Durban CBD. I tell you, Liz, that in the years that we've covered the elections, number of elections in the past, we have never seen the numbers that have come out here today. And these people, some here have been here, we understand, for about 6 up to 8 hours waiting to get into the voting stations. Of course, this is not the only voting station here, particularly in the eThekwini Metro, where we understand that there are scores of people that are still waiting outside to be processed inside, and for them, of course, to be able to cast their ballots. We're told that a number of other areas, people have been patiently waiting outside the voting stations. Of course, Liz, there has been a number of challenges from the start. Many of the voting stations in KwaZulu-Natal opening very late this morning. Other issues that were reported by the IEC, of course, was the late delivery of materials. And then the other major challenge that they had was the VMD, a system that was not working, meaning that people then had to, or IEC or staff had to use the manual voting system, which of course has slowed down the process. But just seeing some of the people that are still queued here, they're very, very patient. We've got a mixture of young and old who are here. And what has happened in this particular station is we understand that after 9, police then had to then get to the end of the queue so that people would then not slide into the queue. Of course, as the IEC has said, that if people were in the queue at 9 o'clock, at the time when the voting stations closed, those people would be processed and would be allowed to vote. So seemingly certain people were trying to sneak into the queues, and thus IEC officials at this particular station have subsequently then called on more police officers to come and assist. And as you see here, Elise, if you know the Durban City Hall and the precinct just outside the Durban City Hall, one would know that it's quite a kilometer, if not more. And these are all the numbers of people that are still waiting outside. We're also getting reports, as I was saying, in KwaMashu, in Umlazi, and some of the other parts of the province. There's also in certain areas safety concerns, of course. At least here in the Durban CBD, it is well lit. There is also a high number of police officers that are in and around the CBD. We are seeing police officers, Metro Police, South African Police Services that are patrolling. But in some areas, we understand that police seem to be a bit stretched, and there is some concerns around the safety of voters. We've got women who are standing in these queues, so there is that concern that these women now have to make their way home in sort of areas and outlying areas, many of them having to walk to their homes. And so there is safety concerns that we are getting from members of the public. I'm going to try to speak to some of the people that are here in the queue just to find out how long they have been here. All right, we're seeming to running out of time, but we will continue to be here just to see what is happening outside the Durban City Hall. But for now, let's go to my colleague Mbali, who is in Katlehong, to see what's happening on her side. Mbali?
Well, Ayanda, what is happening over here is a bit of a commotion here. What you see is a gate in front of me where the police, rather your Metro Police, EMPD, have now come inside. They have been controlling the flow of people walking inside of this voting station. One of them actually came out from inside, very frustrated with the process. The queues outside are still fairly long, but this gentleman here went inside and came back outside. Buti, yini ekwenza ukuthi uphume lapha ngaphakathi uze la ngaphandle ugcina ungasavotanga ukhethe ukuthi ungabusavota ngesimanga sokuthi mhlambe indlela ekusetshenzwa ngayo ngaphakathi ayiculisi buti?
Yabona ngoba ngilanga nje la ngiyafika manje mina ngifikile ngo-10 ulayini ubumningi kakhulu lana ngafika manje ngathi mfowethu ngicela
The gate has just been pushed. Now, as you can see, I'm stepping away. The gate has just been pushed off. It just fell to the ground. People had been forcing their way in. And right now, as you can see, EMPD officials are trying to put it back on the track. And these are the frustrations here that are taking place over here, where people feel that they cannot continue waiting after being here for hours trying to vote, and many of whom the line is long. Many people have turned their backs and left, but the line is even longer inside, and we've been prevented the opportunity to go inside and see what is happening inside. But as you can see, the line is also snaking on the inside, and what you see right now are EMPD officers closing the gate on us and only allowing EMPD officials or vehicles to come in and out of the building. I will continue speaking to people here. Ukhethe ukuthi ungabusavota yini le engakuculisi bhuti?
Sisi lana ngiyafika ngiyangena ngaphakathi uleni ujeka so amaphoyisa nawe manje wona manje awusigate ngene imoto usigate angisazi and viva I'm going viva
buti cha buti akuyona indawo yokuthi sikhulume ngo-MK. Bengifuna ukuthi ukhulume ngokuthi wena yini ekwenza ukuthi ungabusaphuma ungabusavota uphume uthe wena uyasebenza buti, and isimanga salokho ukuthi ulona yindaba buti yini oyibone ngaphakathi engakujabulisanga ukuthi ufike la ngobani isikhathi? No, akulungile, sizodlulela komunye futhi ngoba sisi wena yindaba sisi usizwa kanjani ngesimo esenzeka la ekhaya?
Yabona into eyenzekala ekhaya, abantu baningi ngalendlela bayinikelile baphuma bafuna ukulwela inkululeko, baphuma ngomningi babo. Ngeke ngabuye ekseni ngithi ngizovota ngaficula yini umningi ngitshena ukuthi ngizobuya nini kuntambama ngoba ngiphinda ngibuya namanje lokhu kunjalo. Hayi abantu bayinikelile ngokuvota bayifuna inkululeko ngiyama lapho sisi.
So what she's in fact saying is that people came in their numbers to vote, but unfortunately it seems as though they were not given the opportunity because the lines were too long, and it seems as though the process to cast their votes is taking longer than is required. Ma'am, you are here. How many hours have you been waiting? Ulinde amahora mangaki sis?
Ngifike lana ngavothu ngaphinde ngahamba nje ngibuyile futhi manje na ulani bomude kakhulu.
Njengamanje ke usazophinda uvote noma usekuphelile nje sisi?
I-vote is ilungelo lami, kumele ngivote. Ukuvota ngizovota. Yebo.
Noma kanjani nje uyavota wena?
Ngizovota.
So njengoba sekuvaliwe igate sisi, asikhaphe sizame ukubona ukuthi bazokufaka yini ngaphakathi. Woza sisondele sisi wami ukuthi basibone ukuthi. So what's going to happen right now? She's saying that she is going to try, she's still going to vote and she wants to vote and she's determined that she will vote. Sisi Buti, this lady here would like to vote. Are you going to be able to allow her inside? She would like to vote. So this is the situation. Okay, they've allowed her inside. We're going to try to get inside to see what is happening inside, and to see how long the queues are. As you can see, it is fairly dark inside here. There are no lights, and the lights that they're actually relying on are car lights. It's dark, and right now I'm just going to step out of the shot. These are the queues that continue inside. Long queues continue even out here. The gentleman was telling us earlier, said that he was frustrated. He came out of this voting station frustrated, saying that he has to be at work in the morning, and if he's not at work in the morning, he will get fired. And therefore, there is no need for him to cast his vote today if it means that he is not going to be able to go to work in the morning. But this is the situation. Long queues continuing, and this is in part due to that manual system of checking the voters' roll, and which has delayed many voting stations. In Soweto, I was there was commotion in Soweto at a primary school in Protea Glen. That is a voting station there. The same thing happened there. Commotion. Police had to be brought into the voting station in order to do that, and this happened at around 7 to 7:30, where people had a commotion and they were concerned by the fact that they could not cast their ballots, and the waiting period, they waited for at least some waited for 2 hours, some waited for 1 hour and 45 minutes, but the waiting period is quite long, and it is obviously unbearable for voters who are trying to cast their ballots. One gentleman was removed from the Soweto voting station because he arrived late. The gates were closed at 9. This continues to be the situation. More people are gathering outside. As you can see, I'm just going to move around, and my colleague is also going to just try and show you what is happening over here. The gate is widely open. There's a conversation here with one of the IEC representatives over here coming inside here. There are many challenges here at this voting district. EMPD officials over here, people outside frustrated and angry over the situation that is unfolding at the moment. Really, this is the situation, and as we come closer, this is a conversation. They are requesting to come in and vote. The gentleman has just been allowed inside. He's walked in.
My ID and also to vote.
No problem. There we go. So these are the people here. Okay. Tomorrow. You need to vote. No problem. But right now, I'm going to hand back over to my colleague Lulama, who is in Cape Town. It's over to you, Lulama.
Thank you, everybody, and welcome to Cape Town. We are at the Western Cape Results Operation Center, where some of the party agents are eagerly waiting. Unfortunately, here there's no TV screens where they can monitor what is happening on news. Many of them are on their cell phones. They are following the events on the social networks about what is happening. That there are voting stations that have still not closed. Some of them, there's still long queues outside. Voters waiting eagerly to cast their votes because today is the day for them. Talking about the Western Cape is the only province that is not controlled by the governing party. The ANC is controlled by the DA. We go into this election having smaller parties emerging, where some of them there's speculation or prediction by some political parties that the emergence of these small parties are a threat to the DA's control of the Western Cape. Some of the parties that are here. Let me just talk to some of the agents who are waiting even for the results. The scoreboard now for all the national as well as the provincial ballot is 0-0 as they are waiting for the results to come. I am next to Arise South Africa, actually waiting for the results to come.
Definitely, we are itching for action. We think that the results of the RSA
The Arise South Africa saying that they are thinking that the first results might come in at around 11. We know in most elections, the first results that usually come out are from Robben Island. Robben Island is a small community, and the significance of the Robben Island is that it is where some of South Africa's former political freedom fighters were jailed there, spending so many years in the prison. If I can talk about one of the famous prison freedom fighters is the first democratic president, Nelson Mandela, who spent 18 years of his 27 years in jail at Robben Island.
All right, we do apologize for that technical issue there. Lulama Mike, yeah, of course, in Cape Town, the Western Cape Results Operations Centre. If we can re-establish that connection, we'll continue to get the latest from her. Again, just as the numbers trickling in, we did hear that Robben Island is set to be one of the first where the results will be released. Obviously significant for South Africa, given that many of the stalwarts have been imprisoned there. Again, back to Ayanda Mhlongo was at the Durban City Hall, as well as Balenhle Mthethwa was in Katlehong. We're looking at some of the commotions occurring at some of the various polling stations in the different provinces. The standoff, we're looking at the role of security and safety at this point. We're looking at electricity issues, a lack of light that's really cool, making things rather difficult, especially in the dark. We've been bringing you coverage here well before sunrise. We continue to bring you coverage well after sunset. Obviously, some of the voting polling stations have closed officially. Voting processes have concluded, but you can see that around the country there's been a late surge of voters showing up just before that 9 p.m. mark, which obviously delays some of the processes. But the IC has assured that all those that have officially and legitimately made their way into the line before 9 p.m. will be counted and will be a part of that official process. So as we continue to monitor those developments and more, we're going to take a quick ad break and continue on the other side with more news and updates. Stay tuned. Midrand. We are bringing you the latest as we make sense of the numbers and the data that is said to be emerging any moment from now. Of course, we know that some of the polling stations have closed, and some of the polling stations where they've seen a late surge, of course, will continue to process that, and we'll continue to bring you all of that here on the SABC as the evening unfolds well into the next day. In fact, until for the rest of the week, the IEC officially announcing they have 7 days to announce those results. We're looking at a tentative date of the 2nd of June at this point. But as we continue with our rolling coverage here on the SABC. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Liesl Wilson. President Cyril Ramaphosa, in fact, has also raised serious concerns over interference in the work of the IEC, where the Commission has confirmed that police have arrested 2 suspects for interfering in electoral processes in Mpumalanga province. Yet another case is still under investigation in KwaZulu-Natal, where 2 members of a political party were arrested after they allegedly interfered with the IEC's work. The president says interfering with electoral processes undermines the will of the people and the country's constitution.
Country's first citizen leading the way to cast his ballot. Going back to where he grew up in Chiawelo, Soweto, President Ramaphosa mingled with voters as he also used the opportunity to reflect on what has been happening in the country as the voting progresses. Some incidents of interference in the IEC work were reported.
Well, we are concerned about the incidents that have been reported, incidents where the IEC has raised its concerns, but also one incident where the police even had to intervene by arresting those who were interfering in the work of the IEC. The work of the IEC is sacrosanct. It should never be interfered with, because when you interfere with the work of the IEC, you are really interfering with our democracy. You are trying to subvert the will of the people.
The president also used the opportunity to dismiss accusations that he abused state resources when he addressed the nation on Sunday evening, 2 days before the election. Several parties have complained. These include MK Party and the DA, and the matter has been taken to court.
Political parties have taken issue with the address I delivered. It had 2 components. One component was to talk about the readiness of the elections, and the other component was to close off on the administration. Our administration, the 6th administration, is coming to an end, and we sought to say the people of South Africa, as they go to the elections, to choose whatever party they want.
President Ramaphosa will visit the Results Operations Center in the coming days as the country decides who should govern for the next 5 years. Mzwandile Mbeje, SABC News, Soweto.
Let's in fact continue our crisscrossing. Let's go back to one of our earlier stories. News reporter Nozintombi Mia is in Vleurhof in Roodepoort, Johannesburg. Nozintombi, early on we were speaking to you and there was some commotion, some questions about ballot boxes that had appeared without a police escort. Talk us through what's the IEC's response been since it's been flagged, but also what's happening on your end as we're speaking.
Yeah, absolutely, Liesl. You know what we've had to do? Logistically, we've had to move from where we were. We literally were at the Vleurhof primary school. But because the network was so poor in that area, it literally caused a connection in the break. But before we actually cut, what had happened was that there were 3 ballot boxes that were delivered by an unmarked car, and nobody knows what happened and who delivered those 3 ballot boxes. So what happens is that when ballot boxes are delivered to a voting district or to a voting station, they need to have a police escort. And those 3 ballot boxes did not have a police escort. So the observers that were there, as well as the different party representatives that were there, had flagged it and asked the police that were at that particular voting station to stop their entrance. And now the big issue, or what the implication is now, with 3 ballot boxes that represent not only the national, provincial and regional ballot boxes, it now raises the issue of potential fraud, potential ballot tampering, potential vote rigging. So now those 3 boxes that you'd seen had now been left there, and they'd been left there since about 7:30 when it was discovered. And when I spoke to the manager at that voting station, she'd said that they were waiting for police to come and do a mini investigation and to collect those ballot boxes to then be disposed or to be sent to a different place. So now there's two possibilities of what it was that had happened. A, it really was a case of potential fraud or some sort of disruption happening, or either, from what we were told by the person who's managing that voting station, that they requested more ballots, and the ballots came after the time when they needed it. And unfortunately, those ballots had come without a proper escort. So it does seem to be a little bit dicey, and IEC needs to do a proper, thorough investigation to find out why 3 ballot boxes that contained almost over 1,000 ballots in there were delivered to that place unmarked, without an escort, and they have been literally parked outside that school, the Vleerhof primary school, from about 7:30. And we know that Vleerhof is one of the areas, Roodepoort is one of the areas in and around Gauteng and several parts of the country that have dealt with huge numbers of voters coming in towards the afternoon, towards the later afternoon, and we're seeing queues and queues and queues. Now, I'm going to try and ask my camera colleague, Herbert Mamela, to try and do a pan again. We do apologize if there is a break in interruption. Network is a problem. It is continuous a problem. But I do want Herbert to do a pan for you, Liesel, and show you what we're seeing now. I mean, at the time now, the time that we have right now, Liesel, I just want to get a clear idea of what the time is. The time right now is literally 11 o'clock, and you're literally starting to see the queue of people moving very slowly. You literally can see on the faces of the people the frustration. It is such an important day. We know that the voting stations had closed at 9 o'clock, but people here are still trying to make sure that their vote has been counted. I'm just going to try and quickly speak to some of the people here. Hi, how are you, sir?
I'm good, and now you?
What time did you get here?
7 o'clock.
How long have you been waiting? 11 o'clock?
7 o'clock afternoon.
And why did you get here at 7?
I was at work. Then I went home, then I came back to vote. I thought the line was going to be short, but then I came here, it was a disaster.
So you've been waiting for 4 hours?
For 4 hours I've been here.
And what did they say? Did they say that they're going to let you vote, or what?
They have to. They have to, because I won't go back. So I'm here to cast my vote.
Has anybody explained what the process?
No one.
Nobody. If you don't get a chance to vote, what is the next step then?
I don't know. We'll wait and see.
You said you came from work. It is absolutely important for you to cast your vote. Why did you decide that it was so important for you to cast your vote today?
To change, because there's nothing happening that is consistent in our country. So my vote, I believe it will make a difference in the country, especially for our kids. So the future of our country, so especially education and jobs for the youth. So I believe everyone here who needs to make a difference, let's give another party a chance. Let's see what they bring on table.
But you're determined to cast your vote regardless of the time that it's gone.
Definitely, I will do so.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to try and speak to a little bit more people. There's a guy that's waving over to us. Hi, my guy. How are you? How long have you been here?
How are you?
How long have you been here?
I've been here from 7 a.m.
From 7 a.m.?
In the morning.
Why?
Yeah?
Why?
I've been waiting for vote.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. We're going to leave it there. There is also somebody else, Liesel, that has cast her vote. This lady who's been patiently waiting for me. Thank you so much for patiently waiting for me. You actually managed to cast your vote. Just tell me a little bit about what time did you get here?
Okay, I'm from the night shift fine. I'm a police officer, so I came and there was a long queue. So the only reason why it was easy for me to cast my vote on time, I didn't stand the queue, is because I'm a police officer and I had to explain that I'm from night shift and I'm still going back to the night shift. So I casted my vote with peaceful way, but on my way out, I was not happy because it was very late and the queue was still long. And then there were people, they were told not to get inside, they're closing the gate because of the certain time. I'm like, why are you closing the gate? Because people are here to vote.
And we know that the IEC literally said that so long as people are on the voting grounds, that they will be allowed to cast their vote and nobody can be turned back.
I didn't know. I had to go back to my phone and Google what time is vote, what time is the finished vote, because people are standing and people want to cast their vote, and then we from different places. People are coming from work. Today is a holiday. People are getting double money for the holiday. Now you've been told you're not supposed to vote because you're from work and you came at a certain time. I felt it was so wrong. You're depriving someone rights, because I was so happy because it was 1994, everyone came in numbers to come and vote, and now people have been stopped that no, you cannot vote because you came late. What the hell is that?
Absolutely, and an absolutely emotional day. Just tell me, why was it so important for you to make sure that you cast your vote today?
Yeah, it's so important for me to cast my vote because I must have a say. I must save my country. It's very, very important because what is happening is not cool. So for me, I wish we can have at least a coalition government whereby everyone would have a say. And most important thing that I will say, and I'll say it again and again, I'm not happy about our government because it's all people. They are tired. They need to go to pension.
All right. Thank you very much for that extremely animated interview. But some takeaway points, very important. She reiterates the sentiment by the gentleman that we just spoke to about how a lot of the people that are here that came in later are people that actually worked during the course of the day, and they decided that they wanted to exercise their democratic right and cast their vote for their particular party that they choose, and that they felt that they should not be impeded from voting just because they had gone to work and they'd come maybe a little bit later or they'd come after 8. Another takeaway point, we know that at this point here, she says that the gates had been closed at 9 o'clock and some people were not allowed to go into the voting station. And we know that about 2 hours ago, the IEC had said that people would not be turned away from the different voting stations so long as they physically were still within the voting station. So very, very important questions that the IEC need to still investigate and provide clarity on what that situation is. And again, thank you giving us her comment. She's very excited. The sentiments of people saying that it feels like it was 1994 again for them to cast their vote, but slightly marring those sentiments of excitement, those issues of logistics. Where are the ballot boxes that were unescorted coming from, and why were some of the gates closed, and some of the people who had come to come in and vote not allowed to come into the voting stations to cast their votes. Very important questions that the IEC need to answer. Lisa.
Herbert as well. Thank you very much for that succinct update. We'll obviously continue to monitor developments because, as you alluded to now, we've seen that where voting processes have concluded, 9 p.m. was a cut-off time, but it's well past 11 o'clock, and you can see that there are still queues and scores of people that perhaps attribute to the late surge just ahead of that closing at 9 p.m. And we were busy trying to make sense of the frustrations, the commotions, some of the hits, the misses as well, and the questions about the ballot boxes, police escorts, all relation to the processes unfolding that, is really questioning whether this is integral or not for the elections at large. So we'll bring you the latest as that unfolds. But from Nozintomi now, we're going to go back to Ulrich. He's in Springbok. Ulrich Hendricks is in the Springbok in the Northern Cape. And Ulrich, earlier on, there was some competing noises there, music, partying, people celebrating. Perhaps indicative for those who obviously had the opportunity to exercise their vote and cast their ballots. But at this point, where are you, and what are the sentiments? What's the mood and atmosphere as well on your end as we're speaking this time round?
Hi Liesel, we just moved to Maikie's Kloof. It's a sleepy little village about 7 kilometers from Springbok, but I can tell you there's not going to be a lot of sleeping happening today. As you can see, a number of supporters of political parties, of course, prematurely starting to celebrate. They're very confident that their parties will succeed in this election. The ANC is playing struggle songs. On the other side, the DA is basically playing traditional Nama music and also dancing traditional Nama dances. But the IEC at this voting station here at Makkiesfontein, of course, closed at the moment. There were no late rushes as in the other voting stations where we were earlier, but everybody who wanted to vote did get a chance to vote. So now it's counting. This is one of the voting stations that should also be able to declare around between 2 and 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, and of course then declare who is the winner here. But interesting, Liesel, or what will be interesting in the results from specifically the Namaqualand is that the Northern Cape Community Forums, they are basically a new entrant this year into the electoral process. And of course, Gayton Mackenzie's Patriotic Alliance also in the last year or so making inroads in the Northern Cape and especially in the Namaqualand. So it should be interesting to see tomorrow when the results start trickling in, what sort of impact those two parties have made here in the Northern Cape. But for now, it's a waiting game. We'll have to wait until the counting is finished. They are declared at the voting stations, and then we will be able to see what if they get seats in the provincial legislature, and so what impact they have made. Liesl?
That definitely is a waiting game at this point. Thank you very much for that update. We'll leave it there. Across to our reporter, Makhala Masiteng, who's at the RSA in the Free State. Makhala, good evening. At this point, talk to us about what's happening on your end. We're obviously monitoring what's happened throughout the day, and some of the hits, some of the misses. Talk to us about what's transpired in the Free State, what political parties, independent candidates, observers at large are also echoing about the province.
Well, Liesl, one thing that I can tell you is that we are coming live, of course, from the Free State Results Operations Center. I'm sure you can see behind me that political parties are already starting to camp here, of course, in anticipation of what will be happening starting from now, especially when it comes to issues of the counting of votes. But I wanted to bring in the IEC so that they can be able to tell us more about what has happened up to so far in terms of the voting stations, whether they were closed on time, because where we were just around 9 o'clock here in Mangaung, there were still long queues, and I understand, of course, that even in Malutia Phofu in Kwakwa, there was some challenges in terms of some of the voting stations where there were power cuts. So just to get a picture of what we can expect here, I want to bring the provincial IEC officer here in the Free State, Jabulani Chabalala, just to give us the picture of what has happened and how far the province is in terms of the closing and the preparations, of course, for the counting. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
It is indeed past 9 o'clock. How has it been?
It has been a very long day, I must say, but a very fruitful long day, because at least the enthusiasm from our people, eager to vote, eager to cast their vote, eager to put their government in place, it's quite encouraging. Looking at the time now, the queues in some places, 4 or 5 stations are still very long, but proceeding quite fast.
When you talk about where queues are still long, specifically which areas?
It's in Mangaung, the main, yes, especially around the township areas. Yes, that's why the queues are still long, but the information that we get from the ground is that at least the queues are moving faster than they were moving during the day. So we are quite comfortable with that.
Talk to us about some of the challenges that were experienced during the day. We were at some station where they said the voting machine was not working, therefore the queues were taking too long, of course. Talk to us about some of those glitches around the province.
Well, there are 2 elements to it. One could be the machine itself, the network. But the other element is that it could be the person that operates the machine itself. But we have since communicated a decision that once you encounter any kind of glitches pertaining to the VMD itself, then people must revert back to the old ways of doing voting, which is now doing through the voters' roll.
There was a situation again in Qwaqwa where in some voting stations we are told that there were some power cuts in some areas in Qwaqwa. How is the situation there? Were you able to cater for all the people that were there? Did that cause any people to be turned away, of course?
Well, we had a backup lighting plan in all our preparations. So I was informed of 3 voting stations where there was a power outage, and then we used our what you call backup plan that I've referred to in terms of the rechargeable lights. So the proceeding went well in spite of the outage itself.
Yeah. There was a problem a lot that we got earlier on, especially in the morning, that there were people that were turned away, those who went to voting stations where they were not supposed to vote at.
Well, I'm not aware of that, but if a person is at the wrong voting station, we don't turn the person away. I think the wording is quite strong. We actually redirect the person to the correct voting station where he should go. But if the person does not appear anywhere in any of our voting station, our voters' roll segments, then the person is not registered and the person is not eligible to vote.
Just a recap, you said how many voting stations were still left with where people are still voting?
Well, we are about 5 voting stations with long queues. I'm not saying that are still open. There could be some that are still open, but the queues are quite manageable. But with long queues, it's about 5 or 6 voting stations. And like I said, they're proceeding quite well as well.
Thank you very much. That is Jabulani Chabalala from the IEC, of course, talking to us, just wrapping up for us in terms of what is happening in the province when it comes to some of the glitches that were experienced throughout the day, talking to the issue of power outage in Qwaqwa, talking to some of the issues, of course, that emerged during the day. But Liesl will keep an eye, of course, here at the Free State Rock, just to give you an update of what is happening here. As I've indicated, there are already many political parties who are here already waiting in anticipation to see what will be happening because time is ticking, of course, waiting for those results to start reflecting.
No, absolutely, Makhala. Thank you very much for that update. We're obviously monitoring the voting that's happening across the country and eagerly anticipating the votes to trickle in and make sense of that, numbers and really what South Africans have decided for 2024 and beyond. So we're staying with our election coverage on the SABC. In fact, looking at some of the earlier stories, DA leader John Steenhuisen, who voted at Northwood High School in Durban, says that for the first time in 30 years, the ANC may not get the majority support, possibly resulting in a multi-party coalition. Steenhuisen adds that he is impressed by how the IEC has conducted the elections thus far and has faith that the process will remain smooth. The DA leader insists that his party will not enter into coalitions with any party that does not share the same values and principles as the DA.
Yes, absolutely. I think it went smoothly. Certainly observing the special vote process the last 2 days, it's also gone smoothly. Of course, there's been a few hiccups here and there, but I'm generally satisfied with the way the IEC have conducted the last 2 days. And if today's and this station is anything to go by, it's going to be a smooth, easy process to make sure that South Africans can cast their vote and make tomorrow a better country.
Are you confident that the DA could win this election?
Well, of course, you don't go into an election for second place, but I'm also mindful of the fact that no party in this election will receive an outright majority. And for the first time in 30 years, there's an opportunity for change in South Africa at a government level. Every other election before this, it has been a foregone conclusion that the ANC was going to win. It was always about just how much. This election, all bets are off. And so we're heading into coalition country after this election. It won't be the same as it's been over the last 30 years. And I think that should excite Democrats all over the country and certainly those who value democracy all over the world.
Having spoken about coalitions, are you only willing to go into coalition with the multi-chartered parties? Are you also willing to work with the ANC or even the MK party?
I've said very clearly that we only go into coalition with parties that share our values, principles and common objectives. There's no use going into coalitions with parties that don't share your same values and principles because that leads to instability. So I've a signed agreement with 10 other political parties, and we've been working very hard over the course of the last year to be able to put forward an alternative offer to South Africans. We've synthesized our policy offers, we've put on the table alternatives, and I'm very confident that the multi-party charter will get over 50% plus one. If that's not the case, we will convene as the multi-party charter over the course of the next few days, probably in Johannesburg, have a look at the lie of the land, and then decide what the next step for us to take is. But what I can tell South Africans is that the parties to the Charter will always put the interests of South Africa first, will always put the interests of the people that we serve first, because we are determined to build a better country.
Mr. Steenhuisen, when you look at the lay of the land thus far, what stats have you received of people going into voting stations? How are they voting? Well, how are you looking thus far?
Very good. We're very happy with the differential turnout yesterday and the special votes, and I think it's a good portent of things to come. I think you're going to see a high turnout amongst opposition voters who are excited that for the first time in 30 years there now is a path to victory for the opposition, and I think it's going to drive turnout quite substantially over the course of the day. And we're calling on all South African voters to come out and make your mark, because together we can build a better country, and that tomorrow can be a better country.
Meanwhile, EFF leader Julius Malema and his wife Mantwa voted at Inseshego in Limpopo. Let's take a look.
EFF leader Mr. Julius Malema alongside his wife Mrs. Mantwa Malema have been standing in a long queue at the Mponegeleng Primary School in order to cast their vote. We do know that this voting station has about over 2,000 voters on its roll who are expected to cast their vote today. We've spoken to authorities inside and they've told us that everything is moving smoothly. They have formed two queues where they are in order to be able to prioritize the elderly. They've even created a space in front where they've put in chairs and a tent to ensure that the elderly are seated as they queue and to ensure that there is a shade around them. But to speak more about this, I'm going to bring in Mr. Julius Malema. Mr. Malema, you've been here since around 12 a.m. and it's now over an hour since you've been here. What has been your impression so far?
Well, it is discouraging and disappointing because I've been voting here from 2014. I used to come here with my grandmother, and we always had two queues, one for the elderly and one for the relatively young people. My grandmother will queue with us because the process was so quick, and will not even spend more than 15 minutes in the same voting station with the same two queues. There's always been a queue for elderly people, there's always been a queue for the young people. So I called the CEO to explain that there is something horribly happening at the station, and we don't want to interfere because we don't want to be accused of having interfered with the electoral processes. And he said to me, he had told them to stop using the VMDs and use the voters' roll to speed up the process. But it looks like he's not listening. He's continuing the way he has been continuing. The process is running smooth because people are queuing, but it's smooth but slowly. And then once the darkness starts, people are going to be impatient. People are going to start pushing each other and they're going to accuse the people. We need to perfect it now.
All right, so we're obviously going to bring you the latest here on the SABC. We're still continuing to crisscross across the country, monitoring voting in South Africa. Some voters, as we know, are still queuing at various polling stations. Let's take you back to Mbalenhle Mthethwa, who's in Katlehong. Mbalenhle, good evening. We were obviously following the commotion with you a little earlier on, and the picture looked rather concerning at this point. It's very dark, it's getting cold, and you're obviously also just highlighting some of the commotion that had happened, safety and security issues coming to the fore. Perhaps you could provide us an update on your end. What's been the response from the IEC as well?
Well, there hasn't been much of a response from the IEC, but EMPD officials continue monitoring the area, the voting station here, and providing their vehicles as a lighting alternative, because it seems as though there are no lights outside. People are still frustrated as they wait in the queues from inside the voting station, and while the situation seems to have calmed down to a certain extent, but there's still some unhappiness. Some of them are saying that this voting station was not adequately prepared for what is happening here. So wena sisi kunjani? Ngiyaphila nami. Sisi awungixoxela wena ulinda isikhathi singakanani nje namhlanje?
Lokhu ngifike ngo-5:30.
5:30 namhlanje. Ngoba manje sekuyoshaya u-12 nje solo kulindile.
Selokhu ngimile nje kanje.
Uma ucabanga mhlambe yini imbangela yokuthi kwenzeke kancane mhlambe kwenza ukuthi ulinde isikhathi eside kangaka kodwa?
Mina kuqala kwavaleka ama-gate asangavota kwaba nokuxakaxaka nje. Akazi sibe kuyini inkinga.
Uma kuvalwa ama-gate bebethini phindele emuva yini?
Cha bebethi sekushoda amaphepha, phela amaphepha. Sama nje isikhathi eside nje kuvaliwe kanje. Lokhu simile.
Oh, abantu basebajika abantu sise wazosundela phela sisikhulume.
Lokho sifike ngabo +5 la lokho esimile la. Sathi siyama kwavele kwaba nesixakaxaka kwavala ama-gate kwaduma hayi ngoba kwabaningi nje inkinga nje sahlala kodwa sathi ngoba le vote sayifuna sidela ingubo zethu sila ngoba sayifuna le vote.
Well, what they're really saying here is that they're just explaining what happened earlier on today, and they're saying that the gates were closed for quite some time. They've been here since 5:30 this afternoon, and they found that the gates at some point were closed because there weren't enough ballot papers, and the ballot papers had ran out. And that is where the frustration from those who wanted to cast their votes escalated, and there seemed to be a commotion between the officials, and law enforcement needed to come in order to calm the situation down. After that, we found law enforcement officials monitoring and really just tracking the number of people who can come in and how many people can come in, and 10 people were coming in at a time, and that is the point of contention here, and that is the point that made people unhappy. People are saying that they are prepared to stay here as long as is necessary because they believe that voting is their right. Unfortunately, there are people who think that this is an opportunity to then talk about their political affiliations and so on. There you go. People are not listening, really, and so on. Sisi kunjani sis? Now uthanda ukukhuluma nathi mhlambe ikhona office kukusho kodwa ngicela ukuthi ungasho iqembu ozolivotela akuyona indawo yokuthi kukhulunywe ngamaqembu. Uvo lwakho luthini sis?
Mina ngiyathokoza ngithola ithuba lokuvota. Mhlawumbe noshintsho lizoba khona yonke esiyenzayo senze ngokwazi ukuthi nesivotile. Nempumelelo izoba khona into esiyidingayo siyithole ngoba mangavotanga ngicabanga ukuthi konke ozoyithola izoba impumelelo. Siyabonga kakhulu.
There you have it, one very sober-minded woman talking about the right to voting and saying that she is voting for change and that she hopes to have a very bright future ahead of her after voting, and she hopes that the party that she'll be voting for will bring about the change and prosperity that she hopes for. The situation continues. It seems as though the lines are moving a lot faster. There are less people sitting on the benches on my right and less people waiting and less people walking in through the gate. But the gate that we saw falling a little bit earlier on is completely broken. This is following that altercation that took place earlier where voters tried to force their way in order to cast their votes. It seems as though people have come out in their numbers and there is such a huge desire for people to vote. But not only that, a recognition of the fact that voting is a right and these people want to exercise their right. Unfortunately, because of the gremlins in the system with regards to those papers or ballot papers not being there and being insufficient, unfortunately they were not able to do so quite so easily as they would have wanted that to happen. It's back to you in studio.
All right, Mbali, thank you very much. You've been doing a stellar job. Of course, just urging you to stay safe. Mbali Mtetwa, bring us the latest from Katlehong. Just looking at some of the commotion that happened earlier on, it seems like tensions and the situation has calmed down a little bit, as alluded to the fact that lines have been moving and people obviously have been able to make their mark. There were some issues allegedly about ballots that had been running out, and she was just painting that picture. We saw there had been scuffles, a gate had been pushed over, people were upset that they weren't allowed into the lines, questioning why, when they had arrived before 9 p.m., they were not allowed to enter. But the EMPD, of course, on that situation, managed to quell that situation, and it seems like it's all systems from here into all systems going again from here into. We're going to continue with our coverage. In fact, the issue of safety and security staying at the forefront at the SAWA. Gauteng Police saying 16 election-related arrests have been made since the polls date was proclaimed. Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Tom Mtobeni has also assured residents that law enforcement will remain at stations where they are still snaking queues. The province has over 2,700 voting stations, of which 177 were classified as high risk. SABC News senior reporter Crisalda Lewis spoke to the Provincial Police Commissioner a little earlier on. Let's take a listen.
Well, as millions of South Africans turned out to cast their votes, law enforcement agencies have also been out in their numbers to ensure a free and a fair election. Here in Gauteng, police had been monitoring over 2,700 polling stations, and based on the risk assessment, the high-risk voting stations, we understand, were 177, and police had indicated that they were leaving nothing to chance to ensure that everyone was able to cast their ballot. I want to be joined now by the Gauteng Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Tom Mtobeni, who will give us an update on what the situation is. General, thank you very much indeed for your time. Let's first get an update in terms of how voting proceeded in the Gauteng province.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the viewers at home. One would say so far so good. We have been out in there with the deployment from the National Joints. I had the Director General from Department of Justice and the CEO of PCIRA working closely with them. We managed to touch base on some of the voting stations, and voting went very well, except that what we see now, it's long queues in some of those voting stations. And of course, as we have deployed in each and every voting station, we are quite sure that the voters they'll feel safe in terms of our deployment.
What we do know now, you've already alluded to the fact that there are still longer lines, and it's very likely that come 9 o'clock, when the voting stations do close, there are likely to be many people who are still in those lines. There are issues of perhaps safety, darkness as well, of those that are still standing in those lines. Can you assure the residents of Gauteng that while they stand in those lines late into the night, that they will be safe?
Yes, of course, in some of the voting station, more especially the outer perimeter, the lighting, it is a concern. I've just spoken to the National Commissioner now to say let's do the scanning and make sure that where there's still a long queues, we have to ensure that we reinforce, and we know for the fact that the law enforcement agency that are out there. We're having the South African Police Service, we're having your Metro Police, of which in Gauteng we are very much fortunate because we're having 3 metros, of which is Gauteng, it's Ekurhuleni, it's Johannesburg, and then and of course Gauteng Traffic Police. So we are trying to look into that and ensure that we make those deployments. I also got a call from the MEC in relations to that, where she raised the concerns, indicate that I came here, I am here at the Provincial Results Operations Center. I have interacted with the Provincial Electoral Officer, Mr. Masemula, to ensure that they have to take care, the issues of lighting, as they are responsible for the lighting. But as the law enforcement, we are also reinforcing in terms of the law enforcement agencies.
There were 177 high-risk areas that were raised for possible concern. What has been the situation there, in particular on this voting day?
Well, as that the risk rating is undertaken by Operation Intelligence Coordinating Committee, which comprises of the State Security Agency, the South African Police Service. That itself, it means as and when we deploy, we have to up our numbers. So in those voting stations, as you have indicated, we have upped the numbers in terms of the static referring that there has to be physically police officials on those voting stations, so that we must not leave any stone unturned.
Have there been any election-related arrests that have been made in Gauteng?
Yes, of course. Since the president have made a determination and clearly indicated that we're going to have voting on the 29th, for the fact that within the province we experience the other people who remove the other political parties' posters. I'm giving an example. And yes, of course, we have made some arrests. Thus far, when I took the last meeting, we had a total of 16 for elections-related matters, the arrests.
Right. Lieutenant General Tomeni, thank you very much indeed for your time. We do appreciate it. The Gauteng Police Commissioner giving us an update on what the situation is in Gauteng, indicating that relatively everything has gone well. But since the President had proclaimed the date for this election, indicating that 16 people have been arrested relating to election-related matters, of course.
Well, from Crisalda's earlier story, we are in fact going to continue to monitor voting in South Africa. Crossing to SABC News reporter Ntombuzuko Baluntuli in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Good evening. At this point, perhaps you could just paint the picture for us. I mean, we've seen scenes unfolding in the province this week, but as we're speaking, we're obviously awaiting results to trickle in. What's happening on your end as we speak?
Good evening. We are at the Results Center in Nelson Mandela Bay at St. George's in Gqeberha, and there are a lot of people from other political members that are just here to observe that everything that's going to be happening, and I'm sure by now that the results will be started coming in soon. And also most voting places around the Nelson Mandela Bay were closed at around about 11 because there was a lot of delays with a lot of people just coming around during the afternoon or in the evening to come and cast their votes. Others had been there earlier on, and they just decided to go home, and then they also, just came back. But right next to me, I've got the regional assistant member in this results center who's going to be telling us more on what we can expect, and also just to also check if they had faced any difficulties during this period. And we're going to speak into him now. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Buti, I just want to find out, it's almost over. For you, it's about to start actually with the counting and, just getting the results. How has it been for you at this center in Nelson Mandela Bay?
Thank you very much, Sisi, and for having us. Indeed, the election went well for the past 3 days. However, there were some inefficiencies that had to do with our voter management device. In the elections, whereby at times we were told that at the station the machine was not operating as expected. However, we did indicate that it is fine, they can continue using the voters' roll in this regard in order to process voters as quick as possible. We had few challenges, of course, that relates to the long queues in majorities of the station, whereby for the special vote day, stations were supposed to be closing at 5, but due to long queues, we had to close about 8, 9 in the evening so that we can treat the last voter in those periods. And for the election day, which is the main day today, all stations were open on time, the 253 stations that we have. However, the issue of the VMD continued to give us challenges until to a point whereby the municipal or multi-party liaison committee took a decision nationally to say that we rather concentrate on the voters' roll in order to process those voters as quick as possible. Then queues started to move faster, and then I can attest now that all our voting stations managed to close, and the last one that closed, I think they closed around 10:30 today. So from here, we are starting with counting. All stations are now starting with counting. We are expecting to get the first station to submit the results. I want to believe in the next 20-30 minutes. We are ready to receive those results and start capturing. We are expected to do our capturing until we finish. Our target is by Thursday afternoon or in the evening. Of course, we should be done with capturing of the result, but if we are not, it means we need to push, because it is anticipated that come Friday we need to have the provisional results for these elections. As nationally, we are expected to have the official result in terms of the commission plan. So this is how far we have prepared. All the people are ready to receive those result slips, so that we can start capturing and then move forward with the result capturing process.
Also, would you just tell me, with the delay of the voting process, did that not turn away some voters that have been there for quite some time?
Of course, we got some report in various stations that voters had to leave because they stood for a long time on the queue. But it was something that it was beyond our control, because we had to assist voters in terms of what the legislation say. We cannot just disregard all the processes that are there in terms of the legislation just to push the numbers. So we had to follow the processes, and we believe that we have done our best. Although we cannot say that it was that 100% good, but we are quite happy with the way things turn out. And I want to indicate that I think we have a very, very, very good voter turnout in this election as compared to the previous elections, because when one is observing the queues that you would have in various stations, you can identify and know that indeed the majority of youth did respond to this, which is much appreciated to this far. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. That is one of the results assistant here in the Nelson Mandela municipality, just telling us that there were some glitches with the voting process, but they made sure that everything goes according to plan. And also they're mentioning that a lot of young people came out in numbers to make sure that they cast their votes, which is maybe one of the delays that, that made the voting stations close quite late as compared to 9 o'clock that was set.
Well, thank you very much for that update. We'll continue to monitor developments. Yeah, of course, in Ntombizuko over there in Gqeberha and the Eastern Cape, bringing us the latest there. On that note, time for a quick ad break. We'll continue with more coverage after this. Stay tuned.
I never thought life cover was important all my life. After I got married and I had a child, I thought it was necessary. Our chore All right, welcome back. We're at the Results Operations Centre here in Gallagher Estate in Midrand. We are bringing you rolling coverage on the SABC as we await the results to slowly trickle in. In fact, the SABC has reliably learnt that there seems to be some results that are going to be available rather shortly, but in the next 30 minutes or so in the Eastern Cape as well as in the Western Cape. So as soon as we get official info on that, we'll obviously be able to verify that. But we do know that the IEC is just making sure that the results are credibly adhered to. This is going to be ensured through the auditors. That process underway. It seems about 30 minutes or so we'll start getting those numbers in. So do stay tuned. Eastern Cape, there are about 3 to 4 districts, voting districts that will be ready, and in the Western Cape 2 to 3 voting districts should be ready rather soon. So as we await that announcement officially, let's continue with our coverage. We're crisscrossing to our reporters. SABC News reporter at this point, Lulama Maikia, is at Western Cape, in Cape Town at the Western Cape ROC. Lulama, good evening once again. Earlier on, it seemed that Robben Island might be the first voting district to release their results, and we're obviously waiting to see what the rest of the province is looking like. But from your vantage point, given the information and sources as well, what's happening on your end as we await those numbers to be released?
Welcome back to Cape Town. Yes, you're correct. Robben Island is usually the first voting station or district to be announced after an election. We're still waiting for that, the counting and verification and the auditing process is still underway. Party agents who I spoke to earlier that are here, they are saying that they are expecting them around 11, 12. So for them, it's not in a rush or in a hurry. They are waiting to hear what that outcome will be, although in a bigger scheme of things, it won't have that much of an impact because it's about 156 registered voters that Robben Island has for this year. But to talk to us more about today's event, as some voting stations did not close at 9 o'clock, there were still long queues even here in the Western Cape. My colleague Mariska Botha was in the CBD after 9 o'clock with some of the voters standing in a queue. I am joined by the Western Cape Provincial Commissioner Thembisile Phathekile. Welcome to the SABC, sir.
Thank you so much. Good evening to the audience.
The concern to some people is that after 9 o'clock they are still outside voting stations in queues. What safety measures as SABS are you putting in place to protect those vulnerable people?
What we've done, we have reinforced more members in the areas where there are no queues, not only around the polling station, but also on the way to from home. We make sure that there's visibility and a feel-safe part, that people should feel safe as they go home or come to the polling stations. Those that are having long queues all around the city, because we've seen that in other districts, very few stations are still open. When you don't yet problems in the city, but even in the city, we're redirecting as we are informed that the one station is closed, redirecting the power to the next polling stations.
Any incidents that you have heard of or have happened around the city or the province at large on this day impacting on voter?
Not things that are impacting on the voters registered or election-related incidents that we had, but there were some others that nobody got this time. When we planned many plans that we've done, but there was a strategy management that wasn't easy, but it was already happening.
The incident at Manenberg, the shooting incident, we are told that it was not election related, but it was game related. Did it have any impact on voters who were near in a voting station near the place where the incident took place?
That we wouldn't say, but what we did, we anticipated there might people scared, and we reinforced and redeployed members to oversaturate the area with more policemen and law enforcement, and also the army that was assisting us to be in the areas where there were shootings.
In the Western Cape, how is the deployment of the SABS? If you can talk about numbers and which voting stations, if maybe you are unable to divulge some of the information because it's sensitive, that's fine, but which voting stations or which areas are those that are problematic?
Look, we have categorized our voting stations into medium, high risk, and low risk. Now, in the high risk, we had 49 of those voting stations where we had to deploy these 6 members per voting station. And then the medium risk was deploying 4. And then, of course, in the low risk, we deployed 2 members. But that's beside it, all moving teams around who would respond to any eventuality. As we move around and then some problems, for example, where the long queues and getting longer, then moving teams to augment and supplement in the areas where we see a potential in terms of own history of the area that we're policing.
Would you say then that your
all right, we do apologize for that technical issue there in relation to sound. Let's see if we can correct that problem and continue. Of course, Lama Maike is at the Western Cape Results Operations Centre, bringing us the latest there. Any imminent, in fact, in the next 30 minutes, we should be hearing some of those results trickling in, and we'll bring you the latest as it unfolds. But at the big desk here at the RSC, the National RSC, in fact, at Gallagher and Midrand, we continue with our analysis. We've been joined by a plethora of expert panelists throughout the day, and we're going to continue with that coverage as we await those numbers to obviously come in, and we're going to try and make sense of the facts and figures. Political analyst Prof. Setulego Matibesi is going to be joining us, as well as SABC News political editor Mzwandile Mbeche. Good evening to the both of you. Thanks for your time. It's been a long day and there's no stopping now. It seems like we're going to be burning the midnight oil at this point. We're looking at, some of the indications that results are slowly going to be trickling in. So let me start with you at this point. Your thoughts of the overview of the process to date. What are you observing? Perhaps hits and misses included.
Yeah, I mean, a very good evening to you and the viewers. Yeah, it's been quite a challenging election, this one, I guess, for the IEC. And I think there's a lot that it needs to learn. And I'm not sure the impact that the changes in the Electoral Act had really on some of what the IEC is going through now, because there does appear to be perhaps greater challenges than we are used to. But on the whole, the election is proceeding well. Yes, issues here and there that need to be attended to, and then of course those snaking queues, and also could be attributed to the fact that we have 3 ballots now. So there's quite a lot of factors that could have affected how this process went today. But on the whole, Lizelle, I think South Africans are able to express their democracy, their voice, expressing their fullness of democracy, which is something I think every one of us should be proud about.
And as we can see by the indication of the queues, people are wanting to make their mark, they're wanting to stay, they're wanting to, despite tomorrow being work in school. Prof, you have had a front row seat to this entire day, perhaps also this production at this hour. And thank you so much for hanging 10 and for being part of these pertinent discussions. Perhaps on the back of what Mzwa has just echoed now, you've seen some of the commotion, some of the incidences, but also some of the places and spaces where the IEC has really hit the mark. What have been your observations?
No, good evening and good evening to the viewers. Yet once again, I strongly believe that these issues are long-standing issues. But I feel sorry for the IEC commissioners, because it's almost like you are entrusting. Because yesterday, if you look at the body language of the IEC officials, you can get a sense of frustration. And even when the media is posing questions, you get a sense that some of these things they are not aware of. And then there's a response. But it's very unfortunate, because once you have put your trust into some individuals, presiding officers and all that, and then at the end of the day they mess up, it's a huge problem for the IEC. But I do not believe some of the challenges that we've seen during special votes will affect the credibility of the election outcomes. But I will not be surprised that some parties, once the harsh reality of being involved in an election struck, then they will make a hullabaloo about small little things. But I don't think it's good for our country when, in the age of technology and many other positive factors, that we still encounter issues like an official of the IEC transporting ballot box, the late opening of voting station. These have been long-standing issues that should have been resolved by now, 30 years into democracy.
Mzwa, she spoke about some of the lessons learned. Talk to us a little bit more about that, just from your observation.
No, I think one of the lessons learned is that, and another issue before, briefly, if I go into that, it's also about voter education, to be honest, and this is my own subjective observation. I haven't seen the same drive in terms of voter education with this particular a round of elections. And perhaps this has now gone online, but the problem is that too many South Africans are battling with that, and that is a lesson that we need to learn. Yes, we need to move with times in terms of technology. That is one lesson. But you also have to face the reality on the ground. And too many South Africans have not yet, the digital know-how to be able to tap into that particular source of knowledge. So for me, that is one of the lessons. And I strongly believe also, and this is not something that has been publicly pronounced, is to what extent has these court cases that the IEC were involved